Chapter 23 of Regiment of Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Regiment of Women by Clemence DANE, Chapter 23. Clare was enjoying tea in triumph. She had worked hard for both, and was virtuously fatigued. The rocking chair was comfortable, and the little gym mistress had brought her favorite cakes. The common room, tinkling its teacups, buzzed criticism and approval. The rehearsal had been a success. The talk centered, while opinion divided, on the Constance and the Prince Arthur. The general standpoint seemed to be that Agatha had reached the heights. Her royal robes had been effective. She reminded nearly everyone of a favorite actress. Louise was less popular. A curious performance. Very clever, of course. Only one had not thought of Arthur quite like that. Now the Constance. Clare, watching and listening, purred like a sleepy cat. She wondered why Alwynne was absent. She was missing a lot. Louise was annoying. She had been excessively irritated with her 10 minutes before. And there was the debacle of the scholarship papers. But to class her with Agatha? What fools these women were! The discussion had become argument, and was growing faintly acrimonious, when a deep voice cut across it. Miss Hamilton, a visiting music mistress, always had a hearing when she chose to speak. She was a big woman, with a fine massive head and shrewd eyes. She dressed tweedily and carried her hands in her pockets, slouching a little. It was her harmless vanity to have none. Teaching music was her business. Her recreations, hockey, and the more law-abiding forms of suffrage agitation. She was a level-headed and convincing speaker, with a triumphant sense of humor that could, and had, carried her successfully through many a fantastic situation. Rumors of her adventures had spread among the staff, if not through the school, and beglamored her. She could have had a following if she had chosen. But her healthy 12 stone crashed through pedestals, and she established comradeship as she helped you, laughter shaken, to pick up the pieces. A postponed lesson had given her time to attend the rehearsal, and she had afterwards joined the flock of mistresses at tea. Clare, who thought more of her opinion than she chose to own, had eyed her once or twice already, and at the sound of her voice she stopped her lazy rocking. But they are not in the same category. Any schoolgirl could have played Constance, as What's-Her-Name played it, given the training she has had. Miss Hamilton nodded pleasantly to the rocking chair. She appreciated Clare's capacities. But Arthur— "Well, I thought Agatha was splendid," repeated a junior mistress stubbornly. "She was. An excellent piece of work. But the hands were the hands of Esau." "They always are," said the little gym mistress fervently. Clare gave her a quick, brilliant smile. She blushed scarlet. The music mistress laughed. She enjoyed her weekly glimpse of school interdependencies. "Why did you single out King John, Miss Hartill?" she inquired politely. Clare was demure, but her eyes twinkled. "The decision lay with Miss Marsham," she murmured. "Of course. But having a Cinderella on the premises? Eh?" "If you know of a glass slipper—" "You fit it on." "Exactly. Where did you discover her?" "Starving, literally starving, in the lower third." Clare thawed to the congenial listener. "It was an amazing performance, wasn't it? Of course, there was nothing of the actual Arthur in it." Miss Hamilton nodded. "That struck me. It was a child in trouble, not a boy. Not a girl either, but, of course, only a girl would be precocious enough to conceive and carry out the idea. If she did, that is." "Oh, it was original," Clare disclaimed prettily. "It had little to do with me. I had to let her go her own way." Miss Hamilton liked her generosity. "You're wise. It's all very well to trim the household lamps, but a burning bush is best left alone. I don't altogether envy you. Genius must be a disturbing factor in a school." "You think she has genius?" "It was more than precocity today, or talent. The Constance had talent, and was third in the scholarship papers. Louise failed completely. Isn't it inexplicable? What is one to do? Of course it was disgraceful. She should have been first. I expected it. I coached her myself. I know her possibilities. Frankly, I am deeply disappointed. Miss Hamilton pulled her chair nearer. She was interested. Claire was not usually so communicative. But their further conversation was interrupted by the opening of the door, and old Miss Marsham appeared on a visit of congratulation, accepting tea and dispensing compliments with equal stateliness. An excellent performance! We must felicitate each other, and Miss Hartill. But we are accustomed to great things from Miss Hartill. There can be no uneasiness tomorrow. The child in the green coat, in that scene, you remember? I thought her a trifle indistinct. Perhaps a hint? Altogether it was excellent, especially the Constance, most dramatic. If I may criticize, acting is not my department, but the Prince Arthur? Now, were you satisfied? Louise is a dear child, but hardly suitable, eh? Claire stiffened. I thought her acting remarkable. Did you? Now I can't help feeling that Shakespeare never intended it like that. He makes him such a dear little boy. It's so pathetic, you know, where he begs a man not to put out his eyes. So childlike and touching, like little Lord Fauntleroy. I know I cried when I saw it, years ago. Now this child was not at all appealing. Claire shrugged her shoulders. It is not a pretty scene, Miss Marsham, though the managers conspire to make us think so. A child at the mercy of brutes, knowing its own danger, terrorized into the extreme of cunning, parading its poor little graces with the skill of a mondaine. It's not pretty, and Louise spared us nothing. Miss Marsham fidgeted. If that is your view of the scene, Miss Hartill, I wonder that you consider it fit for a school performance. Claire hedged. My private view doesn't matter, after all. Traditionally it is inadmissible, of course, but if you would like the treatment altered a little, I will speak to Louise. It is only the dress rehearsal, of course. Miss Marsham looked relieved. Perhaps it would be better, a little more childlike, you know. But don't let her think me annoyed, Miss Hartill. I am sure she has worked so hard. Just a hint, you know. I should not like her feelings to be hurt. Poor child, the results were a sad disappointment to her, I'm afraid. You spoke to her about the change of class? Yes. I hope she was not distressed. Claire remembered the look on Louise's face. She hesitated. She will get over it, she said. The kind old woman looked worried. You must not let her feel that she has failed over this, Miss Hartill. On the top of the other trouble, you will be judicious? A door slammed in the distance. There was a blur of voices, a sound of hurrying footsteps. Claire rose impatiently. She was tired of the subject. It will be all right, Miss Marsham. I understand, Louise. What in the world is that disgraceful noise? But the door was flung open before she could reach it. Alwynne stood in the aperture, panting a little. In her arms lay Louise, her head falling limply, like a dead bird's. Behind them, peering faces showed for a moment, white against the dusk of the passage. Then Alwynne, staggering beneath the dead weight, stumbled forward, and the door swung to with a crash. The roomful of women stared in horrified silence. She's dead, said Alwynne. I found her on the steps. She fell from a window. One of the children saw it. She's dead. She swayed forward to the empty rocking chair and sat down, the child's body clasped to her breast. She looked like a young mother. Claire, watching half stupefied, saw a thin trickle of blood run out across her bare arm. It woke her. Send for a doctor, screamed Claire. Send for a doctor. Will nobody send for a doctor? End of chapter 23. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 24 of Regiment of Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Regiment of Women by Clemence DANE, Chapter 24. The sudden death of Louise Denny had shocked, each in her degree, every member of the staff. The general view was that such a deplorable accident could and should have been impossible. Everyone remembered having long ago thought that the old-fashioned windows were unsafe, and having wondered why precautions had never been taken. Everyone, the first horror over, canvassed the result of the unavoidable inquest, and speculated whether anyone would be censured for carelessness. The younger mistresses were so sure that it was nobody's business to be on duty in the dressing room at that particular hour, that they spent the rest of the hushed, horror-stricken day in telling each other so, proclaiming, a trifle too insistently, their relief that they at least had nothing, however remote, to do with the affair, while inwardly they ransacked their memories to recall, if perchance, some half-heard order, some forgotten promise of standing substitute or relieving guard could, at the last moment, implicate them. But the task of quieting and occupying the frightened children, and of clearing away, as far as might be, all traces of the dress rehearsal, was at least distraction. On the heads of the school, real and nominal, the strain was immeasurably greater. It was first truly felt, indeed, many hours later. Old Miss Marsham, in whom the shock had awakened something of her old-time decision of character, had conducted the interview with the decorously grieving parents with sufficient dignity, had overseen the temporary resting place of the dead child, had communicated with doctors, lawyers, and officials. But the spurt of energy had subsided with the necessity for it. She had retired late at night to her own apartments and the ministrations of her efficient maid, a broken old commander, facing tremulously the calamity that had befallen her life work, foreseeing and exaggerating its effect on the future of the school, planning feverishly her defense from the gossip that must ensue. An accident. Of course, an accident. A terrible, yet unforeseeable accident. That was the point. At all costs it must be shown that it was an accident pure and simple, with never a whisper of negligence against authority or underling. But she was an old woman. She needed, she supposed bitterly, a shock of this kind to humble her into realizing that her day was over. She had been driving with slack reins this many a long year. She had known it and hoped that no one shared her knowledge, and none had known. So there came this pitiful occurrence to advertise her weakness to the world. The poor child! Ah, the poor little child! There had been a lack of supervision, no doubt. Some such gross carelessness as she, in her heyday, would never have tolerated, and she was grown too old, too feeble to hold inquiry, to dispense strict justice. She must depend on the lieutenants who had failed her, to hush the matter up, to make the administration of the school appear blameless. They could do that, she did not doubt, and so she must be content. But in the day of her strength she would not have been content. But she was old. It was time for her to abdicate. She must put her affairs in order, name her successor. Clare Hartill or the secretary, she supposed. They knew her ways. There was that bright girl who had faced her today with a little child in her arms. What was her name? Daughter or niece of some old pupil of her own. She could more easily have seen her in her seat than either of her vice-regents. So young and strong and eager. She had been like that once. Now she was a weak old woman, and because of her weakness a little child lay dead in her house. Yes, Martha might put her to bed. Why not? She was very tired. Henrietta Vigors had also her anxieties. She had so long claimed the position of virtual head that there was no doubt in her own mind that other people would consider her as responsible as if she had been the actual one. She worried incessantly. Should she have had bars put up to those old-fashioned windows? She, who was responsible for all the household arrangements? Ought she not to have foreseen the danger and guarded against it? And there was the matter of the dressing-room mistress. For the school machinery she had made herself even more pointedly responsible. She should have arranged for someone to oversee the children, but the dressing-room had been a temporary one, and she had overlooked the necessity. Yet if someone had been in the room, the accident could impossibly have happened. She felt that she would be lucky to escape public censure, that loss of prestige in the eyes at least of the headmistress was inevitable. But the more or less selfish perturbation, as distinct from the emotion of sheer humanity that was aroused by the death of the little schoolgirl and the two older women, was as nothing to the sensation of sick dismay that it awoke in Clare Hartill. She, too, through the night that followed on the accident, lay awake till sunrise, considering her position. She was stunned by the unexpectedness of the catastrophe, a little grieved for the loss of Louise, but, above all, intensely and quite selfishly frightened. She felt guilty. She remembered, remorselessly enlightened, the afternoon, the expression in Louise's eyes, and not for one instant did she share the general belief in the accidental nature of her death. Her conscience would not allow her the comfort of such self-deception. Later she might lull it to sleep again, but for the moment it was awake, and her master. This same keen-witted conscience of hers, this quintessence of her secret admirations and considered opinions, her Epicurean appreciation of what was guileless and beautiful and worthy, coexisting, as it did, with the intellectualized sensuality of her imperious and carnal personality, was no small trial to Clare. Though it could not sway her decisions nor influence her actions by one hair's breadth, it was at least cynically active, as now, to prick and fret at her peace. It was, indeed, at the root of the whimsical irritability that, for all her charm, made her an impossible housemate. Essentially, her attitude to life was simple. It was an orange, to be squeezed for her pleasure. It must serve her, but she owed it, therefore, no duty. She found that she achieved a maximum of pleasurable sensations by following the dictates of that mind which is the mouthpiece of body, while indulging, as Lucullus ate turnips, in austere flirtations with that other mind, which is the mouthpiece of spirit. So she served Mammon, or rather, she allowed Mammon to serve her, but she was, on occasions, critically interested in God. And this was her undoing. Could she have been content to be frankly selfish, she might have been happy enough, but her very interest in the kingdom of heaven had created her conscience, and had laid her open to its attacks. She ignored it, and it made her wretched. She compromised with it, and became a hypocrite. She resented the death of Louise because it challenged her whole scheme of life. She was furiously angry with the dead child for what she felt to be an indictment of her legitimate amusements. Louise, so meek and ineffectual, had yet been able to steal a march on her, had stabbed in the back and run away, beyond reach of Clare's retaliation. Louise had fooled her. She, Clare, proud of her insight, her complete knowledge of character, her alert intuition, had yet had no inkling of what was passing in that childish mind. If she had guessed, however vaguely, she could have taken measures, have scourged the mere suggestion of such monstrous rebellion out of that subject soul. But Louise, secure in her insignificance, had tricked her, planned her sure escape. But how unhappy she must have been! In a sudden revulsion of feeling, Clare grew faint with pity, as she tried to realize the child's state of mind during the past months. Her thoughts went back to the Christmas day they had spent together. She had been happy enough then. Half sincerely she tried to puzzle out the change in Louise, the gradual deterioration that had led to the tragedy. Had she been to blame? Louise had grown tiresome, and she had snubbed her. There was the thing in a nutshell. If she was to be so tender of the feelings of all the silly girls who sentimentalized over her, where would it end? At all? Poor little Louise. She had been really fond of her at the beginning. She had thought for a time that she might even supplant Alwynne. But Louise had disappointed her. She had let her work go to the dogs. All her originality and charm fizzled out. She had ceased to be interesting, and she, Clare, had naturally been bored and had shown it. Why couldn't the child take it quietly? If Louise had only known, and had conducted herself with tact, Clare had been preparing to be nicer to her again. She had been deeply interested in her performance of the morning, had recognized its uncanny sincerity, had thought, with a distinct quickening of interest, that Louise was recovering herself at last, and that it might be as well to take her in hand again. Oh, she had been full of benevolent impulses! But then Louise had been tiresome again, had stopped her and made a scene. She hated scenes, at least, with a laugh, scenes that were not of her own devising. She supposed she should have recognized that the child was overwrought, terribly overwrought by the emotions aroused by such an interpretation as she had insisted upon giving. She ought never to have been allowed to play it like that. That was Alwynne's doing. Alwynne had persuaded Clare to leave Louise to her own devices. Alwynne was so headstrong. She hoped that Alwynne would never need to realize how much she was to blame. Here she became aware that her conscience was convulsed with cynical laughter. She flushed in the darkness, her opportune sense of injury increasing. Alwynne might well be distressed. If any awkward questions should be asked, Alwynne might find herself uncomfortably placed. People would wonder that she had not noticed how unbalanced Louise was growing. Everyone knew how intimate, how ridiculously intimate, she and Louise had become. Alwynne had fussed over her like an old hen, had even on occasion questioned her, Clare's, method with her. She must have known what was in Louise's mind. Yet Clare had no doubt that people would be only too ready to accuse her, rather than Alwynne, of criminal obtuseness. Henrietta Vigors, for instance. Henrietta would be less prejudiced than many others, though. She was no friend to Alwynne. It might do no harm to talk over the matter with Henrietta Vigors. A word or two would be enough. Of course it would be considered an accident, but if by any chance vague suspicions were rife, a judicious talk with Henrietta would have served, at least, to prevent Clare from being made their object. She had her enemies, she knew. Alwynne, with her easy popularity, had none save Henrietta. A few waspish remarks from Henrietta would not hurt Alwynne. Clare would protect Alwynne from serious annoyance, of course. If the mistresses, the school, if the whole world turned against Alwynne, Clare would make it up to her. What did Alwynne want, after all, with anyone but Clare? The less the world gave Alwynne, the more she would be content with Clare, the more entirely she would be Clare's own property. It was a good idea. She would certainly speak to Miss Vigors. She was outlining that conversation till she fell asleep. End of chapter 24. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 25 of Regiment of Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Regiment of Women by Clemence DANE, Chapter 25. On the following afternoon, Clare and Henrietta were sitting together in the mistress's room. The afternoon classes were over, and the day pupils and mistresses had gone home. The boarders were at supper, and the staff with them. But Henrietta had taken no notice of the supper hour. She had more work in hand than she could well compass. Letters to write and answer, of explanation and inquiry, and condolence. She could have found time for her supper, nevertheless, but when she was overworked, she liked her world to be aware of it. Clare, contrary to her custom, had stayed late. She was waiting for Alwynne. She had offered, perfunctorily enough, her assistance, but Henrietta had refused all help from her. Yet Henrietta had turned over the bulk of her formal correspondence to Alwynne, who sat, hard at work, in the adjacent office. She disliked Alwynne, but accepted the very necessary help from her more easily than from Clare Hartill. Yet she was softened by Clare's offer, which she had refused, and not at all grateful for Alwynne's help, though she accepted it. She wrote busily for more than an hour, and Clare, silent, scarcely moving, sat watching her. Henrietta had, for once, no feeling of impatience at her idle supervision. She did not experience her usual sensation of intimidated antagonism. It was as if the stress of the last 24 hours had temporarily atoned the two incongruous characters. Neither by look or gesture had Clare flouted any suggestion or arrangement of Henrietta's. Indeed, her presence had been quite distinctly a support. Henrietta had appealed more than once, and even confidently, to her. Henrietta had thought, with a touch of compunction, how strangely trouble brought out the best in people. Miss Hartill had been very proud of Louise Denny, evidently felt her death. The shock was causing her to unbend, not, as one would have expected, to Alwynne Durand. She hoped, by the way, that Miss Durand was addressing those envelopes legibly. She did so dislike an explosive handwriting. No, Miss Hartill was turning, very properly, to herself in the emergency. She was pleased. There should be freemasonry between the heads of the school. And Clare Hartill, for all her lazy indifference, was influential and enormously capable. Henrietta wondered if it would be safe to consult her. She might, without acknowledging a definite uneasiness, find out cautiously whether it had occurred to Miss Hartill that she, Henrietta, might be considered to have been negligent. She glanced across at her inscrutable colleague. Clare was staring thoughtfully at her. Her lips were puffed a little, as if in doubt. Their eyes met for a moment in a glance that was almost one of understanding. Henrietta hesitated, for the first time not at all disconcerted by Clare's direct gaze. But the sparkle of gay malice that attracted half her world and disconcerted the other half was gone from Clare's eyes. Their expression, for the time being, was calm, possibly friendly, at any rate irreproachably matter-of-fact. Henrietta flung down her pen with a sigh of fatigue, and bent and unbent her cramped fingers. But it was not fatigue that made her stop work. She wanted to talk to Clare Hartill, and had a queer conviction that Clare Hartill wanted to talk to her. Finished? Clare spoke from the shadow of her deep chair. Her back was to the light, but Henrietta faced the west window. The evening sun laid bare her face for Clare's inspection. Not a flicker of expression could escape her, if she chose to look. More or less. I want half an hour's rest. I don't wonder. You've had everything to see to. Clara's voice was delicately sympathetic. Henrietta unbent. A secretary's work isn't showy, Miss Hartill, but it's necessary, and any happening that's out of the common doubles it. The correspondence over this unhappy affair alone. I know. Of course, at Miss Marsham's age. It all falls on me. People don't realize that. The extra work is enormous. Miss Marsham depends on me so entirely, of course. Yes, yes, murmured Clare appreciatively. Henrietta played with her papers. I feel the responsibility very strongly, she said abruptly, but her tone was confidential. Clare nodded. Yet, of course, as far as nominal responsibility goes, I am not the head of the school. I cannot be held responsible. Any oversight. Clare nodded. Oh, Miss Vickers, you merely carry out instructions like the rest of us. She hesitated imperceptibly. Officially, she added slowly. Henrietta looked relieved. I am so glad you see what I mean. Oh, I do entirely, Clare assured her grimly. I'm not heartless, said Henrietta suddenly, flushing. Her tone justified herself against unuttered criticism. And the poor child's death was as much a shock to me as to anyone. But I was not fond of her, as you were, for instance. Clare's pose never altered. I was very proud of her, she said gently. I thought her an exceptional child. But, as Miss Durand said to me only a few days ago, I didn't really know her. Not, at least, as she did. Alwynne, I know, thinks we have lost a genius. But you're right. It was a shock to me, a terrible shock. It was that to everybody naturally. But in a way it's curious, said Henrietta meditatively, how much we all feel it, how oppressively, at least, for I don't think anyone was very fond of Louise. Oh, Miss Durand was deeply attached to her, Clare protested, her beautiful voice low with emotion. Yes, of course. Oh, I've noticed that. Clare's unusual accessibility made Henrietta anxious to agree. Also, though she had noticed nothing unusual, she did not wish to appear lacking in penetration. She recalled Alwynne's haggard face. recollected how much she had had to do with the child, and decided that Clare was probably right. But except for her, she went on, and your interest in her. I never had such a pupil, said Clare calmly. Industrious, original. Oh, I shall miss her, I know. But you're right, she was not popular. Yet everybody feels her death, among ourselves, I mean, to an extraordinary degree. After all, an accident is only an accident, however dreadful. But there's a sort of oppression on us, a kind of fear. Do you know what I mean? I think we all feel it. It draws us together in a curious way. The tie of common funk, rapped out Clare, forgetting her role. Henrietta stiffened. I don't think it is an occasion for slang, she said. The child's not buried yet. Clare bit back a flippancy. I thought you would realize, continued Henrietta severely, that the situation is trying for us all. Of course I do, Clare hastened to soothe her. But seriously, Miss Vickers, I do not think you need to be anxious. The inquest, oh, a painful ordeal if you like. But you at least can have no reason to reproach yourself. Henrietta relaxed again. No, as I say, I'm not the head of the school. I'm not responsible for regulations, only for carrying them out, and accidents will happen. I only hope, said Clare, as if to herself, that it will be considered an accident. Henrietta stared. But Miss Hartill, of course it was an accident. Clare looked at her wistfully. Yes, it was, wasn't it? Yes, of course. It must have been an accident. Her tone dismissed the matter. But Henrietta was on the alert. Her own anxieties had been skillfully allayed. Her mind was recovering poise. She nosed a mystery, and her reviving sense of importance insisted on sharing the knowledge of it. Miss Hartill, you are not suggesting? Her tone invited confidence. Clare gave a little natural laugh. Oh, my dear woman, I'm all nerves just at present. Of course I'm not suggesting anything. One gets absurd ideas into one's head. I'm only too relieved to hear you laugh at me. Your common sense is always a real support to me, you know. I've grown to depend on it all these years. I'm afraid I've got into the way of taking it too much for granted. She gave a charming little deprecatory shrug. Henrietta flushed. She felt herself warming unaccountably to Clare Hartill. She wondered why she had never before taken the trouble to draw her out. She was evidently a woman of heart as well as brain. She felt vaguely that she must constantly have been unjust to her, but these sensations only whetted her eager curiosity. She pulled in her chair to the hearth. But what ideas, Miss Hartill? If you will tell me, I should be the last person to laugh. I have far too much respect for... I wish you would tell me what is worrying you. Does anything make you think it was not an accident? Clare was the picture of reluctance. Impressions, vague ideas. Is it fair to formulate them? Even if Louise were unbalanced. But, of course, I did not see much of her out of class. I confess I thought her manner strained at times. But I teach. I have nothing to do with the supervision of the younger children. That is Miss Durand's business, remarked Henrietta crisply. Oh, but if she had noticed anything, began Clare, then, lamely, obviously she didn't. It was her business to. She should have reported to me. Why, she coached Louise, didn't she? Of course, if Louise had really overworked, badly, reflected Clare, with the distressed air of one on whom unwelcome ideas are dawning. One hears of cases, in Germany, but it's impossible. Henrietta looked genuinely shocked, but none the less she was excited. She failed in that exam, she adduced. Yes, Miss Durand coached her for that, you know. Poor Miss Durand! How she slaved over her! She was dreadfully disappointed, said Clare indulgently. Of course, she let her overdo herself, cried Henrietta triumphantly. But you coached her too. Didn't you notice either? I coached the whole class. You know how busy I am. I'm afraid I left Louise a good deal to Alwynne, said Clare regretfully. But she's supposed to be grown up. An asset to the school, according to Miss Marsham, said Henrietta tartly. But, I must say, If she couldn't see that the child was doing too much, she's not fit to teach." "Oh, my dear," cried Clare, distressed. "You mustn't say such things. You've no idea how conscientious Alwynne is. She may have worked Louise too hard, but with the best intentions. She would be heartbroken if you suggested it." "Oh, you are always very lenient to Miss Durand," began Henrietta, with a touch of jealousy. "Ah, she's so young, so full of the zeal of youth. Besides, I'm very fond of her." Clare's smile took Henrietta into her confidence, confessed to an amiable weakness. Henrietta brooded. "Oh, Miss Hartill, you talk of my common sense. I wish you could see Miss Durand from my point of view for a moment." She eyed Clare attentive and plastic in her shadows, and took courage. "This appalling possibility," Clare deprecated. "Oh, but it seems terribly probable to me, only carries on my idea of Miss Durand. She is so ignorant, so inexperienced, so undisciplined. She cannot possibly have a good influence on young children." "She is my friend," Clare reminded her with gentle dignity. "And if your suspicions are correct, if Louise's death were not accidental, if it had anything to do with her state of mind, if it were the effect of overwork, I must consider Miss Durand in some measure responsible. I feel that Miss Marsham should be told." Clare shook her head, her solemn, candid eyes abashed Henrietta. "Miss Vickers, we are speaking in confidence. I should never forgive myself if anything I've said to you were repeated." Of course," Henrietta appeased her hastily. "But I've had my own suspicions, for a long time, I assure you. I've not been blind, and I might feel it my duty, on my account, you understand. After all, Miss Marsham depends on me implicitly, to speak to her, for the sake of the school." Clare considered. "That, of course, I can't prevent. But, Miss Vickers, forgive me, but don't let your sense of responsibility make you unfair. And for heaven's sake, don't let my vague uneasiness, it's really nothing more, affect your judgment. We may both be utterly mistaken. I am sure the result of the inquest will prove us mistaken after all. It will be found to have been an accident." Henrietta closed her lips obstinately. Clare rose in her place. "It was an accident," she cried passionately. "In my heart, I am sure. I wish I'd never said anything to you. I'd no right to be suspicious. Think of what Miss Durand's feelings would be if she realized—" She flung out her hands appealingly. "Oh, we're two overwrought women, aren't we? Sitting in the dusk and scaring ourselves with boogies. It was an accident, Miss Vickers, a tragic accident. Make yourself think so. Make me think so, too." Her beautiful eyes implored comfort. Henrietta, quite touched, patted her awkwardly on the arm. She enjoyed her transient superiority. Of course, we'll try to think so. Now you must go home. You are quite overwrought. It will be a trying day for us all tomorrow. I shall go to bed early, too. Won't you go home now?" Clare nodded, mute, grateful. She went to her peg and took down her hat and jacket. "Have you finished with Miss Durand? She was going home with me." "Oh, Miss Durand!" Henrietta's tone grew crisper. "Yes, of course. I'll see if she has done. I'll send her to you. And you mustn't let yourself worry, Miss Hartill. Leave it all to me. These things are more my province." "Good night," said Henrietta cordially. She left the room. Clare, pinning on her hat, stared critically at herself in the inadequate mirror. "I think," she said confidentially, "we did that rather well." She smiled. The cynical lips smiled back at her. "You beast!" cried Clare, with sudden passion. "You beast! You beast!" She was still staring at herself when Alwynne came for her. End of chapter 25. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 26 of Regiment of Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Regiment of Women by Clemence DANE, Chapter 26. Clare Hartill's precautions proved to be unnecessary as the alarms of her colleagues. The inquest was a formal and quickly concluded affair, and the only corollary to the verdict of accidental death was an expression of sympathy with all concerned. Whereon, there being no further cause for the detaining of Louise Denny above ground, she was elegantly and expeditiously buried. The whole school attended the funeral. The Flowers required a second carriage, and for the first time in his life, Mr. Denny was genuinely proud of his daughter. He did not believe that his own death could have extracted more lavish tributes from the purses of his acquaintances. Clare Hartill, writing a card for her wreath of incredible orchids, did not regret her extravagance. After all, one must keep up one's position. There would certainly not be such another wreath in the churchyard. How Louise would have exclaimed over it! Poor child! It was all one could do for her now. Clare hesitated, pen arrested, with deepest sympathy. It was not necessary to write anything more. Her name was printed already. But Louise would have liked a message. After all, she had been very proud of Louise. She reversed the card and wrote, almost illegibly, in a corner, Louise, with love, C.H. She paused, lips pursed. Sentimental, perhaps? Possibly, but let it go. Hastily she impaled her card on its attendant pen and thrust it, print upward, among the flowers. The message was for Louise. No one else need see it. Alwynne, too, sent flowers, but as usual she had spent all but a fraction of her salary. 7 and 6 does not make a show, even if the garland be homemade. The shabby wreath was forgotten among the crowd of hothouse blooms. It lay in a corner till the day after the funeral. Then the housemaid threw it away. So Louise had no message from Alwynne. By the end of a fortnight, Louise was barely a memory in the school. A month had obliterated her entirely. Yet her short career and sudden death had its influence on school and individual alike. Miss Marsham had had her lesson. She began to make her preliminary preparations for giving up her headmistressship and selling her interest in the school, though it was the following spring before she began to negotiate definitely with Clare, on whom her choice had finally fallen. She would not be hurried. She would not appear anxious to settle her affairs, but she had determined, between regret and relief, that the next summer should be the last of her reign. Henrietta, though her anxieties were abated by the turn affairs had taken, was still doubtful whether Miss Marsham were as blindly reliant upon her as usual. But, though feeling her position still somewhat insecure, her spirits had risen, and her natural love of interference had risen with them. She could not forget her conversation with Miss Hartill. An amazing conversation, a conversation teeming with suggestions and possibilities. Of course, Miss Hartill had had no idea, poor distracted woman, of how skillfully Henrietta had drawn her out. Henrietta felt pleased with herself. Without once referring to Miss Hartill, she could follow out her own plans as far as Miss Durand was concerned. Later, Miss Hartill might remember that apparently innocent conversation and realize that Henrietta had stolen a march on her. Yet, though she might be loyally angry, for her friend's sake, she could not do anything to cross Henrietta's arrangements, could not wish to do anything, because essentially, if reluctantly, she had approved them, had recognized that it was time to curtail Miss Durand's activities. Henrietta felt virtuous. Miss Durand had brought it on herself. She wished her no harm, but it was right that Marsham should realize how far she was from an ideal schoolmistress. She had been engaged as scholastic maid of all work, yet in a few terms she had become second only to Miss Hartill herself. It was not fit. Let her go back to her beginnings. She, Henrietta, had only to open Miss Marsham's eyes, but to that end there must be evidence. For the rest of the term, patient and peering as a rag-picker, she went about collecting her evidence. Clare did not give another thought to her conversation with the gimlet-eyed secretary. It had served its purpose, had been a barrier between herself and the possibility of attack, had given her a feeling of security. She perceived, nevertheless, that her transient affability had made Henrietta violently her adherent. Clare was resigned to knowing that the change of face would be temporary. She could not allow a parading of herself as an intimate, and thither, she shrewdly suspected, would Henrietta's amenities lead. But she found it amusing to be gracious as long as no more was expected of her. She did not like Henrietta one whit the better, felt herself, indeed, degraded by the expedient to which she had resorted, and fiercely despised her tool. Henrietta should be given rope, might attack Alwynne unhindered. Nevertheless, she should hang herself at the last. Clare would ensure that. Once, Henrietta had called her a cat. Oh, she had heard of it! Well, for the present, she would purr to Henrietta, blank-eyed, claws sheathed. Let her serve her turn. But Clare, beneath her schemes and jealousies, was, nevertheless, deeply and sincerely unhappy. The removal of the entirely selfish and cold-blooded panic that had been upon her since Louise's death left her free to entertain deeper and sincerer feelings. She thought of Louise incessantly, with a growing feeling of regret and responsibility. She hated responsibility, though she loved authority. She had always shut her eyes to the effects of her caprices. But the more she thought of Louise, the more insistent grew her qualms. That the child was dead of its own will, she never doubted, but she fought desperately against the suggestion that her own conduct could have affected its state of mind, was ready to accept the most preposterous premise, whose ensuring chain of reasoning could acquit her. But nobody having accused her, no ingenuity of herself or another, could, for the time being, acquit her. She was merely a prey to her own intangible uneasiness, yet it needed but a key to set the whole machinery of her conscience in motion against her. The key was to be found. The term was drawing to an end, and Alwynne, rounding off her special classes and generally making up arrears, was proportionately busy. She still spent her weekends with Clare, but she brought her work along with her. She had her corner of the table, and Clare her desk, and the two would work till the small hours. But by the last Sunday evening, Clare's piles of reports and examination papers had disappeared, and she was free to lie at ease on her sofa and to laugh at Alwynne, still immersed in exercise books, and tantalize her with airy plans for the long, delicious holidays. It had been, in spite of the season, a day of rain and cold winds. The skies had cleared at the sunset, with its red promise of fine weather once more, but the remnant of a fire still smoldered on the hearth. Alwynne was flushed with the interest of her work, but ever and again Clare shivered and pulled the quilted soft wrap more closely about her. She wished that Alwynne would be quick. Surely Alwynne could finish off her work some other time. It wouldn't hurt her to get up early for once, for that matter. She was bored. She was dull. She wanted amusement. She wanted Alwynne, and attention and affection, and a little butterfly kiss or two. Alwynne ought to be awake to the fact that she was wanted. She watched her, between fretfulness and affection, aesthetically appreciative of the big young body in the lavender frock, and the crown of shining hair, pleased with her property, intensely impatient of its interest in anything but herself. "Alwynne?" There was a hint of neglect in her voice. Alwynne beamed, but her eyes were abstracted. "Only another half-hour, Clare. I must just finish these. You don't mind, do you?" "I? Mind?" Clare laughed elaborately. She picked up a book, and there was silence once more. Leaves fluttered and a pen scraped. The light began to fade. Suddenly, Alwynne gave a smothered exclamation. Clare looked up and pulled herself upright, angry enough. "Alwynne, your carelessness! You've dropped your wet pen on my carpet. It's too bad!" Alwynne groped hastily beneath the table, but even the prolonged stooping had not brought back the color to her cheek as she replaced her pen on the stand. "I'm sorry. I was startled. It hasn't marked it. Clare, just listen to this." "What have you got hold of?" demanded Clare irritably. She disliked spots and spillings and mess, as Alwynne might know. "It's Louise's composition book. I always wondered where it had got to when I cleared out her desk. It must have lain about and got collected in with the rest yesterday." "Well?" said Clare, with a show of indifference. Here's that essay on King John and his times. Do you remember? You gave it to them to do just before the play. It's not corrected. Not finished." She hesitated. "Clare, it's rather queer." "Is it any good?" said Clare meditatively. "What for?" "The school magazine. We're short of copy. The child wrote well, but I suppose it wouldn't do to use it, though I don't see why not." Suddenly Alwynne began to read aloud. Another way by which King John got money from the Jews was by threatening them with torture. He was all-powerful. He could draw their teeth, tooth by tooth, twist their thumbs, or leave them to rot in dark, silent prisons. They could not do anything against him. If he could not force them to yield up their treasure, he would have them burned, or cause them to be pressed to death. This is a horrible torture. I read about a woman who was killed in this way in the 100 Best Books, and there was a man in good King Charles's day whom they killed like this. It is the worst death of any. They tie you down, so that you cannot move at all, and there is a slab of stone that hangs a little above you. This sinks very slowly, so that all the first day you just lie and stare at it and wonder if it really moves. People come and give you food and laugh at you. You are scarcely afraid, because it moves so little and you think nobody could be really so cruel and hurt you so horribly, and that you will be saved somehow. But all the time the stone is sinking, sinking, and the day goes by and the night comes and they leave you alone. And perhaps you go to sleep at last. You are horribly tired, because of the weeks of fear that are behind you. Perhaps you dream. You dream you are free and people love you, and you have done nothing wrong and you are frightfully happy, and the one you love most kisses your forehead. But then the kiss grows so cold that you shrink away, only you cannot, and it presses you harder and harder, and you wake up and it is the stone. It is the sinking stone that is pressing you to death, and you cannot move, and you shriek and shriek for help within your gagged mouth, and no one comes, and always the stone is pressing you, pressing you, pressing you. Clare caught the exercise book from Alwynne's hand and thrust it into the heart of the half-dead fire. It lay unlighted, charring and smoldering. The unformed handwriting stood out very clearly. Clare caught at a matchbox and tore it open. The matches showered out over her hand onto the rug and grate. She struck one after another, breaking them before they could light. Silently, Alwynne took the box from her shaking fingers, lit a match, and held it to the twisting papers. A thin little flame flickered up, overran them eagerly, wavered a second, and died with a faint whistling sigh. "Did you hear that? Did you see that?" Clare knelt upright on the hearth. She held up her forefinger. "Listen! Like a voice, like a child's voice, a child sighing. Light the candles, light all the candles. I want light everywhere, no room for any shadow." But as Alwynne moved obediently, she caught at her hand. "Alwynne, stay with me. Don't go into another room. Alwynne, I'm frightened of my thoughts." Alwynne put her hand shyly on her shoulders, talking at random. "Clare, dear, do get up. Come on to the sofa. You mustn't kneel there. You'll strain yourself. I always get tired kneeling in church. It makes one's heart ache." Clare would not move. "Don't you think my heart aches?" she said. "Don't you think it aches all day? You're young. You're cold. You can sit there reading, with a ghost at your shoulder." An undecipherable expression flashed across Alwynne's face. It came but to go, and Clare, absorbed in her own passion, saw nothing. "It's Louise!" she cried, between sincerity and histrionics. "Calling to someone. Calling from her grave. They call it an accident, like fools. Oh, can't you hear? She died because she was forced. She's complaining. I tell you it's nothing to do with me. It wasn't my fault." She flung her arms about Alwynne's waist and clutched her convulsively. She was sincere enough at last. "Alwynne, say it was not my fault." Alwynne sank to her knees beside her and held her close. They clung to each other like scared children. But Clare's abandonment awoke all Alwynne's protective instincts. She crushed down whatever emotions had hollowed her eyes and whitened her cheeks in the last long weeks, and addressed herself to quieting Clare. Clare, stepped off her pedestal, unpoised, clinging helplessly, was a new experience. In the face of it, she felt herself childish, inadequate. But Clare was in trouble and needed her. The very marvel of it steadied. All her love for Clare rose within her, overflowed her like a warm tide. By sheer strength, she pulled Clare into a chair and dropped onto the floor beside her, face upturned, talking fast and eagerly. "You're not to talk like that. Of course it's not your fault. If anything could be your fault. Clare, darling, don't look like that. You must lean back and rest. You're just tired, you know. We've talked of it so often. You know it was an accident. Why can't you believe it if everyone else does?" "Do you?" said Clare intently. Alwynne's eyes met hers defiantly. "I do. Of course I do. It's wicked to torment yourself. But if I didn't, if the poor baby was overtired and overworked, is it your fault? You only saw her in class at the last. You couldn't help it if the exams and the play were suddenly too much. If something snapped." "You see, you do think so," said Clare bitterly. "I've always known you did." "Well, think what you like. What do I care?" She put up her clenched hands and rubbed and kneaded at her dry, aching eyes. Alwynne watched her, desperately. Here was her lady wanting comfort, and she had found none. She racked her brains as the sluggish minutes passed. Clare's hands dropped at last. She met Alwynne's anxious gaze and laughed harshly. "Well, the verdict? That I was a brute to Louise, I suppose?" Alwynne looked at her wistfully. "Clare, I do love you so." Clare stiffened. "Then I warn you, stop. I'm not good for you. I hurt people who love me. You always pestered me about hurting Louise. You needn't protest. You always did. And now you lay her death at my door. I see it in your face. Can't I read you like a book? Can't I? Can't I?" Her face was distorted by the conflict within her. Alwynne's simplicity was convinced. Here, she felt, was tragedy. Awe and pity tore at her sense of reality. Love loosened her tongue. Her words rushed forth in a torrent of incoherent argument. She was so eager that her fallacies had power to convince herself, much more Clare. "Clare, I won't have it. You don't know what you say. What is this mad idea you've got? What would poor Louise think if she heard? Why, she adored you. And you were kind, always kind. Only when you thought it better for her were you strict. It's folly to torment yourself. If you do, what about me?" "You?" Clare's eyes glinted suddenly. "Me? If you are to blame, how much more I? Oh, don't you see?" Alwynne's face grew rapt. Here was inspiration. Her path grew suddenly clear. "Clare, don't you see? If she did—" She paused imperceptibly. "I ought to have seen what was coming. I knew her so much better than you." Clare repressed a denial. "Oh, darling, you mustn't worry. It's my responsibility. Try and think. At the play, for instance. Did you think her manner strained? No, of course you didn't. But I did. I thought at the time it had all been too much for her. I did notice. I did. I thought, that child will get brain fever if we're not careful. I meant to speak to Elsbeth. I meant to speak to you. Oh, I'd noticed before, only I was busy and lazy and put it off. She was unhappy at failing. I knew. I wanted to tell you that I know how much it meant to her. And I didn't. I was afraid." She broke off abruptly. Her eloquence ended as suddenly as it had begun. But she had succeeded in her desire. Clare was recovering poise, would soon have herself all the more rigidly in control for her recent collapse. She stiffened as she spoke. "Afraid of whom?" "I mean I was afraid all along of what might happen," Alwynne concluded lamely. "You see, it was my fault?" There was an odd half-query in her voice. If you noticed so much and never tried to warn me, you are certainly to blame." Claire's voice was full of reluctant conviction. "I can't remember that you tried very hard." "Oh, Claire," began Alwynne. Their eyes met. Claire's face was hard and impassive, all trace of emotion gone. Her eyes challenged. Alwynne's lids dropped as she finished her sentence. "That is, no, I didn't try very hard." "And why not?" Inconceivably, an answer suggested itself to Alwynne, an unutterable iconoclasm. Her mind edged away from it horrified, and in an instant it was not. But it had been. "I don't know," she stammered. "You realize the responsibility you incurred?" Claire went on. "I didn't. No, never," Alwynne supplicated her. "You do now?" "Oh, yes," she said despairingly. She rejoiced that Claire could believe and be comforted, but it hurt her that she believed so easily. It alarmed her, too, made her, knowing her own motives, yet doubt herself. She felt trapped. "I'm sorry you told me," said Claire abruptly. They sat a moment in silence. A ray from the dying sun illuminated their faces. In Alwynne, an innocent air of triumph fought with distress, and a growing uneasiness. Claire was expressionless. Claire put up her hand to shelter herself, and her face was scarcely visible as she went on. She spoke softly. "My dear, I can't say I'm not relieved. I feel exonerated, completely. Yet I wish you hadn't told me. I'd have rather thought it was my fault than known it." "Mine," said Alwynne huskily. Claire bent towards her, tender, gracious, yet subtly aloof. Confessor, not friend. "Oh, Alwynne! Why will you always be so sure of yourself? Why not have come to me for advice as you used to? What are we elder folk for? I love your impetuosity, your self-reliance, and I believe, I shall always believe, that you wanted to spare me trouble and worry. I know you, but you're not all enough, Alwynne, to decide everything for yourself. You won't believe it, I suppose. Oh, I was just the same. But doesn't all this dreadful business show you? A few words, and Louise might have been with us now. Of course you acted for the best, but there, my dear, there," for her beautiful, pitiful voice had played too exquisitely on Alwynne's nerves, and the girl was sobbing helplessly. And Claire was very kind to Alwynne and let her cry in peace. And when she was tired of watching her, she braced her with deft praises of courage and self-control. Self-control appealed very strongly to Claire, Alwynne knew. While she dried her eyes, Claire whispered to her that the past was past, and that one couldn't repair one's mistakes by dwelling on them. Let devotion to the living blot out a debt to the dead. She must try and forget. Claire would help her. Claire would try to forget, too. They would never speak of it again. Never by word or look would Claire refer to it. It should be blotted out and forgotten. And after a discreet interval, when there was no chance of big, irrepressible tears dropping into the gravy or salting the butter, Claire thought she would like her supper. She made quite a hearty meal, and Alwynne crumbled bread and drank thirstily, and watched her with humble, adoring eyes. Claire, in soft undertones, was delicately amusing, full of dainty quips that coaxed Alwynne gently back to smiles and naturalness. She spared no pains, and sent Alwynne home at last, with, metaphorically speaking, her blessing. But Alwynne stooped as she walked, as though she carried a burden. End of chapter 26, recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 27 of Regiment of Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Regiment of Women by Clemence DANE, Chapter 27. The summer holidays came and went, 8 cloudless weeks of them. Claire loved the sun, was well content to be out, day after day, cushioned and replete, on the sunniest strip of sand in the sunniest corner of a parched and gasping England. She found it wonderfully soothing to listen with shut eyes to the purr of the sea and the distant cries of gulls and children, with Alwynne to fan her and shade her, and clamber up and down 200 feet of Radclyffe for her when the corkscrew was forgotten, or the salt, or Clare's bathing dress, or a half-read magazine. Clare grew brown and plump as the drowsy days went by. Alwynne grew brown, too, but she certainly did not grow plumper. But then the heat never suited Alwynne. She had often said so, as she reminded Elsbeth. For, when Alwynne came back to her for the 3 weeks at home that she had persuaded Clare would do to Elsbeth, Elsbeth was difficult to satisfy. Elsbeth was inclined to be indignant. What sort of a holiday had it been, if Alwynne could come back so thin and tired and colorless under her tan? What had Miss Hartill been about to allow it? But Alwynne's account of their pleasant, lazy days was certainly appeasing. It must have been the heat. Not even the most suspicious of aunts could conscientiously suspect Clare of having anything to do with it. Wait till September came, with its cooling skies. Alwynne would be better then. In the meantime, Elsbeth tried what care and cookery and coddling could do, and Alwynne submitted more patiently than usual. Alwynne, indeed, was unusually gentle with Elsbeth in the 3 weeks they spent together before the autumn term began. She was always good to Elsbeth, considerate of her bodily comforts, lovingly demonstrative. But Clare had taught Alwynne very carefully that she was growing up at last, becoming financially and morally independent, free to lead her own life, that if she stayed with Elsbeth it was by favor, not by duty. And Alwynne, immensely flattered by the picture of herself as a woman of the world, had lived up to it with her usual drastic enthusiasm. Elsbeth, not unused to disillusionment and hopes deferred, could sigh and smile and acquiesce, knowing it for the phase that it was and forgiving Alwynne in advance. But Clare, who owed her neither gratitude nor duty, she never forgave. She was a very human woman, for all her saintliness. She got her reward that summer, when Alwynne came back, quieted, grave, very tender with Elsbeth, clinging to her sometimes as if she were nearer 9 than 19. But Elsbeth was fated never to have her happiness untainted. She was haunted by the conviction that Alwynne's subduement was not natural. Her pleasure in being with her aunt was so obvious that Elsbeth was worried, and knowing how infallibly Alwynne turned to her in any trouble, she expected revelations. But none came, only the manner was there that always accompanied them. Yet something was wrong, a quarrel with Clare Hartill. But Alwynne, delicately questioned, chattered happily enough of their holiday, and there were frequent letters. She was over-anxious, too, to protest that she was perfectly well, and, in proof, exhausted herself in unnecessary housework. But she continued restless and abstracted, jumped absurdly at any sudden noise, and followed Elsbeth about like a homeless dog. And she had contracted an odd habit of coming late at night into Elsbeth's room, trailing blankets and a pillow under her arm to beg to sleep on Elsbeth's sofa. Just this once. She would laugh at herself and pull Elsbeth's face down to her for a kiss, but she never gave any good reason for her whim. But she came so often that Elsbeth had a bed made up for her at last, and she slept there all the holidays, or lay awake. Elsbeth suspected that she lay awake 2 nights out of 3. With the autumn term, Alwynne seemed to rouse herself, and flung herself into her work with her usual energy. Elsbeth saw less of her. The school claimed all her days, and Clare the bulk of her evenings. She had moved back into her own room again, and Elsbeth, her door ajar, would lie and watch the crack of light across the passage and grieve over her darling's sleeplessness and the shocking waste of electric light. She wondered if the girl were working too hard. Could that be at the root of the matter? She grew so anxious that she could even consult Clara on one of the latter's rare and formal calls. "I am so glad to see you. Alwynne is changing. She'll be down in a minute. I made her lie down. Miss Hartill, I'm very distressed about the child. Do you think she looks well?" Clare, less staccato than usual, certainly didn't think so. "So thin. She's growing so dreadfully thin. Her neck. You should see her neck. Salt cellars, literally. And she had such a beautiful neck. But you've never seen her in evening dress." Yes, Clara had seen her. And so white and listless. I don't know what to make of her. I don't know what to do." Clare, with unusual gentleness, would not advise Elsbeth to worry herself. Possibly Alwynne was doing a little too much. Clare would make inquiries. But she was sure that Elsbeth was over-anxious. But Elsbeth was not to be comforted. She nodded to the open door. "Look at her now, dragging across the hall." But Alwynne, in her gay frock, cheeks, at sight of Clare, suddenly aflame, did not look as if there were much amiss. She was thinner, of course. Elsbeth, however, had made Clare uneasy. She attacked Alwynne on the following day. "Your aunt says you're dying, Alwynne. What's the matter?" "Dear old Elsbeth!" Alwynne laughed lightly. "Is anything wrong?" Clare did not appear to look at her. Nevertheless, she did not miss the slight change in Alwynne's face, as she answered with careful cheeriness. "What should be wrong in this best of all possible?" Clare caught her up. "I'm not a fool, Alwynne. What's the matter?" "I wish you wouldn't discuss me with Elsbeth," said Alwynne uneasily. "I don't like it. I won't have you bothered." "I'm not," said Clare coolly. At the same time, Alwynne braced herself. She knew the tone. "I don't like anyone about me with a secret grief and a pale, courageous smile. I can't stand a martyr." "I'm not." Alwynne was wincing. Then suddenly, "What has Elsbeth been saying? Honestly, I didn't know she'd noticed anything." "What is the matter?" said Clare again, gently enough. "Tell me, silly child." Alwynne shrugged her shoulders. "Nothing. Just life." Clare waited. "I'm sorry if I've been horrid," she paused, "to Elsbeth." Clare opened her eyes. "What about me?" "I'm never horrid to you," said Alwynne with compunction. "That's what's so beastly of me." "Well, upon my word!" cried Clare blankly. "Oh, you know what I mean." Alwynne jumbled her words. "I always want to be nice to you. It's perfectly easy. And then I go home to Elsbeth, the darling, and am grumpy and snappy, and show her all the hateful side of me. Heaven knows why. Only yesterday she said, 'You wouldn't speak to Clare Hartill like that,' in her dear, hurt voice. I felt such a brute." A little smile hovered at the corners of Clare's mouth. "I was always so sorry," said Clare smoothly, "that you couldn't spend Christmas Day with me last year." Alwynne wrinkled her forehead. "What's that got to do?" Clare caught her up. "With your secret griefs? Nothing whatever. You're quite right. But what are they, Alwynne? Who's been worrying you? Have you got too much to do?" "It's not that," said Alwynne unwillingly. "Then what?" "Oh, things." "What things?" "Miss Vigors, for one," Alwynne began. Then she burst out. "Clare, I don't know what I've done to her. She never leaves me alone." Clare stiffened. "Miss Vigors? What has she to say to you? You're responsible to me, after Miss Marsham." "She doesn't seem to think so. It's nag, 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 fuss, fuss, fuss. Are the girls working properly? Am I not neglecting this, or overdoing that? Do I remember that Dolly Brown had measles 3 terms ago? Why is Winifred Hawkins allowed to sit with the light in her eyes? Do I make a habit of keeping so-and-so in? And if so, why so? And Miss Marsham doesn't approve of this, and Miss Marsham evidently doesn't know of that, and my manner is excessively independent, and will I kindly remember? Oh, Clare, it's simply awful. I get no peace. And you know how driven I am, with Miss Hutchins away. You'd think I'd done something awful from the way she treats me, everlastingly spying and hinting." "Hinting what?" Clare's voice was icy. "That's what I can't make out. That's the maddening part of it. Do you think I'm such a failure? Do you think I'm not to be trusted? I get on with the children. They work well. Truly, Clare, I don't know why she dislikes me so. You'd think she was trying to worry me into leaving." "You should have told me before," said Clare curtly, and changed the subject so abruptly that Alwynne feared she was angry, and wished that she had held her tongue. She was right. Clare was angry. Clare had conveniently forgotten her little conversation with Henrietta on that panic-stricken summer day, was naturally surprised and indignant to find it bearing the fruit she had intended it to bear. This was what came of confiding in people, and Henrietta, she had no doubt, would be prepared to give chapter and verse for her surveillance if Clare should directly or indirectly call it in question. Henrietta would appear to have Clare in a cleft stick, and Alwynne was to suffer in consequence. Clare, a great deal fonder of Alwynne than she, or Alwynne, or anyone save Elsbeth guessed, laughed to herself once, softly, and her eyes snapped. "Wait a while, Henrietta. Wait a wee while." Thoughtfully she approached the question of the counter-attack. That was inevitable, a sop to her own conscience. Besides, it would be amusing. It was necessary, however, to decide upon the weapon. It was a small matter, the refusal of a boarder for lack of space, that provided it. Quietly she went to work. For the first time, for her own departments had allowed her energy its outlet, she set herself to disentangle the lines on which the school was run. She found many knots, half-day, half-boarding school, grown from a timid beginning into one of the most flourishing of its kind. It was, indeed, like the 500-year-old town in which it stood, a marvelous compound of ancient custom and modern usage. The Seminary for Young Ladies of the 70s was 3 parts obliterated by the 90s high school regimen, on which, in its turn, was superimposed the cricket and hockey of the 20th century's effemination of the public school system. The whole swollen, patchwork concern held together by the personality of its creator and its own reputation. Clare nodded. It was obvious to her that with the retirement of Miss Marsham, accomplished already in all save name, the school would fall to pieces. A pity. It had a fine past, was a valuable property still. With a vigorous woman at its head, judiciously iconoclastic, no stickler for tradition, it would revive its youth. She herself, for instance, she toyed with the idea. Miss Marsham was looking out for a successor. She herself had been sounded. Should she? She shook her head. Life was very pleasant as it was. She knew that she hated responsibility as much as she liked power. She sat on the school's shoulders at present. As headmistress, the school would sit on hers. No, thank you. She had better uses for her spare time. There were books, idleness, Alwynne. Imagine never having time to play with Alwynne. Nevertheless, it would be fascinating to plan out the reorganization of the school, and carry it out, for that matter. She could do it, she knew. She would get all pat and then have some talks, some suggestive talks, with Miss Marsham. She, Clare, had some little influence, and there was life in the old warhorse yet. Anything that she could be persuaded to believe would benefit her school would have her instant sanction. She would be nominally responsible, of course, and would give Clare, nevertheless, a free hand. And Clare, sweeping clean, would sweep away whatever withstood her. Henrietta would have little energy left for Alwynne when Clare had finished her spring cleaning. For the next few weeks, Clare spent nearly all her spare time at the school. She would stay to supper, and even, on occasion, superintend lights out. She would ask artless questions, and the matron and the young mistresses found her so sympathetic when you really got her to yourself. So sensible, you know, always sees what you mean. Finally, Clare shut herself up for a Saturday and a Sunday with a neat little notebook and drew up plans and made some calculations. Then she went to see Miss Marsham. She went to see Miss Marsham several times. The plan was certainly an excellent one. Miss Marsham could not follow the details very well, but that, of course, would be dear Clare's affair. A great saving, an immense improvement. There would be changes, of course. This idea of separate houses, for instance. It would mean taking extra premises. But Clare was quite right. They were overcrowded, had had to turn away girls. She quite agreed with Clare. She had always preferred boarders herself. One had a freer hand. With a mistress responsible for each house, though, what would there be left for Miss Vickers to do? Yes, she might take over a house, of course, but Miss Marsham paused uneasily. She anticipated trouble with Henrietta. She was justified. Henrietta refused utterly to discuss the suggested alterations. Miss Marsham must excuse her. She had her position. One house, after controlling the entire school's economy? She did not suggest that Miss Marsham could be serious. That was impossible. Miss Marsham was serious? Then there was no more to be said. She said a good deal, however, and at considerable length. Ended, breathless, waspish, leaving her resignation in her principal's hands. Neither she nor Miss Marsham dreamed that it would be accepted. But Clare Hartill, consulted by Miss Marsham, was puzzlingly relieved. Very delicately she congratulated her chief on being extricated from a difficult position, praised Miss Figure's tact, or her sense of fitness. Unusual good sense. People so seldom realize their limitations, unprompted. Poor Miss Figures was certainly no longer young, hardly the woman for a modern house-mistressship. Old-fashioned. In these days of degrees and college training, so much more was expected. And after that affair in the summer, no doubt she had lost confidence in herself. Clare was sure that Miss Figures had appreciated Miss Marsham's forbearance, but of course she must know, in her own heart, that if she had taken proper precautions, it was her business to arrange for a mistress to be on duty, wasn't it? The accident could not have happened. Poor little Louise! Oh, and of course, poor Miss Figures, too! Well, it was for the best, she supposed, and Miss Figures seemed to feel that it was time for her to go. Perhaps it was, but they would all be sorry to lose her. Clare really thought that she would like to get up a presentation from the school. Now what did Miss Marsham consider appropriate? So Henrietta found herself taken at her word. She left, passionately resentful, at the half-term, hoping, at least, to embarrass her employer thereby. But Clare Hartill knew of such a nice, suitable woman, Newnham. Henrietta Vigors was 47 when she left. She had spent youth and prime at the school, and had nothing more to sell. She had neither certificates nor recommendations behind her. She was hampered by her aggressive gentility. Out of a £50 salary she had scraped together £500. Invested daringly, it yielded her £25 a year. She had no friends outside the school. She left none within it. Miss Marsham presented her with a gold watch, decorously inscribed, "The school with a handsomely bound edition of Shakespeare." Heaven knows what became of her. End of chapter 27. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona.
Chapter 28 of Regiment of Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Chad Horner from Ballyclare in County Antrim, Northern Ireland, situated in the northeast of the island of Ireland. Regiment of Women by Clemence DANE. Chapter 28. Said Clare to Elsbeth at their next meeting, "I found out what the trouble was. Henrietta Vigors has been slave driving her. I should have guessed before, but you know that sort of thing can go on in a school unnoticed." "Oh yes," said Elsbeth. Clare shot a suspicious glance at her, but Elsbeth's face was impassive. "But she'll be all right now. Miss Vigors is leaving us at half-term." "So I hear." Their eyes met. Clare flushed faintly. "I couldn't have Alwynne bullied. I know exactly how you feel," said Elsbeth quietly. Then with a direct glance, "Has Miss Vigors got another post?" "I haven't inquired. You're a bad enemy." Elsbeth's tone was quaintly reflective, almost admiring. "But a good friend, I hope." Clare laughed. "I hope so," said Elsbeth doubtfully, and Clare laughed again. It amused her to cross swords with Elsbeth. At times she felt that had it not been for Alwynne, that bone of contention, she could have killed her. "You can't be one without the other," she instructed her. "I don't pretend to be a saint, and you'll see how much better Alwynne will be next term." But the spring term came and Alwynne was no better. She flagged like a transplanted tree. She went about her business as usual, but even Clare, not too willing to acknowledge what interfered with her scheme of things, realized that her efficiency was laborious, that her high spirits were forced, her comicalities not spontaneous, that she was in fact not herself but merely an elaborate imitation. But where Elsbeth grew anxious, Clare grew irritated. She spied a mystery. Some obscure yet powerful instinct prevented her from probing it, but she was none the less piqued at being left in the dark. It annoyed her too that Alwynne should be obviously and daily losing her health and good looks. Clare required above all vitality in her associates. It had been, in her eyes, one of Alwynne's most attractive characteristics. This changing Alwynne, whitened, quieted, submissive, the sparkle gone from her eyes and the snap from her tongue, was less to her taste. Alwynne, very conscious of her shortcomings and of Clare's irritation at them, grew daily more nervously propitiatory. Ever a fatal attitude to Clare, it roused the petty tyrant in her. There were jarrings, misunderstandings, exhausting scenes and more exhausting reconciliations, yet the two were always together, Clare viciously adroit, as she grew in those days in piercing the armour of Alwynne's peace, exacted nevertheless her incessant service, and never had Alwynne so strained every nerve to please her. Elsbeth, guessing at the situation, could give thanks when influenza, sweeping over the skull, claimed Alwynne as its earliest victim. Her turn had come. She nursed Alwynne through the attack, prolonged her convalescence, excluded all inquirers, censored messages and letters. When Alwynne grew better and talked, restless yet unwilling of fixing the date of her return, Elsbeth, lips firmly set, went out one afternoon to pay a call upon Miss Marsham, and returning sat down to write a letter. She busied herself for the rest of that day and all the next over Alwynne's wardrobe, mending and pressing and freshing. Alwynne protested. "Elsbeth dear, do leave my things alone. I'll mend them some time, honestly. They're all right. I wish you wouldn't fuss." But Elsbeth fussed placidly on. In the evening came letters for both of them. Alwynne read hers hurriedly. "Elsbeth, it's from Clare. She wants to know why I'm not coming back. What does she mean? Of course I'm coming back. Mademoiselle Charette is all ready, and she was ill after I was." Elsbeth sniffed. "She was only in bed 2 days. Miss Marsham said so. You're not going back this term, Alwynne. I've seen Miss Marsham myself. I told her what the doctor said. I've arranged things. She agrees with me. You're not fit to. It's only a month to end of term. They can manage. You've simply got to have a change. So I wrote to Dean, to the Lumsdens, and Alicia's answer has just come. They're delighted to have you. I knew they would be, of course. They have asked us so often. Such a lovely place. Now, my dear, be a sensible child and don't argue, because I've made up my mind. It'll do you good to get away." For in Alwynne's face astonishment had been succeeded by indignation. Elsbeth prepared herself resignedly to face a storm of protest, if not a blank refusal, to be arranged for as if she were a child. Unconsulted, Clare, the school, the coaching, leaving Elsbeth alone, Dean, utter strangers, perfectly well, simply ridiculous. Elsbeth saw it all coming. "My dear Elsbeth, what a preposterous—" began Alwynne. Then the weakness of convalescence swamped her. She sank back in her chair. "Perhaps it will," said Alwynne wearily. "All right, Elsbeth. I'll go if you want me to. Anyway, I don't much care." End of chapter 28.
Chapter 29 of Regiment of Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Lynette Caulkins, Monument, Colorado. Regiment of Women by Clemence DANE. Chapter 29. A week later, Alwynne was sitting in a diminutive go-kart drawn by a large pony and driven by a large lady with a wide smile and bulgy knees, with which, as the little cart jolted over the stony road, she unconsciously nudged Alwynne, imparting an air of sly familiarity to her pleasant, formal talk. This, Alwynne supposed, was Alicia. She liked her fat, kind face, her comfortable rotundity, and her sweet voice. She liked her cool disregard of her own comical appearance, wedged in among portmanteau and Alwynne and a basket of market produce, with an old sun hat tied bonnet fashion to shade her eyes, and her scarf ends fluttering madly as she thwacked and tugged at the iron-mouthed pony. She was more than middle-aged, a woman of flopping draperies and haphazard hookings and scatterbrained grey locks that had been a fringe in the days of fringes. She moved, as Alwynne noticed later, like a hurried cow, and tripped continually over her long skirts. Yet, in spite of her ramshackle exterior, She was not ridiculous. The goodmen and stray children they encountered greeted her with obvious respect. Alwynne, comparing the keen eyes and their cheerful crow's feet with the chin, firm enough in its cushion of fat, guessed her the ruling spirit of the Dean household, and wondered why she had not married a vicar. But Alicia, though Alwynne listened politely to her flow of talk and answered prettily when she must, did not long occupy her attention. She was in her own country again. She loved the country, woods, fields, hedges, and lanes, as she loved no city or sea town of them all. London, Paris, Rome, Swiss mountains, or Italian lakes, she would have given them all for Kent and Hampshire and the Sussex Weald. But Clare would never hear of a country holiday. Alwynne took deep breaths of the clean, kindly air, and wondered to herself that she had taken the proposal of her holiday so dully. She had not realized that she was going into the country. She had not realized anything except that she was tired, and that Elsbeth would not leave her alone. She had shrunk painfully from the idea of meeting strangers, from the exertion of accommodating herself to them. But this good air made one feel alive again. She stared over the pony's ears at the gay spring landscape. "Those are the Dean fields," said Alicia, following her glance. "There are 2 Deans, you know, Dean Village and Dean Fields. There's a couple of miles between them. We are in the hollow where the road dips at the foot of Witch Hill." "Witch Hill?" Alicia flourished her whip at the skyline. The fields were spread over the hillside in sections of chocolate and magenta and silver green, with here and again a party-colored patch where oats and dandelions, pimpernel and sky-blue flax choked and strangled on an ash-heap. From the slopes, Witch Hill lifted a brow of blank white chalk, crowned and draped in woodland, lying against pillows of cloud, for all the world like a hag abed, knees hunched, and patchwork quilt drawn up to ragged eyebrows. Round her neck the road wound like a silver riband, looped, dipped, disappeared for 2 unfenced miles, to flash into view but a parrot's flight away, and swerve with a steep little rush round a house with French windows thatched in yellow jessamine. Alwynne's eyes lit up. What a good name! Who was she before she turned into that? She stopped, flushing. Alicia would think her stupid. Alicia laughed pleasantly. "Do you like fairy tales? You've come to the right place. The countryside's full of them. There's a fairy fort, Roman I suppose, really, and a haunted barn out beyond Dean Compton, besides Witch Hill and the Witch Wood just behind our house. There's a story, of course. I don't know it. You must ask Roger. He's always picking up stories." "Roger?" "My nephew, Roger Lumsden. Hasn't Elsbeth—" "Oh, yes, of course." "He's away just now. Look, now you can see the house properly." "Behind the hill?" Alwynne had caught sight of a group of buildings crowning a secondary slope. No, that's the school, Dean Compton." "A school?" Alwynne screwed up her eyes to look at it. "What a big place. Girls or boys?" "Both." "Oh, a board school." Alwynne's interest flagged. "Scarcely," Alicia laughed. "Haven't you heard of Dean Compton? And you, a schoolmistress?" Alwynne was completely blank. "The thin end of the coeducational wedge. It's unique, or was till a few years ago. There are several now, dotted about England. You ladies' seminaries should be trembling in your shoes." "Boys and girls? What a mad idea! Yes, I believe Clare, I believe I did hear something about it. It's all cranks and simple lifers and socialists, though, isn't it? You'd better come up one day and see. I'll take you." "Why, do you know them?" "I teach there." "You? Oh, I beg your pardon," cried Alwynne strickenly. Alicia laughed. "I'm accustomed to it. Jean will be delighted with an ally. She pretends to disapprove, but Roger and I are generally too much for her." "Is he a master, then?" "Good gracious, no. But he has a lot of friends at the school. He ought to be interested. It's his land, you know. His people lived there for generations, the Lumsdens of Dean Compton." The headmaster has the old school, but the house itself is new. All those buildings you see. No, not those. Alwyn's eyes were caught by a glitter of glass roofs. Those are Roger's houses. He's a gardener, you know. He lives for his bulbs and his manures. The tiny cart rocked as the pony bucketed down the dip of the road and whirled it through the gates and up the short drive. Alwyn clutched the inadequate rail. "He will do it," said Alicia resignedly. "He wants his tea. There's Jean. Mind the door." She pulled up the rocketing pony as the ridiculous little door burst open, and Alwyn and her baggage were precipitated onto the gravel. A little woman ran out from the porch. "Are you hurt? It always does that. I'm always asking Alicia to tell Bryce to take it to be seen to. Alicia, I shall speak to Roger if you don't. My dear, I hope you haven't hurt yourself. That pretty frock. But it will all brush off. And how is Elsbeth, and why didn't you bring her with you? Come in at once and have some tea. Alicia has driven round to the stables. It's Bryce's afternoon off." Jean was a prim little red-haired woman, some years younger than Alicia, with brisk ways and a clacking tongue. She had Alwyn in a chair, had given her tea, deplored her white looks, suggested 3 infallible remedies, recounted their effect on her own constitution and Alicia's and her nephew's, and, digressing easily, was beginning a detailed history of Roger's health since, at the age of 5 or thereabouts, he had come under her care, before Alwyn had had time to realize more than that the room was very cheerful, Jean very talkative, and she herself very, very tired. She could not help being relieved when Alicia returned. Jean, with her neat dress and knowledgeable ways and little air of apologizing for her slapdash elder, should, by all the rules, have been the more reliable of the cousins. Yet Alwyn turned instinctively to Alicia, and Alicia, spread upon a chair, fanning herself cyclonically with her enormous hat, did not fail her. "Jean, the child's as white as a sheet. You can ask about Elsbeth tomorrow, and Roger will keep. Take her up to the room, leave her to unpack and lie down in peace and quiet, and come back and give me my tea. Supper's at 7, Alwyn. Take my advice and have a good rest. There are plenty of books. Oh yes, I know all about your likes and dislikes. Elsbeth's a talker, too, on paper. Jean, if you're not down in 5 minutes, I'll come and fetch you." Alwyn, half an hour later, curled comfortably upon a sofa in front of a blazing fire, with a lazy hour before her and a Copperfield upon her knee, thought that Alicia was a perfect dear. And Jean? Jean, pulling out the sofa, poking the fire, pattering about her like a too intelligent terrier. Jean was a dear, too. They were a couple of comical dears. And the dears was Alwyn's name for them from that day on. End of chapter 29.
Chapter number 30 of Regiment of Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lola, Janie of Virginia. Regiment of Women by Clemence DANE. Chapter 30. Alwynne settled down with an ease that surprised herself. Much as she loved the country, a country life would have bored her to death, Clare had often assured her as a permanent state. But for a few weeks it was certainly delightful. She enjoyed pottering about the garden with Jean and jogging into the village on her own account behind the obstinate pony, who, approving her taste in apples, allowed her to believe that she more or less regulated his direction and pace. She enjoyed the complicated smells of the village store, half post office, half emporium, and the taste of its gargantuan bull's eye. She sent, in the first enthusiasm of discovery, a tinful heaped about with early primroses to Clare, but Clare was not impressed. Clare disapproved strongly of Alwynne's holiday, needed her too much to allow it necessary. Her first letters were a curious mixture, half fretfulness over Alwyn's absence, half assurance of how perfectly well she, Clare, got on without her. Alwynne would have been exquisitely amazed could she have known how eagerly Clare awaited her bi-weekly budget. Alwynne was afraid her letters were dull enough. She apologized constantly. Of course, Clare, this will seem very small beer to you, but little things are important down here. It's all so quiet, you see. I've been perfectly happy this morning because I found a patch of white violets in a clearing, and Jean and Alicia were just as excited when I told them at lunch. And we went off with a tea basket afterwards and dug violet roots for an hour or more, and then spread our macintoshes over a felled trunk and made tea. The ground was sopping, but it was fun. You'd love my cousins. They're as old as Elizabeth, but full of beans, and they've traveled and are interesting. Only they will talk incessantly about this nephew they've got. It's Roger this and Roger that. He seems to rule them with a rod of iron. Can't do wrong. He comes back next week. I rather wonder what he'll be like. The dears make him out a paragon, but I'm expecting a prig myself. There are photographs of him all over the place. He's quite good looking. But before Alwynne could tire of the lanes and village, of gardening with Jean and hints of how Roger stubbed up roots and handled bulbs, Alicia had provided her with a new interest. She remembered her promise one morning and took her up to Danae Compton. Alicia gave Italian lessons twice a week, and from her Alwynne had gleaned many quaint details of the school and its workings. What she heard interested her, though she was prepared to be merely, if indulgently, amused. She looked forward to the visit, if only to get a copy for a letter to Clare. Clare, too, liked to be amused. The gong was clanging for the mid-morning break when Alicia, Alwynne in her wake, led the way into the main building, and waving her airily towards a mound of biscuits, bade her help herself and look about her for a while, because she, Alicia, had got to speak to. She dived into the crowd. Alwynne, thus deserted, stood shyly enough on a roofed corner of the great brick quadrangle, munching a fair imitation of a dog biscuit, and watching the boys and girls who swarmed past her as undisturbed by her presence as if she were invisible. At the boys she smiled indulgently, as she would have smiled at a string of lively terriers, but the girls she was sharply critical. They wore curious, as she thought, hideous serge tunics. She jibbed at their utilitarian plaits, but she conceded a good carriage to most of them and was impressed by a certain pleasant fearlessness of manner. A couple of men, Alicia, and a bright, emphatic woman in a nurse's uniform wandered through the crowd, which made way courteously enough, but seemed otherwise in no degree embarrassed by their propinquity. Alwynne had a sudden memory of Clare's triumphal processions, compared them uneasily with the fashion of these quiet people. She watched a small girl dash panting to the loggia at the opposite side of the quadrangle, where a slight man in disreputable tennis shoes leaned against a shaft and observed the pleasant tumult. There was a moment's earnest consultation, and the small girl darted away again and disappeared down a corridor. The man resumed his former pose, head on one side, smiling a little. Alwynne ventured out of her corner and caught at Alicia as she passed. "Cousin Alice, I like all this. I'm glad you brought me. Who's that?" She nodded towards the man in tennis shoes. The headmaster? Why not? But when Miss Marsham comes in, you can hear a pin drop. Is he nice? Alicia laughed. "I'll introduce you." She did. "Well," said Alicia with a twinkle as they walked home together later, "what did you think of him?" Alwynne flushed, but she laughed too. "Cousin Alice, it was too bad of you. He just said, 'How do you do?' and smiled politely. Then he said nothing at all for 5 minutes. And then he clutched at one of the girls and handed me over to her with another smile, an immensely relieved one, and drifted away. I've never been so snubbed in my life. You're not the first one. So you didn't like him? Oh, I liked him, conceded Alwynne grudgingly. They walked on in silence for a while. What's that? Alwynne pointed to a large gray building halfway down the avenue. The girls' house, Hill Dene. They sleep there and have the needlework classes and housewifery, I believe. Do they have everything else with the boys? Practically. Does it answer? Why not? Girls with brothers and boys with sisters have an advantage over the solitary specimens, everybody knows. This is only extending the principle. Alwynne giggled suddenly. You know that girl he dumped me onto? She was showing me round and we ran into some boys in the gym. I couldn't make out why, but she jolly well sent them flying. Out of hours, I expect. But the coolness of it, Cousin Alice. She was a bit of a thing. The boys were half as high again. But not prefects. Oh, I see, Alwynne meditated. Oh, Cousin Alicia, that girl asked me to go with them next Saturday for a tramp. Over Witch Hill? She and another girl and some boys. Imagine, they're going by themselves, without a master or mistress or anything. Why not? We don't. We crocodile. 2 and 2 and 2 and 2 and 2 and 2. And I trot along at the side and see that they don't take arms. But of course, you can't control the day girls. One of them asked 2 of the boarders out for the day one Sunday. At least her mother did. And we met them after church on the promenade, arm in arm, all 3. I tell you, there was a row. They were locked up in their bedrooms for 3 days, and nobody might speak to them for the rest of the term. Miss Marsham said it was defiance and that they might remember they were ladies. I don't think they want ladies here, said Alicia. They're quite content if they produce gentle women. Your school must be peculiar. Oh, no, said Alwynne, opening her eyes. There are dozens of schools like Utterbridge. I was at 2 myself when I was young. It's this place that's peculiar. It's like nothing I've heard of. I want to explore. He said I could. Yes, I forgot. He did say that I was to come up whenever I liked. And for the next week, Alwynne spent a good half of her days at Dene Compton. She clung at Alicia's skirts at the first, afraid of appearing to intrude. But soon she found that she might go where she would without arousing curiosity or even notice, though boys and girls alike were friendly enough when she spoke to them. Accustomed to her mistress-ship, she was half piqued, half amused to find herself so entirely unimportant. But the great school fascinated her. It was scarce a third larger than her own in point of numbers, but the perfection of its proportions made it impressive. The arrangements for the children's physical well-being reflected the methods employed for their spiritual development. There was an insistence on sunlight and fresh air and space, above all, space. There was no calculation of the legal minimum of cubic feet. Body and mind alike were given room in which to turn, to stretch themselves, to grow. Gradually, she realized that she had been living for years in a rabbit warren. With her discoveries, she filled many sheets of notepaper, but Clare's letters were nicely calculated to divert enthusiasm. Their tone was changing. They allowed Alwynne to guess herself missed. There was in them a hint of appeal, a suggestion of lonely evenings, never a word of Alwynne's doings. Yet, by implication, description of her new friends and their outlook was dismissed as unnecessary. Clare, Alwynne was to realize, would smile pleasantly as she read and think it all rather silly. Elizabeth, so pleased that they are so kind to you at Alicia's school, was more genuinely uninterested. Dene Compton had been the home of a certain John Lumsden for Elizabeth. She did not care for descriptions of his metamorphoses. She wanted to hear about Dene and her cousins and how Alwynne was eating and sleeping, and if Roger Lumsden had come back yet. She asked twice if Roger Lumsden had come back yet, but Alwynne had an annoying habit of leaving her questions unanswered through 8 closely written sheets. It was not only Clare who was very tired of coeducation and Danae Compton, but Elizabeth got her news at last and was satisfied with it as Machiavellis usually are, whose plots are being developed by unconscious and self-willed instruments. Alwynne, who in her spare time had discovered what spring in the country could mean, tucked in the news at the end of an epistle that was purely botanical. And cuckoo pint and primroses and violets. Have you ever seen larches in bud? Oh, Elizabeth, why can't we live in the country? Every collection of buildings bigger than Danae Village ought to be raised by an act of Parliament. I expect the earth hates cities as I hated warts on my hand when I was little. Well, I must stop. Oh, the Lumsden man turned up a day or 2 ago. The dears were in ecstasies as he let himself to be fussed over in the calmest way, as if he had a perfect right to it. I think he's conceited. I don't think you'd like him. He's back for good, apparently, but he won't worry me much. I'm only in at meals. The dears are always busy and let me do as I like, and I either go up to Compton or prowl or take a rug and book into the garden. It's quite hot, although it's barely April, so you needn't worry. The garden is jolly, big and half wild, only Roger is beginning to trim it, the vandal. He's by way of being a gardener, you know. Great on bulbs and roses, I believe. By the way, is he a relation? Even the dears are only very distant cousins, aren't they? Because he will call me Alwynne as if he were. I call it chic. I was very stiff, but he's got a hide like a rhinoceros. When I said Mr. Lumsden, he just grinned. So now I say Roger very markedly whenever he says Alwynne. I can't see what Jean and Alicia see in him, but of course I have to be polite. They are dears, if you like, are giving me a lovely time. I hope you're not very dull, Elizabeth dear. You must try and get out of this lovely weather. Why not have Clare to tea one day? You'd both enjoy it. I heard from her yesterday. Such a jolly letter. Heaps of love from Jean and Alicia, and you know what, a lot from me. Alwynne. P.S. I found these violets today on a bank behind the church. They'll be squashed when you get 'em, but they'll smell still. P.S. The Lumsden man saw me writing and said, would I send you his love, and do you remember him? I told him I'd scarcely heard you mention his name, so it wasn't probable, but he just smiled his superior smile. He reminds me of Mr. Darcy in P&P. I can't say I like him. End of chapter 30.
Chapter 31 of Regiment of Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Asimaru. Mililani, Hawaii, May 2020. Regiment of Women by Clemence DANE. Chapter 31. Roger Lumsden had been home a week. Alwynne, save at meals, had seen little of him, and that little she did not intend to like. There was a memory of a passage of arms at their first meeting which rankled. Roger had been inquiring when the Compton holidays began. Alicia hesitated. "Let me see. The play's Tuesday week." "Wednesday week," put in Alwynne. "Tuesday?" "No, Wednesday," Alwynne persisted. "Because, you know, Mr. Bryant is so afraid that Gertrude Clark won't be out of the sun. He says he can never coach up another Alcestis in the time. Besides, there isn't anyone. He's been tearing his hair." Alicia laughed. "She knows more about it than I do, Roger. She's been half living there, haven't you, Alwynne?" Roger turned to her with a smile and the first touch of personal interest that he had shown. "Jolly place, isn't it? You teach, don't you? I wonder how it strikes you." But he was a stranger, and Alwynne was nervous. She answered flippantly, as she always did when she was not at her ease. "Oh, I can't get over their dresses. Appalling garments. Imagine that poor girl trying to rehearse Alcestis in a pea-green potato sack. It must be delicious. And their hair! Doesn't anybody ever teach them to do their hair?" He eyed her thoughtfully, from her carefully dressed head to her shining shoe buckles, and shrugged his shoulders. "Is that all you see?" said Roger dispassionately, and withdrew interest. Alwynne grew hot with annoyance. Idiot! All she saw, as if she had meant anything of the kind. One said things like that. One just said them, especially when one was nervous. Taking a remark like that seriously. Oh well, if he liked to think her a fool, let him. Silly prig. She endeavored to put him out of her mind, but his mere existence disturbed her. She was not accustomed to tobacco, for instance, and it was disconcerting to find him in her favorite corner of the library, or occupying the writing table that no one had seemed to use but herself. He appeared to have forgotten that he had snubbed her, and was unquenchably friendly. She found herself being pleasanter than she intended, but she made it a point of honor never to agree with him. That, at least, she owed herself. She watched him furtively, alert for justification of her ill humor. She told herself that it would be easier to be nice to him if everybody else did not fuss over him so. It was ridiculous to see how Jean, especially, brightened at the sight of him. He was good to her, certainly. She was argumentative, without being shrewd, but he never lost patience, as Alwynne, in secret, was inclined to do. Even Alicia, so stoutly the head of her household, submitted every difficulty, from an unexpected legacy to a dearth of eggs. And he would sit down solidly and think the matter out, and his advice, from a flutter in rubber to pepper in the chicken pail, would be followed literally, and, generally, Alwynne admitted, with success. But she jibbed furiously when the sisters began to consult him about her personal affairs. "Roger, don't you think that Alwynne—" But here Roger was invariably offhand and non-committal. Curiously, however, this attitude, correct as it was, did not appease Alwynne. But she was forced, at least, to admit that he could, on occasion, be tactful. The last week of the term had begun. Alicia, at breakfast behind the coffee urn, was making her plans. "It's a busy week. The Swains want us to go to lunch, Jean, only we haven't a day before Sunday, have we? At least, there's Tuesday. It's only the dress rehearsal. I can get out of that. Alwynne can represent me." She nodded benevolently. There was a slight pause. Roger, glancing up, stared openly. Alwynne had turned as white as paper. Her words came stickily. "Cousin Alice, I can't. I don't want to go much, if you don't mind." Alicia blessed herself. "But, my dear, why not? I thought you'd be looking forward. Oh, I suppose you've watched it so often already." "No, I haven't seen it. I'm afraid rehearsals bore me." Alwynne broke off with an attempt at a light laugh. "But you've been up to Compton so much." Alicia's tone was reproachful. "I should have thought you would have been sufficiently interested." "Oh, I am. Only, you see, I've got letters to write. To Elsbeth." "Well, you've got all the week to write in. Are you so afraid of being bored? Compton wouldn't be flattered. We rather pride ourselves on our acting, you know. My dear, we're expected to go. Must give the performers some sort of an audience to get them into training for the night. You ought to understand of all people. Don't you ever give plays at your school?" Alwynne was silent, but prompted by an instinct she could not have explained, she turned to Roger, stolid behind his eggs and bacon. She said nothing, but she looked at him desperately. He gave an imperceptible nod. He had been watching her intently. "But, dear Alwynne," Jean was chirruping her version of Alicia's remarks when Roger's calm voice interrupted. "I say, Alicia, I thought you and Jean were coming with me. I can't go on the night itself. Of course you must come. Go to your lunch on Sunday. I'll look after Alwynne. But I'm not going up to Compton without you. Spoil all the fun." "Of course, if Roger wants us," began Jean quickly. "Oh, I didn't want to miss it," retreated Alicia hastily. "I only thought the Swains, but of course Sunday would do." "I met old Swain yesterday," said Roger. Travelled up to town with him. He was very full of his daughter's engagement." "Engagement?" Alicia and Jean swooped to the news, like gulls to a falling crust. It kept them busy till breakfast was over, and Roger returned to his eggs and bacon, with never a glance at Alwynne. Alwynne, half an hour later in her own room, fighting certain memories, arguing herself fiercely out of her weakness, had yet time to puzzle her head over Roger Lumsden. How quick he had been, and how kind! Or had he noticed nothing? Had that adroit change of subject been accidental? That was much more likely. She dismissed him from her mind. She wished she could dismiss all the thoughts that filled her mind as easily. Alwynne was grateful enough to Roger, however, when Tuesday came and he set out for Compton, an aunt on either arm. But on Sunday she had to pay for her non-attendance. Hurrying down a little late to lunch, she was halfway through her usual apologies before she realized that neither Jean nor Alicia were in their places. Of course, they were going to the Swains. Their nephew, however, waiting gravely behind his chair, admitted her excuses with a little air of acknowledging them to be necessary, that ruffled her at once, though she had promised herself to be pleasant. After all, she was staying, as she had told herself several times already, with Jean and Alicia. Once more she applied herself, quite unsuccessfully, to snubbing his air of host. Roger listened to her in some amusement. Her ungracious ways disturbed him no more than the rufflings and peckings of an angry bird, and her charming manner to his aunts and occasional whim of friendliness to himself had prevented him from pigeonholing her definitely as a pretty young shrew. He was inclined to like her, for Jean and Alicia had confessed themselves absurdly taken with the girl, and he was accustomed to be influenced by their judgment. But the touch of hostility that usually showed itself in her manner to him puzzled as much as it amused him. He enjoyed baiting her, yet he thought, carelessly, that it was a pity she should have inaugurated guerrilla warfare. She looked as if she could have been pleasant company for his spare time, if she had chosen. However, he would have little enough spare time for the next few weeks, anyhow. He had promised Jean to set to work seriously at the renovation of her garden. He should be thankful for a visitor, requiring neither escort nor attention. Yet, naturally, her independence piqued him. He eyed her swiftly as she sat at his right hand. She was a curious girl, he thought, to be so pretty and well-dressed, and yet so self-sufficing. Girls, apparently of her type, he thought of his American cousins, usually needed a good deal of admiration to keep them contented. She did not look altogether contented, though. There were lines and puckers at the corners of her large eyes that were surely out of place. 19, wasn't she? She had had a breakdown, of course, rather absurd for such a child. Jean had hinted a guess at some trouble. A love affair, he supposed. That would account for her thorniness. Her occasional air of absence and depression, that contrasted with her usual cheerfulness. Yet that curious whim the other day, what had it meant? More than a whim, he imagined. Her very lips had grown white. He was quite sure that he had helped her out of a hole. She might at least show a certain decent gratitude. He wondered what she was thinking about, sitting there so silently. She was generally talkative enough, pretty quarrelsome, too. He supposed she was having a fit of the blues. He had better talk to her, perhaps. Alwynne, eating her wing of chicken, was merely and sheerly shy. She was garrulous enough with women, but she did not in the least know how to talk to men. Therefore, and naturally, she was full of theories. She had vague ideas that they had to be amused as babies have to be amused, but confronted with the prospect of a prolonged tete-a-tete without Alicia or Jean to retire upon, she had nothing whatever to say. Yet she had been taught by Elsbeth to consider a lack of table talk as a lack of manners, and was irritated with herself for her silence, and still more irritated with Roger for his. She met his belated attempts at a conversation none too graciously, was bored by the boat race, and would have nothing to say to the weather, though she thawed to his catalogue of copses and plantations in the neighbourhood, where certain wildflowers she had not yet discovered might be found. But it was impossible for Alwynne to be silent long, and by the time they had adjourned to the drawing-room, the pair were talking easily enough. Roger did not find himself bored. He had, from the beginning, recognized that she was no fool, that her remarks owed their comicality to her phrasing of them, and that essentially they were shrewd, her acrobatic intellect swinging easily across the gaps in her education. The gaps were certainly there. He would marvel at her amazing ignorance, only to be tripped up by her unexpected display of authoritative knowledge. Gradually he began to analyze and discriminate, to see that she was naturally observant. Her remarks on life as she knew it were as illuminating as original. She had humor and a nice sense of caricature. But when she, as it were, hoisted herself on the shoulders of the women about her, and from that level peered curiously at an outer, alien world, her insight failed her, her views grew distorted and merely grotesque. He thought he guessed the reason. She was no longer gazing, critical and clear-eyed, at known surroundings, but, still supported by the opinions of the women of her circle, was seeing what she had expected to see, what she had been told by them that she would see. For all her air of modern girl, her independence, her store of book experience, she was comically conventual in her curiosities and intolerances, in her prim company manners and uncontrollable lapses into unconventionality. She had an air of not being at her ease, yet he guessed that it was merely the unaccustomed environment that disturbed her poise. He could see her handling surely enough a crowd of schoolgirls. He was equally certain that she ruled through sheer, easy popularity. She had dignity in spite of her whimsies, but he could not imagine her intimidating even a schoolgirl. But most of all her attitude to himself amused him. She had a certain veiled antagonism of manner that was allied to the antagonism of the small child to any innovation. She talked to him readily enough, and he, for that matter, to her, yet she was always on the defensive, inquisitive, yet wary. He felt that if she had been 10 years younger, she would have circled about him and poked. A stray phrase explained her to him. They had discussed the latest raid. At Alwyn's age and period, all conversational roads led to the suffrage question, and he had found her rehash of Mona Hamilton's arguments sufficiently entertaining. He guessed a plagiarism of the matter, but the manner was obviously her own. She was full of second-hand indignation over the conduct of a certain cabinet minister. "He won't even see them," she explained grievously. "Not even a deputation from the constitutional section, just because some women are fools and burn things." The pause was eloquent. "It's so utterly unreasonable," declaimed Alwyn. "But of course men are unreasonable," said Alwyn, pensively reflective. "Are they?" "All I know are, anyhow." He considered her ingenious countenance. "If it's not a delicate question, how many do you know?" said Roger softly. She looked at him, mildly surprised. "Hundreds. In books, that is." "Oh, books. I meant real life." "Surely a page of Shakespeare is more real than dozens of real people's lives." "Side issue. I'm not to be deflected. How many men do you know, in real life, well enough to discuss the suffrage with?" "I'm always kept at school the day the vicar comes to tea," she said suggestively. "Who else?" She saw his drift, but defended herself, smiling. "The assistants are most intelligent at the circulating library." "Who else?" "There were music masters at school. I didn't mean you were unreasonable," she deprecated. He began to laugh, openly, mischievously, delighting in her discomfiture. "Anyhow, I know a lot about women," said Alwyn heatedly. He eyed her respectfully. "I'm sure you do, but we were talking of men. And on the whole, you make me a polite exception. As a result of your wide knowledge, your complicated experience of us, as a class, you consider that we are unreasonable?" But he spoke into space. Alwyn had retired, pinkly, to a sofa and a novel. But he thought, as he settled in to his own reading, that he heard a strangled chuckle. Alwyn caught napping. Always tickled Alwyn. Over the top of his book, he considered her bent head approvingly. He liked her sense of fun. It was not every girl who could appreciate the smut on her own nose. Quite a pretty nose, too. Indeed, the whole profile was unexceptionable. He noticed how well the patch of sky and the slopes of Witch Hill framed it, and her hair, it regularly mopped up the sunlight. He felt that he wanted to take the great heavy rope and twist it like a wet cloth till the gold dropped out onto the floor in shining pools. He supposed she would be called a beautiful woman. He had always looked upon a beautiful woman as an improbable possibility, like a millionaire or an archbishop, whom you might meet any day, but somehow never did. Yet he was in the same house with one, and she his semi-demi cousin. Yes, she was certainly beautiful. Here Alwynne, who had not been entirely absorbed, looked up and caught his eye. Neither quite knew how to meet the other's unexpected scrutiny. Roger, less agile than Alwynne, stared solemnly until she looked away. Alwynne gave a little inaudible sigh. She was boring him, of course. It was pretty obvious. Yet he had been quite nice all through lunch. It was a pity. She wondered if he wanted to read, or if she ought to go on talking. She racked her brains for something to say to him. It was not so easy to talk if he would not do his share. She supposed she had talked too much about the suffrage. Men never like to be contradicted. She glanced at him swiftly and met his look once more, and once more he stared, till her dropping lids released him. Then he lit his pipe. She shrugged her shoulders. She thought it very rude of him to leave off talking. Silence was oppressive unless you knew people well. It snubbed you, especially when you had been, as Alwynne feared she had, holding forth a trifle. She supposed he had put her down as a talkative bore. Elsbeth always said that strangers thought her enthusiasms were pose, as if it mattered what strangers thought. She hated strangers. She was always fantastic with new acquaintances. It was the form her shyness took. If Roger chose to think she was posing, it didn't affect her anyway. She was only too glad to be able to read in peace. Hang Roger! She settled herself to her reading. For 5 long minutes they both read steadily. But Alwynne's book was not interesting. She began to flutter the pages, her thoughts once more astray. It was rather a shame of the dears to desert her, to leave her to entertain a strange man who didn't like her. It made her look a fool. She hated boring people. If she bored their precious nephew as much as the book on her lap bored her, she wondered why, with all the library to choose from, she had pitched on it. Of course, it was Roger's suggestion. Well, she didn't think much of his taste, or perhaps he imagined it was the sort of stuff to appeal to her. She flung up her chin indignantly to find his serious and critical eyes once more concerned with her. She met them with a raising of eyebrows, a hint of cool defiance. It was Roger's turn to retire into his book. He was an odd sort of man. She wondered what Clare would think of him, as if Clare would bother her head. But then he wasn't Clare's cousin. But Clare would be out in the woods after the wild hyacinths. Somebody had said it was blue with them in the little wood behind the house. She must send Clare a boxful tomorrow, or today. She supposed there was an evening post. It was a pity to waste such a heavenly afternoon. She stole yet another glance at Roger. He was evidently engrossed at last. It would not be rude. After all, what did it matter? He wasn't too polite himself. She drove her book viciously down the yielding side of the Chesterfield, swished to the open French window, and so out. The gravel crunched moistly beneath her thin shoes. She could feel every pebble. She glanced back into the drawing-room. All quiet, but by the time she had changed, the man might have come out. She would change afterwards. The smooth lawn sloped invitingly. Beyond lay the rose walk and the wood, Little Witch Wood that she had never yet explored, just because it was always at hand. She picked up her silken skirts and took to her heels. It was exactly half an hour later that Roger's book also grew dull to the point of imbecility. He shut it with a bang, stirred the sun-drowned fire, and knocked out his pipe against the shining dogs. Then he, too, walked out onto the terrace. He wondered where the girl had got to. Then he frowned. Little half-moons dinted the wet yellow path and the stretch of grass beyond it. It was very careless cutting up the turf like that. If there was one thing he hated, of course, she was town-bred, could not be expected to realize the sacredness of a lawn. But he must certainly tell her. He might as well find her and tell her at once. Then he laughed. Alwynne's high heels had betrayed her. The tracks led straight to the wood, so that was the lure. He remembered saying that the hyacinths would probably be out. He wondered if she knew her way. It wasn't a large wood. Perhaps he had better go and see and warn her off the lawn coming back. He hesitated. His eyes fell on Jean's forgotten bodge, lying by the border. If the hyacinths were out, she would need a basket. She had not taken one. Trust her to forget such a detail. She would be glad of it, though. He tipped out the weeds into a neat pile, and, jumping the narrow bed, ran down in his turn towards the wood. Alicia and Jean, home to tea, were annoyed to find the fire out. The gardener, rolling the lawn next day, thought as ill of hobnailed boots as of high French heels. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Regiment of Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Sky Asimaru, Mililani, Hawaii, May 2020. Regiment of Women by Clemence DANE. Chapter 32. Alwynne left the garden behind her and crossed the stretch of grass, half lawn, half paddock, that lay between kitchen garden and wood. It was fenced with riotous hedges, demure for the moment in dove-grey honeysuckle and Star of Bethlehem, with no hint in their Puritan apparel of the bryonies and eglantines that were to follow. About the hedge borders the grass grew tall and rank, and, as she watched, the wind would stir it into a sea of emerald, and the parsley blossoms sway above it like snatches of drifting foam. Beyond the hedge shadow, Nicholas Nye, the one-eyed donkey, reposed celestially among the buttercups, which, making common cause with the afternoon sun, had turned his grazing ground into a field of the cloth of gold. For a moment she was minded to content herself with all the buttercups on earth to gather, and to go no further that day. But, staring down the dazzling slope, her eyes rested once more upon the pleasant darkness of the goal for which she had been bound. Among the nearer tree trunks were stripes and checkerings of blue, the blue that is lovelier than the sea, the one blue in the world to the flower lover. At once, indifferently, she left the buttercups to Nicholas Nye, and hurried on and into the wood. There were hyacinths everywhere, hyacinths by the million. It was as if the winds had torn her robes from the faint spring sky and had flung them to earth, and she now bent above them, naked and shivering. Alwynne wandered from patch to patch in an ecstasy of delight. As usual, her pleasure shaped itself into exclamations, phrases, whole sentences of the letters she would write to Clare Hartill of her experiences. If only she could have Clare with her, she thought, to see and hear and touch and smell, to share the loveliness she was enjoying. Her thoughts flew to Italy, to their crowded month of beautiful sights together. She laughed. She would discard all those memories for love of this present vision. If only Clare could see it. She could never describe it properly. Adjectives welled up in her mind and dispersed again, like bubbles in a glass of water. The stalks and the hoarse ring of the hyacinth's bells fascinated her. Clare was forgotten. She began to pick for the sake of picking. The hot silence of early afternoon lay upon tree and bird and air. Alwynne, moving from blue clump to blue clump, grew ashamed of the rustle of her dress and the scrunch of twigs and soaked leaves beneath her feet, and trod softly. Even her own calm breathing sounded too loudly for the perfect peace of the place and the hour. She picked steadily, greedily. She had never before had as many flowers as she wanted, and there was inexpressible pleasure in filling her arms till she could hold no more. Yet some 20 minutes later, as she straightened herself at last, a little giddily, and looked about her over the pile of azure bells, there was no sign of bareness for all she had gathered. She still stood to her knees in a lake of blue and green and gold. She stretched herself lazily as she considered the flowers about her, and wondered at their luxuriance. They were thicker and longer stemmed than the mass of those she carried. The leaves were juicy and shining like dark swords. The last dozen of her armful had flecked her hands and dress with milky syrup. The ground, too, was black and boggy, and sucked at her feet as she moved. Suddenly she realized that the trees grew thick and close together, that the patches of sunlight were far apart, and that she had wandered farther into the wood than she had intended. She thought that she had picked enough, more than enough for Elsbeth as well as Clare, that it was time to be getting home. She had no idea of the hour. It would not do to risk being late. She moved forward uncertainly. She had had a blessed afternoon. She had surrendered herself to the sounds and sights and smells of the spring, to the warmth of the sun and the touch of the wind, till every sense was drunken with pleasure. But her ecstasy had been impersonal and thoughtless. She had enjoyed too completely to have had knowledge of her enjoyment. With the return to realization of place and time, her mood was changing. She was no longer of the wood, but in it merely, wandering in the dark heart of it. No dryad returned and welcome, but a stranger, one Alwynne Durand, in thin shoes and an unsuitable dress, with the wood's flowers, not her own, in her hands. Stolen flowers. Their weight was suddenly a burden to her. She felt guilty, and had an odd, sudden wish to put them down tenderly at the foot of a tree, hide them with grasses, and run for her life. She laughed at the idea as she looked for the path. What were flowers for but picking? Yet she could not get rid of the feeling that she had been doing wrong, and that even now she was being watched, and would, in due time, be caught and punished, her stolen treasures still in her hands. But wildflowers are free to all, and the wood was Roger Lumsden's wood. He had told her that he rented it. She moved backwards and forwards, turning hurriedly hither and thither, trampling the hyacinths and stumbling on the uneven ground, unreasonably flurried that she could not find any path. She could not even track her own footsteps. It was very strange, she thought, when she had penetrated so easily the depths of the wood, that the return should be so difficult. She had thought it a mere copse. She put her free hand to her eyes, scanning the wall of greenery in all directions. She fancied that at one point the trees grew less densely, and set out, scrambling over rough ground towards the faint light. But in spite of her hurry, she advanced slowly. The thin switches of the undergrowth whipped her as she pushed them aside, and the huge briars twisted themselves about her like live things. Twice the slippery moss brought her to her knees, and the faint light grew no stronger as she pressed forward. She began to feel frightened, though she knew the sensation to be absurd. It was impossible to be lost in a little wood, 1/2 mile across. It was merely a question of walking straight on till one emerged on open fields. She told herself so, and tried to be amused at her adventure, and hummed a confident little tune as she plodded on, very careful not to look behind her. Her shoes, thudding and squelching in the wet mess of mold and green stuff, made more noise than one would have thought possible for one pair of feet, and woke the oddest echoes. Of course, it was impossible that anyone could be following her, but the wood was so horribly silent that her own breathing and clumsy footfalls, there could be nothing else, counterfeited the noises of pursuit. She could have sworn there was a presence at her elbow, in her rear, moving as she moved, stumbling as she stumbled. Twice she faced round abruptly, standing still, but she saw nothing but the wall of vegetation, motionless, silent, yet insistently alive. She felt that every tree, every leaf, every blade of grass, was watching her with green, unwinking eyes. There was nothing more in the wood than there had been a pleasant hour ago. Less, indeed, for she realized suddenly that the sun had gone in and that it was cold. Yet she owed to herself at last that she was nervous, vaguely uneasy. Instantly, by that mere act of recognition, fright was born in her. Unreasonable and unreasoning fright, that, in the length of a thought, pervaded her entire personality, crisping her hair, catching at her throat, paralyzing her mind. The wood panic had her in its grip, the age-old terror that still lies in wait where trees are gathered together, though the God that begot it be dead these 1900 years. She began to run. It was impossible to pass quickly through the tangled undergrowth, but sheer fright gave her skill to avoid real obstacles, strength to crash over and through the mere wreckage of the wood. She turned and doubled like a hare, yet desperately, with the hare's terror of the sudden turn that might confront her with the presence at her heels. She could endure its pursuit, but she knew that its revelation would be more than she could bear. She was so far merely and indefinitely frightened, but to face the unknown would be to confront fear itself, and she was more frightened of fear than of any evil she knew. She could, she thought, meet pain or sickness, or any mere misery, with sufficient calmness, but the fear of fear was an obsession. She tore through the wood, shaken and gasping with terror of the greater terror she every moment expected to be forced to undergo, for almost the only clear thought remaining to her, in that onrush of panic, was the realization that there was at her elbow, in her heart, physical or metaphysical, she knew not which, some as yet veiled fact waiting to be revealed, in view of which her present agitation was trivial and meaningless. She ran on, blind and blundering, yet her feet were so clogged by the weight of earth and wet, her thoughts by the sweat of the fear that was on them, that neither seemed to move for all her willing, and all the while another part of her consciousness sat aloof, critical and detached, laughing at her for an excitable fool, analyzing, in Clare's crispest accents, the illusions which were bewildering her, and wondering coolly that any girl of her age could so let her imagination run away with her. She pulled herself together with an immense effort of will. That was the truth. It was her own imagination that was literally and physically running away with her, whipping her tired body into unnecessary exertion, flogging her into mad flight from this pleasant, harmless place, with its hideous and horrible suggestion of evil at hand. But the evil was in her own mind. There was nothing pursuing her, no vague ghost at her elbow. The horror was in herself, to be faced and fought and trampled. Running would not help her. She would only carry her terror with her. For an instant she had a lightning glimpse of the reasons of the Sadducean attitude to her personality, and its desperate denials of future existence. She was suddenly appalled at the hideous possibility of existing eternally with her own undying thoughts for company. She wondered if there were really such a thing as soul suicide, and thought that, if so, many must have chosen to commit it. Here her shifting, crowding thoughts blotted out the glimmer of understanding, as flies clustering on a window pane can blot out light. Yet the word suicide remained in her mind, disturbing, vaguely suggestive. It was connected with something terrible, she could not remember what, that in its turn was one with the vague horror at her elbow, that walked with the echo of her footsteps, and panted with the echoes of her breaths, and yet was not real at all, but only in her mind. She did not believe she should ever find her way out of the wood. The hyacinths in her arms were so heavy, a queerly familiar weight, and the sun had gone in, which had, somehow, something to do with the trouble. She felt the black depression of the winter months that she had left Utterbridge to escape, settling down on her once more. She turned hopelessly to elude it, but it surrounded her like a fog, as indeed she half believed it to be. She supposed they had sudden fogs in the country when the sun went in, and the sun had gone in because she had picked all the hyacinths. She remembered the story clearly enough now. The sun had played at quoits with a child, and had thrown a miss, and killed it, and the purple blood had trickled down from the child's forehead, so the sun had turned it into purple hyacinths. But she, Alwynne, had been gathering all the hyacinths, and they were a heavy bunch, heavy as a dead child's body, and in another minute they would be disenchanted, and she would be carrying a dead child's body in her arms. She stood still, gazing down at the flowers, white and glassy-eyed with terror, wondering that she was still alive and not yet mad, for she knew that the fear she had feared was upon her at last. She dared not blink, lest in that second the change should take place, and she should find Louise, long buried, in her arms, because, of course, It was Louise who had been following her all the while. Louise, who had committed suicide. She was following Alwynne because it was Alwynne's fault. Clare had said so. Well, at least she could tell Louise that she had meant no harm. She waited, swayed back against a tree trunk, the flowers a dead weight over her arm. She held them gently, lest a rough movement should wake the horror they hid. With what was left of sanity, she prayed. The trees encircled her, watching. From far away there came once more a sound of footsteps. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Regiment of Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Sky Asimaru, Mililani, Hawaii, May 2020. Regiment of Women by Clemence DANE. Chapter 33. Roger set out at a quick pace for the wood, the basket rattling lightly on his arm. But the track of Alwynne's shoes was lost in the deep grass of the paddock, and he hesitated, wondering where he should look for her. Followed a cupboard love scene with Nicholas Nye, who accompanied him to the boundary of his kingdom, snuffling windily in the empty bodge. He brayed disgustedly when Roger left him, his ancient lips curling backward over yellow stumps, in a smile that was an insult. He had the air of knowing exactly where Roger was going, and of being leeringly amused. For 10 minutes Roger wandered about, starting aside from the pathway half a dozen times, deceived by a swaying branch, or the deceptive pink and white of distant birch bark. He tramped on into the thickness of the wood, till at last, through a thinning of trees, 100 yards to his left, he caught a glimpse of gold that could only, he told himself, be Alwynne's hair. He frowned. It was just like the girl to go floundering into the only boggy bit of the wood, when 2/3 were drained and dry, and thick with flowers. It was sheer spirit of contradiction. She would catch cold, of course, and he would, not to mince matters, be stunk out with eucalyptus for the next 10 days. And the dears would fuss. He knew them. His fastidiousness was always revolted by a parade of handkerchiefs and bleared eyes. He was accustomed to insist that disease was as disgraceful as dirt, and that there was not a pin to choose between Dartmoor and the London hospital as harbourage for criminals. But he could always dismount from his hobby horse for any case of suffering that came his way. He could give his time, his money, or his tenderness, with a matter-of-course promptitude that relieved all but a tender-skinned few of any belief that they had reason to be grateful to him. Roger, his eye on the distant halo, crashed through the undergrowth at a great rate, emerging into a little natural clearing, to find Alwynne facing him, a bare 6 yards away. The full sight of her pulled him up short. She was standing, lying upright rather, for she seemed incapable of self-support, flattened against a big grey oak. One arm, flung backwards, clutched and scrabbled at the bark. The other, crooked shelteringly, supported a mass of bluebells. Her face was grey, her mouth half open, her eyes wide and pale. Very obviously, she did not see him. "Alwynne!" he exclaimed. She cowered. He exclaimed again, astonished and not a little alarmed. "Alwynne, are you ill? What on earth has happened?" She flung up her head, staring. "Roger!" she said incredulously. Then her face began to work. He never forgot the expression of relief that flowed across it. It was like the breaking up of a frozen pool. "Why, it's you!" cried Alwynne. "It's you! It's only you!" The flowers dropped lingeringly from her slack hands, and she swayed where she stood. He crossed hastily to her, and she clung helplessly to his arm. She looked dazed and stupid. "Of course it is," he said. "Who did you think it was?" Alwynne looked at him. "Louise," she said. "I thought it was Louise. She's come before, but never in the daytime. A ghost can't walk in the daytime. But this place is so dark she might think it was night here, don't you think?" He gave her arm a gentle shake. "Let's get out of this, Alwynne," he began persuasively. "I think you're rather done for. There's been a hot sun today, and you've been stooping till you're dizzy. Come on. What a lot of flowers you've picked. Come, let's get out of this place."
"Yes," she said. "Let's get out of this place."
"What about your bunch?" he questioned, glancing down at the hyacinths' heaped disorder. "Don't you want it?" He felt her shiver.
"No,"
she said.
"No."
She hesitated.
"Could we hide it? Cover it up? It ought to be buried. I can't leave it just lying there."
There was a catch in her voice. He concealed his astonishment and looked about him. "Of course not," he said cheerfully. "Here, what about this?" A huge tussock of bleached grass, its sodden leaves as long as a woman's hair, caught his eye. He parted the heavy mass and showed her the little cave of dry soil below. "What about this? They'll be all right here," he suggested gravely. Alwynne nodded.
"Yes, put it in quickly," she said.
Without a word, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, he did as she asked. Then, rising and slipping her arm through his own, he pushed on quite silently, holding back the strong pollard shoots, clearing aside the brambles, till they reached the uneven footpath once more, that led them in less than 5 minutes to the further edge of the wood. As they emerged into the open fields, he felt the weight on his arm lessening. He glanced at his companion and saw that there was once more a tinge of color in her cheek. She drew a deep breath and looked at him.
"I thought I should never get out again,"
she said dispassionately, as one stating a bald fact. "Get where?"
"Out of that wood. You were just in time. I thought I was caught. I should have been if you hadn't come."
Then she grew conscious of his expression and answered it.
"I suppose you think I'm mad."
"I do, rather."
"I don't wonder. It doesn't much matter."
Her voice flagged and strained. They walked on in silence. She began again abruptly.
"Of course you thought I was mad. I knew you would. I do myself sometimes. Anyone would. Even Clare. That's why I never told anyone. But it never happened when I was awake before."
"I wonder if you would tell me exactly what happened."
"I was frightened,"
she began irresolutely. "For a moment I wondered if a tramp—" She laughed shakily.
"I'm a match for the average tramp, I think. I'm head of the games."
He was amused. "You'd tell him what you thought of him, I'm sure." But already her smile had grown absent. She was relapsing into her abstraction. They had crossed the field as they talked, and struck into the little gravelled path that led to the monster glasshouses on the other side of the hedge. A wide gate barred their progress. Roger manipulated the rusty chain in silence for a moment, then, as the gate yawned open, turned to her pleasantly. "Won't you have a look round, as we've come so far? You're in my territory now, and I've a houseful of daffodils just bursting." His calm, matter-of-fact manner had its effect. Alwynne, absorbed in her sick thoughts, found herself listening to his account of his houses and his experiments, as one listens subconsciously to the slur of a distant watercourse. She did not take in the meaning of his words, but his even voice soothed her fretted nerves. Roger was perfectly aware of her inattention. He was not brilliant, but he was equipped with experience and common sense and kindness of heart, and above all, he was observant. The Alwynne of his acquaintance, pretty, amusing, clever, had attracted him sufficiently, had even, as he admitted to himself as he went in search of her, been able to entice him from his Sunday comfort to wander quarrelling in wet fields. But the Alwynne he had come upon half an hour later was a revelation. At a glance every preconceived notion of her character was swept away. His first idea was that she had been frightened by roughs, but her manner and expression speedily contradicted it. She was, he perceived, struggling, and not for the first time, with some overwhelming trouble of the mind. He had been appalled by the fear in her eyes. He remembered Jean's account. Elsbeth had been worried about her for a long time, ill health and depression. She believed there had been some sort of a shock. A child had died suddenly at the school. Alwynne's gay and piquant presence had made him forget, till that moment, such rudiments of her history as he had heard. But, seeing her distress, he was angry that he had been obtuse, and amazed at her skill in concealing whatever trouble it might be that was oppressing her. All the kindliness of his nature awoke at sight of her hunted air. He bestirred himself to allay her agitation. He resolved then and there to help her if he could. He had recognized at once that she was in no state for argument or explanation, and had devoted himself to calming her, falling in with her humor, and showing no surprise at the extravagance of her remarks. He had her quieted, almost herself, by the time they had reached his nursery, and descended brick steps into a bath of sweet-smelling warmth. Alwynne exclaimed. The glass house was very peaceful. Above a huge Lent lily, the spring's first butterfly hovered and was still a while, then quivered again and fluttered away, till his pale wings grew invisible against the aisles of yellow bloom. The short, impatient barks of Roger's terrier outside the door came to them, dulled and faint. The sun poured down upon the already heated air. Alwynne walked down the long, narrow middle way, hesitating, enjoying, and moving on again, much, Roger thought, as the butterfly had done. She said little, but her delight was evident. Roger was pleased. He liked his flowers to be appreciated, but he, too, said little. He was considering his course of action. At the end of the conservatory was a square of brick flooring, on which stood a table with a tobacco jar and a litter of magazines. Beside it, an ancient basket chair. Roger pulled it forward. "This is my sanctum," he said. "Won't you sit down? I do a lot of work here in the winter." Alwynne sank into the creaking wicker work with a sigh of relief. "I shall never get up again," she said. "It's too comfortable. I'm tired." "Of course," he smiled at her. "Don't you worry. You needn't budge till you want to. I'll get some tea." "You mustn't bother. It'll be cold. It's miles to the house," said Alwynne wearily. He made no answer, but began to clear away the rubbish on the table. He moved deftly, light-footed, without clumsy or unnecessary noise. In spite of his size, his movements were always silent and assured. She closed her eyes indifferently. She had said that she was tired. The word was as good as another, where none were adequate to express her utter exhaustion. She felt that, in a sense, she was in luck to be so tired that she could not think. She knew that later she must brace herself to an examination of the nightmare experience of the afternoon, to renew her struggle against the devils of her imagination. But for the moment her weakness was her safeguard, and she could lie relaxed and thoughtless, mesmerized by the flooding sunshine, and the pulsing scents, and the quick movements of the man beside her. She wondered what he was doing, but she was too tired to open her eyes, or to interpret to herself the faint sounds she heard. She thought dreamily that he was as kind as Elsbeth. She was grateful to him for not talking to her. He was a wonderfully understanding person. He might have known her for years. He made her feel safe. That was a great gift. If she, Alwynne, had been like that, kind and reassuring, to poor little Louise, if only she had understood, Louise would have come to her then, instead of brooding herself to death. Poor Louise, poor unhappy Louise. And after all she had not been able to kill herself. She was still alive, lying in wait for her, though she knew that Alwynne could not help her. She would never go away, though they had left her outside in the cold of the wood, and were safe in this warm summerland. She would be waiting when they came out again. She shuddered as she thought of retracing her steps. She would ask Roger to take her home another way. She would not have to explain. He had not wanted explanation. She was passionately grateful to him because he had not overwhelmed her with questions at their meeting. She could never explain, of course, because people would think her mad. They might even send her to an asylum if she told them. She longed for the relief of confession, yet who would believe that she was merely a sane woman, rendered desperate by evil dreams? Not Clare, certainly. Not Elsbeth, though they loved her. She would just have to go on, fighting her terrors as best she could, till she or they were crushed. She sighed hopelessly and opened her eyes. "Had a doze? Good. Tea's ready. I expect you want it," said Roger cheerfully. She was surprised into normality, and began to smile as she looked about her. The rickety table had been covered by a gay checkered cloth. There was crockery, and a little green teapot, and a pile of shortbread at her elbow. A spirit lamp and kettle were shelved incongruously between trays of daffodils. Roger sat upon an upturned flower pot and beamed at her. "Oh, how jolly!" cried Alwynne, the Alwynne once more of his former acquaintance. "Where did it come from?" He showed her a cupboard against the wall, half hidden by a canopy of smilax. "I always keep stores here," he confessed boyishly. "I used to when I was a kid. This is the old glass house, you know, on Great House land. I've built all the others. I used to be Robinson Crusoe then, and now it's useful, when I'm busy, not to have to go up to the house always. Won't you pour out?" Alwynne flashed a look at him. "I don't believe it's that. You enjoy the marooning still. I should. I think it's perfectly delightful here." "Well, Harris, my head gardener, doesn't approve. Thinks it's infra-dig. He told me once that he knew ladies enjoyed making parlors of their conservatories, and letting in draughts and killing the plants, but he was a nursery man himself. However, I've broken him into it. Oh, I say, there's no milk." "I don't take it. Clare, a friend of mine, never does, so I've got accustomed to it." She drank thirstily. "Oh, it's good. I didn't know I wanted my tea so." "I did," he said significantly. She colored painfully. She would not look at him. "I was very tired," she said lamely. "Were you?" he asked her. "You weren't gone half an hour. Do you know it's only 3:30?" He was very gentle, but she felt herself accused. She played uneasily with her rope of beads as she chose her words. Roger, for all his intentness, could not help noticing how white and slender her hands showed, stained though they were with hyacinth milk, as they fingered the blue, glancing chain. They were thin, though, and following the outline of her wrist and arm and bare neck, he thought her cheek, for all its smooth youthfulness, was thin also, too thin, altogether too austere for her age and way of life. She had always been flushed in his presence, delightfully flushed with laughter or anger or embarrassment, and he had noticed nothing beyond her pretty color. But now he saw uneasily that there were hollows round her eyes, as if she slept little, and that there were hollows as well as dimples in her cheeks. He was astonished to find himself not a little perturbed at his discovery, so perturbed that he did not, for a moment, realize that she was speaking to him. "I am very sorry," she was saying. I'm afraid I was rather silly in the wood. I was disturbed when you found me." Her words came jerkily. "I had not expected, that is, I did not expect—" She broke off. Her eyes implored him to leave her alone. He would not understand their appeal. "Yes, you expected?" he prompted her. She controlled her voice with difficulty. "Heavens knows!" she laughed, with a pitiful little air of throwing him off the scent. "One gets frightened for no reason sometimes." "Does one?" "In the country. I'm town-bred." She smiled at him. He made up his mind, though he felt brutal. "You were expecting Louise?" There was a silence. Slowly she lifted shaking hands, warding him off. "No, no," she said. "For pity's sake, you are calling her back." Then, struck with a new idea, she grew, if possible, whiter still. "Unless," she said, whispering, "you saw her, you too? Then there is no hope. I thought it was in my mind, only in my mind. But if you saw her too—" Her voice failed. He thrust in hastily, ready enough to comfort her, but knowing well that the time had not come. Yet he felt like a surgeon at his first operation. "No, you are mistaken. There was no one. I don't even know who Louise is. Only you mentioned her. Once or twice, you see." "Did I?" she said. Then, with an effort at a commonplace tone,
I was stupidly upset. You must excuse—" He broke in. "Who is Louise?" he asked her bluntly. "A ghost," said Alwynne, white to the lips. Again they were blankly silent. Then she spoke with extraordinary passion. "If you laugh, it will be wicked if you laugh at me." "I'm not thinking of laughing," he said, with the petulance of extreme anxiety. She met his look and shrugged her shoulders. "Then you think I'm crazy," she began defiantly. "I can't help it, what you think." She changed the subject transparently. "Roger, it's nice here. What are the names of all these flowers? Are those big ones daffodils, or jonquils, or narcissi? I never know the difference. I never remember." Her voice trailed into silence. "But look here," he began, and stopped again abruptly, deep in thought. The flame of the spirit lamp on the shelf between them flickered and failed, and sputtered up again noisily. Mechanically he rose to extinguish it, and, still absently, cleared the little table of its china and eatables. Then he sat down once more, and leant forward, his arms on the table, his expression determined, yet very friendly. "Alwynne," he said in his most matter-of-fact voice, "hadn't you better tell me all about it?" "You?" "Why not?" he said comfortably. "You'll feel ever so much better if you get it off your chest." For an instant she hesitated. Then she shook her head wearily. "I would like to tell someone, but I can't. I sound mad, even to myself. I couldn't tell anyone. I couldn't tell Elsbeth, even." "Of course not," he agreed. "You can't worry your own people." "No, you can't, can you?" she said, grateful for his comprehension. "Of course not. But you see, I'm different. Whatever your trouble is, it won't worry me, because I don't care for you like Elsbeth and your friends. So you can just ease off on me. Do you see? If I do think you mad, it just doesn't matter, does it? What does it matter telling someone a secret when you'll never see them again? Don't you see?" he argued reassuringly. She nodded dumbly. The cheerful, impersonal kindness of his voice and air made her want to cry. She realized how she had been aching for sympathy. "Don't you see?" he repeated. "You wouldn't make fun?" she asked him. "You wouldn't tell anyone? You wouldn't talk me over?" "No, Alwynne," he said gravely. For a moment her eyes searched his face wistfully. Then, with sudden decision, she began to speak. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Regiment of Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Sky Asimaru, Mililani, Hawaii, May 2020. Regiment of Women by Clemence DANE. Chapter 34. Alwynne's words, after the months of silence, came rushing out, breaking down all barriers, sweeping on in unnatural fluency. Yet she was simple and direct, entirely sincere, accepting him at his own valuation, impersonally, as confessor and comforter, without a side glance at the impression she might make, or its effect on their after relations. She told him the story of Louise, and he felt sick as he listened. Unintentionally, for she was obviously absorbed in her school and uncritical in her attitude to it, she gave him a vivid enough impression of the system in force, of the deliberate encouragement of much that he considered unhealthy, if not unnatural. He detected an hysterical tendency in the emulations and enthusiasms to which she referred. The gardener in him revolted at the thought of such congestion of minds and bodies. He felt as indignant as if he had discovered a tray of unthinned seedlings. Alwynne conveyed to him, more clearly than she knew, an idea of the forcing house atmosphere that she, and those still younger than she, had been breathing. The friend she so constantly mentioned repelled him. He thought of her with distaste, as of an unscrupulous and unskilful hireling.
He was amazed at the affection of Alwyn's references to her. Only in connection with the dead child was there a hint of uncertainty in her attitude. There, perhaps, she admitted, had Clare been not unkind, never and impossibly unkind, but perhaps, with the best of motives, mistaken. She had not understood Louise. Roger agreed silently and grimly enough. She had not understood Louise, whom she had killed, nor this loyal and affectionate child, whom she was driving into melancholia, nor anyone, it appeared, nor anything, but the needs of her own barrenly emotional nature. He was horrified at the idea of such a woman, such a type of woman, in undisputed authority, molding the mothers of the next generation. He had never considered the matter seriously, but he supposed she was but one of many. There must be something poisonous in a system that could render possible the placing of such women in such positions. "Then what happened, after that poor child's death?" he asked. "She left, of course."
Who?
"Your friend, Clare, Miss—"
Hartill? Oh, no. Why should she?
"I should have thought suicide, bad for the school's reputation."
Then you think it was that, too? It was supposed to be an accident."
"How do you mean, supposed?"
"There was an inquest, you see. I had to go. I was so frightened all the time of what I might slip into saying. But they all agreed that it was an accident. She was fond of curling up in the window seats with her books. Oh, she was a queer little thing. When you came on her suddenly, she used to look up like a startled baby colt. She always looked as if she wanted someone to run to. Well, there was no guard, you see, only an inch of ledge. She had not been well. She must have felt faint and fallen. They all said it was that. I was so thankful. For Clare's sake. She could not reproach herself after such a verdict. It was accidental death. Only I, of course, I knew. Some of them guessed. Clare, and I believe Elsbeth, though we never discussed it. And I knew. But nobody said anything. Nobody has, ever since. Except once Clare told me what she feared. I never managed to persuade her that it was an accident. But at least she doesn't know for certain. And at least she knows she couldn't help it. And now we never speak of it. But I know."
"What do you know?" he said. "You found out something?"
She did kill herself," said Alwynne. "Oh, Roger, she did. I've known it all along. I should have guessed anyway, I think, because I knew how unhappy she was. I knew how awfully she cared about Clare. Clare was very good to her sometimes. Clare was fond of her, you know. Clare takes violent fancies like that to clever people. And Louise was brilliant, of course. Clare was charmed with her. Only Louise, this is how I've thought it out. Oh, I've had time to think it out. She just got drunk on it. The happiness, I mean, of being cared for. She hadn't much of a home. She was rather an ugly duckling to her people, I think. Then Clare made a fuss of her, and you see she was so little, she couldn't see that it didn't mean much to Clare. And I don't think grown-up people understand how girls are. They have to worship someone at that age. Clare doesn't quite understand, I think. She is too sensible herself to realize how girls can be silly. She is awfully good to them. But of course, she never dreams how miserable they get when she gets bored with them. She can't help it."
Roger's face was expressive, but Alwynne was staring at the uneasy butterfly.
"It doesn't matter, as a rule. Only Louise had no one else, and it just broke her heart. If she had been grown up, it would have been like being in love."
Roger made an inarticulate remark.
"Don't you see?"
said Alwynne innocently. "I see." He was carefully expressionless.
"And then she was run down and did her work badly, and Clare hates illness. Besides, she thought Louise was slacking. I tried to make her see. Oh," she cried passionately, "why didn't I try harder? It's haunting me, Roger, that I didn't try hard enough. I ought to have known how she felt. I was near her age. Clare couldn't be expected to, but Louise talked to me sometimes. I ought to have seen. I did see. All that summer she went about so white and miserable, and Clare was angry with her, and I hadn't the pluck to tackle either of them. I was afraid of being a busybody. I was afraid of upsetting Clare. You see, I'm awfully fond of Clare. She makes you forget everything but herself. And of course, she never realized what was wrong with Louise. I didn't altogether either. You do believe that?" She broke off, questioning pitifully, as if he were her judge. He nodded. "Right till the day of the play, I never really saw how crazily miserable she was growing. She was crazy, don't you think?"
"You want to think so?" He considered her curiously.
"It mitigates it."
"That she killed herself?"
"It's deadly sin. Or don't you believe—"
"No," he said. "There's such a thing as the right of exit. But go on."
"What do you mean?"
"I'll tell you what I think presently. I want all your thoughts now. There were signs?"
"Of insanity? No. But she was exaggerated, too intelligent, too babyish, too brilliant, too everything. She felt things too much. She failed in an exam. Sheer overwork, just before."
"I see. Was she ambitious?"
"Only to please Clare. Clare didn't like her failing."
"Did she tell the child so?" His tone was stern.
"Oh, no."
"You're sure?"
"Clare would have told me if they had had a row. She tells me everything."
He smiled a little. "How old is your friend?" She looked surprised.
"Oh, 33, 34, 35. I don't really know. She never talks about ages and looks and that sort of thing. She rather despises all that. She laughs at me for liking clothes."
Her little blush made her look natural again.
"But why?"
"I wondered. Then there was nothing to upset the child?"
"Only the failing. And then the play. I told you. She was awfully strange afterwards. That's where I blame myself. I ought to have seen that she was overwrought. But she drank the tea, and cheered up so when I told her Clare was pleased with her acting."
"Was she?" He was frowning interestedly.
"I'm sure she must have been. It was brilliant, you know."
"She said so?"
"Oh, not actually, but I could tell, and it cheered the child up. I was quite easy about her. And then, 10 minutes later—"
She shuddered. "Then it might have been an accident," he suggested soothingly.
"It wasn't,"
she said, with despairing conviction. "My dear girl, either you're indulging in morbid imaginings, or you've something to go on." She shook her head with a frightened look at him.
"No," she said hurriedly. "No."
"Then why?" he said quietly, meeting her eyes. "Were you frightened at the inquest?" She averted her eyes.
"I wasn't. I mean, I was nervous, of course."
"You were frightened of what you might slip into saying. You told me so 10 minutes ago."
"Oh, if you're trying to trap me!"
she flashed out wrathfully. He rejoiced at the tone. It was the impetuous Alwynne of his daily intercourse again. The mere relief of discussion was, as he had guessed, having a tonic effect on her nerves. He smiled at her pleasantly. "Don't tell me anything more if you'd rather not." She subsided at this.
"I didn't mean to be angry," she faltered. "Only I've guarded myself so from telling. You see, I lied at the inquest. It was perjury, I suppose."
There was a little touch of importance in her tone.
"But I'll tell you."
She hesitated, her older self once more supervening.
"Afterwards, when the doctor had come, and they took Louise away, after that ghastly afternoon was over—"
She whitened.
"It was ghastly, you know. So many people, crowding and gaping. I dream of all those crowded faces."
"Well?" he urged her forward.
"I went up to the room where she had changed, to see that the children had gone."
"She fell from that room?"
"She must have, after she had changed. She'd locked the door, to change. I broke it open. I thought she had fainted. A baby told me something about Louise falling, lisping so. I couldn't make out what she meant, and I'd run up to see. It turned out afterwards that little Joanne had been in a lower room, and had seen her body as it fell past the window."
"How beastly!" he said with an involuntary shudder.
"And when I got the door open, an empty room, something made me look out of the window. She was down below, right under me, on the steps."
She was silent. "But afterwards," he urged her, "you went up again?"
"I had to. I was afraid already, recollecting little things. I looked about, in case she'd left a message, and on the window ledge there were great scratches. Then I knew."
She was forgetting him, staring into space, peopled as it was with her memories. "I don't understand," he said. She did not answer. "Alwynne," he said urgently. She looked at him absently. "Scratches. What are you driving at?"
"Oh," she said dully, "there was a nail in her shoe. She had tried to hammer it in at the morning school. It had made scratches all over the rostrum. I was rather cross about it."
"But I don't see," he began, and stopped, realizing suddenly her meaning. "You mean she must have stood on the ledge to make those marks?"
"Yes,"
said Alwynne. Then fiercely,
"Well?"
"Yes, that's conclusive," he admitted. He looked at her pityingly. "You poor child. And you never told?"
"I got a paint box," she said defiantly, "and painted them brown, like the paintwork. It would have broken up Clare to know. And all the questions and comments, what would you have done?"
He ignored the challenge, answered only the misery in the tone. "It can't have been easy for you, that week," he said gently.
"Easy?"
She began to laugh harshly.
"And yet I don't know," she reflected. "I don't think I felt anything much at the time. It was like being in a play, almost interesting, entirely unreal. At the inquest, I lied as easily as saying grace. I wasn't a bit worried. What did worry me was a bit of sticking plaster on the coroner's chin. One end was uncurled, and I was longing for him to stick it down again. It seemed more important than anything else that he should stick it down. It would have been a real relief to me. I'm not trying to be funny."
"I know," he said.
"And when it was over, I was quite cheerful. And at the funeral, I know they thought I was callous, but I didn't feel sad, only cold, icy cold, in my hands and my feet and my heart, and I felt desperately irritated with them all for crying. People look appalling when they cry."
She paused.
"So they banked up Louise with wreaths, and we left her."
She paused again. "Well?" he prompted.
"I went home at the end of that week. Elsbeth sent me to bed early. I was log-tired all of a sudden. Oh, I was tired. I had hardly slept at all since she died. I'd stayed at Clare's, you know. She's a bad sleeper, too, and it always infects me. And we used to sit up till daylight, forgetting the time, talking. We've always heaps to talk about. Clare's a night bird. She's always most brilliant about midnight."
She smiled reminiscently.
"We picnic, you know, in our dressing gowns. She has a great white bearskin on the hearth. Her fires are piled up and never go out all night. And I brew coffee, and we talk. It's jolly. I wish you knew Clare. She's an absorbing person."
"You're giving me quite a good idea of her," he said. Then, carelessly, "But she must have realized that after such a shock, and the strain—"
"Oh, it was much worse for Clare," she broke in quickly. "Think, her special pupil. She had had such hopes of Louise, and Clare's so terribly sensitive. She was getting it on her mind. Do you know, she almost began to think it was her fault not to have seen what was going on. Once she was absolutely frantic with depression, poor darling, until I made her understand that, if it was anyone's, it must be mine. Of course, when I told her everything, how I'd guessed Louise was pretty miserable, and tried to tell her again, and then funked it, well, then she saw. As she said, if I'd only spoken out. She was very kind, but of course I soon felt that she thought I was responsible, indirectly, for the whole thing."
Her voice quavered. Roger, watching her simple face, wanted to do something vigorous. At that moment it would have given him great satisfaction to have interviewed Miss Hartill. Failing that, he wanted to take Alwynne by the shoulders and shake the nonsense out of her. He repressed himself, however. He was, in his way, as simple as Alwynne, but where she was merely direct, He was shrewd. He knew that she must show him all the weeds that were choking her before he could set about uprooting them and planting good seed in their stead. She went on.
But even then, though I had been neglectful, oh, Roger, what made Louise do it? Just then, she looked happier. It couldn't have been anything I'd said. I know I cheered her up. It's inconceivable. She was smiling, contented, and she went straight upstairs and killed herself.
He shook his head. Inconceivable, as you say. You're sure of your facts?
How?
I mean, you were the last person to see her.
Oh, yes, Roger. Everyone was at tea.
Miss Hartill?
Clare would have said.
Of course, he said. She tells you everything. She nodded in all good faith.
Besides, Clare was in the mistress's room.
Impossible for her to have spoken with Louise?
Quite. Clare would have told me.
Yet there remains the fact that Louise was, as you say, happier after seeing you. Within 15 minutes she is dead. Either she went mad, which I don't believe, do you?
I want to.
But you don't, knowing the child. Neither do I from what you tell me. She seems to have been horribly sane. Sane enough, anyhow, to throw off a burden. So if, as we agree, she didn't suddenly go mad, something occurred to change her mood of comparative happiness to actual despair. I think, if you ask me, that she did see Miss Hartill after she left you.
But Clare would have told me,
repeated Alwynne stubbornly. I'm not so sure.
But she said nothing at the inquest either.
Did you? He retorted. If she had had a row with the child, it would have sounded pretty bad.
But Clare's incapable of deceit.
She might say the same of you.
But if your guess were true, it would be Clare's fault. All Clare's fault. Not mine at all.
She deducted slowly. It's not your fault anyway, he assured her.
But it would have been too utterly cruel of Clare not to have told me. She knew what I felt at the time. Why not have told me?
She might have been afraid. You might have shrunk.
From Clare?
She smiled securely. Then, with a change of tone.
No, Roger. All this is guessing. Far-fetched guessing.
Anyhow, Alwynne, he said sharply, there was gross cruelty in her treatment of that child. You can't excuse it. Directly or indirectly, she is responsible for her death. She flushed. You have not the shadow of right to say that. I do say it. She put out her hand to him with a touch of appeal.
Please, won't you leave Clare out of it? You are utterly wrong. You see, you don't know her. If you did, you would understand. I am so grateful to you for being kind. I don't want to be angry, but I must if you talk like that. Please, if you can, make me sure it wasn't my fault. But if it involves Clare, I'd rather go on being not quite happy. Yet I hoped, perhaps, you would help me.
Of course I'm helping you, he said, quick to catch and adopt her tone. He had no wish to intimidate her. He liked her pathetic little dignities and loyalties. He was, so far, content. He had, he knew, in spite of her protestations, sown a seed of distrust in her mind. Time would ripen it. He felt no compunction in enlightening her blind devotion. He had quick antipathies, and he had conceived an idea of Clare Hartill that would have appalled Alwynne, and which justified to himself any measure that he might see fit to take. In his own mind he referred to her as that poisonous female. There were no half measures with Roger. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Regiment of Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Sky Asimaru, Mililani, Hawaii, May 2020. Regiment of Women by Clemence DANE. Chapter 35. Alwynne leant back in her chair and regarded Roger with some intentness. Well, he said politely.
I was thinking, she said lamely.
Obviously.
That it was rather queer that I should tell you all this, when I couldn't even tell Elsbeth.
Don't you think it's often easier to talk to strangers? One's personality can make its own impression. It has no preconception to fight against.
Yes, but I hate strangers, till they've stopped being strange. And you know, she hesitated, I haven't really liked you. Have you noticed it?
In streaks, he admitted. But why?
You patronize so, she flared. You make me feel a fool. This afternoon, of course, it's quite true that I don't know much about men. I suppose you knew I was inexperienced, but you needn't have rubbed it in, and you always talked down to me.
I don't think I did. He considered the matter unsmiling. I think it's rather the other way. The tilt of your nose disturbs my complacence. You listen to me at meals like disapproval incarnate. You make me nervous.
Do I?
She asked delightedly. Yes, he laughed. I hide it under a superior air, of course.
Yes, of course, she sympathized. That's what I do always.
It is useful, he agreed.
People may think you disagreeable, but at least you're dignified. You have chosen your fault well. I really cannot laugh at it. Do you remember? I told Elsbeth that you were like Mr. Darcy.
And that you don't like me?
Well, I didn't. That's why it's so queer, that I can talk to you so easily. I am grateful. It has helped, just talking.
I knew it would.
I feel better. She stirred in her seat. Is it late? Ought we to be going home?
He chose his words, his eyes on her, though he spoke casually enough. No hurry. We can always take a cut through the wood, you know. She flinched at that, as he expected, spoke uneasily, furtive-eyed.
I think I'd rather go at once, round by the road. Isn't there a road?
She rose and looked about her, taking farewell of the daffodils. Yes, there's a road. Wouldn't you like a bunch? He took a pair of scissors from the wall and began to select his blooms. Alwynne followed him delightedly. She thought she would have a surprise for Clare after all. And Elsbeth was an afterthought. But she hoped there would be enough for Elsbeth. Why won't you go back through the wood? He said quietly, as, hands full, he at last replaced the scissors on their particular nail and twitched a strand from the horsetail of bass that hung beside them. Tell me. Then, calmly, Here, put your finger here, will you? Mechanically she obeyed, and he tied the knot that secured the great yellow sheaf and gave it to her. Now tell me, what frightened you in the wood? What was wrong? He spoke quietly, but his tone compelled her.
If you dreamed a dream, she began unwillingly. Night after night, month after month, something ghastly.
Yes, he encouraged her.
Oh, well, at least you've the comfort of knowing it's a dream. But suppose, one day, you dreamt it while you were awake.
Dreamt what? He guessed her meaning, but he was deliberately forcing her to reduce her terrors into words. The more they crystallized, the easier she would find it to face and destroy them.
Do you believe in hell?
She flung at him. I should jolly well think so.
For children?
Her tone implored comfort. I'm afraid so.
But how can it be fair? They're so little. They don't know right from wrong.
I knew a kid, he said, meditatively, an eye on her tormented face. Only 8. Used to act, if you please. Hung about London stage doors and bearded managers in their dens for a living. Quick little chap. Father drunk or ill. Incapable anyhow. The child supported them both. I've seen that child kept hanging about 3 or 4 hours on end. And what he knew. It made you sick and sorry. He must be 12 by now. Getting on, I believe. Poor kid. And a cheerful monkey. He certainly had his hell, though. She had hardly listened. She was absorbed in her thoughts, but she caught at his last words.
In this life? Oh, yes, that's cruel enough. But not afterwards. Not eternal damnation. I don't mind it for myself so much, but for a baby that can't understand why? It isn't possible, is it?
He began to laugh jollily. Alwynne, you utter fool. Don't you believe in God?
I suppose so, she admitted.
Of course, if you didn't.
Yes,
she thrust in.
Then it would be all right. I could be sure she was asleep, dead, like last year's leaves.
But why should God complicate matters?
Well, heaven follows, and hell, don't they? Their worm dieth not, and all the rest.
Oh, I follow.
Miss Marsham, the head mistress, you know, of course she's very old, but she believes terribly. It's an awfully religious school. It scares some of the children. I used to laugh, but now, since Louise died, it scares me, though I am grown up. I have no convictions, and she is certain, and then I get these nightmares. I hear her calling for water.
The flat, matter-of-fact tone alarmed him more than emotion would have done. Water?
For I am tormented in this flame. I hear it every night, wailing.
Her eyes strained after something that he could not see. He found no words. She returned with an effort.
Of course, when it's over, I know it's imagination. My sense tells me so, in the daytime. Only I can't be sure. If only I could be sure. If someone would tell me to be sure. It's the reasoning it out for myself, all day, and going back to the dreams all night.
How long has this been going on? He asked curtly.
Ever since when I came home from Clare's, that night. I'd slept like a log. Then I woke up suddenly. I thought I heard Louise calling. I'd forgotten she was dead. Every night it happens. As soon as I go to sleep, she comes, always trying to speak to me. I hear her screaming with pain, wanting help, never any words. Do you think I'm mad? I know it's only a dream, but every night, you know.
You're not going to dream any more, he said, with a determination that belied his inward sense of dismay. But go on. Let's have the rest of it.
There isn't much, just dreams. It's been a miserable year. I couldn't be cheerful always, you know, and I used to dread going to bed so. It made me stupid all day. And Clare didn't quite understand. Oh, I did want to tell her so, but you can't worry people. I'm afraid Elsbeth got worried. She hates it if you don't eat and have a color. She packed me off here at last.
She drew a long breath.
This blessed place. You don't know how I love it. I feel a different girl. All this space and air and freedom. What is it that the country does to one's mind? I've slept. No dreaming. Sleep that's like a hot bath. Can you imagine what that is, after these months? Oh, Roger, I thought I'd stopped dreaming for good. I was forgetting.
Go on forgetting, he said. You can. I'll help you. You had a shock. It made you ill. You're getting well again. That's all.
I'm not, she said. I'm going mad. Today in that wood, Louise came running after me, and I was awake.
Suddenly she gave a little ripple of high-pitched laughter.
Oh, Mr. Lumsden, isn't this a ridiculous conversation? And your face! You're so absurd when you frown. You make me laugh. You make me laugh.
She broke off. Roger, with a swift movement, had turned and was standing over her. Now shut up, he said sharply. Shut up, do you hear? Shut up this instant and sit down. He put his hand on her shoulder and jerked her back into the chair. The shock of his roughness checked her hysterics, as he had intended it should. She sat limply, her head in her hand, trying not to cry. He watched her. Pull yourself together, Alwynne, he said more gently. Her lips quivered, but she nodded valiantly.
I will. Just wait a minute. I don't want to make a fool of myself.
Then, with a quivering laugh, Oh, Roger, this is pleasant for you. He laughed. You needn't mind me, he said calmly, any more than I mind you. Except when you threaten hysterics, I bar hysterics. I wouldn't mind if they did any good, but we've got lots to do. No time at all for them. We've got to work this thing out. Ready? Alwynne waited, her attention caught. Now listen, he said. First of all, get it into your head that I know all about it, and that I'm going to see you through. Next, whenever you get scared, though you won't again, I hope, that you are just to come and talk it over. You won't even have to tell me. I shall see by your face, you know. Do you understand? You are not alone any more. I'm here, always ready to lay your ghosts for you. Will you remember?
He spoke clearly and patiently, very cheerful and reassuring.
You've got to go home well, Alwynne. Because you know, though you're as sane as I am, you've been ill. This last year has been one long illness. You had a shock, a ghastly shock. And of course it skinned your nerves raw. My dear, I wonder it didn't send you really mad, instead of merely making you afraid of going mad. If you hadn't put up such a fight, honestly, Alwynne, I think you've been jolly plucky.
The sincere admiration in his voice was wonderfully pleasant to hear. Alwynne opened her eyes widely. "I don't know what you mean," she began shyly.
"I'm not imaginative," he said. "But if I'd been hag-ridden as you have—" He broke off abruptly. "But at least you fought yourself free," he continued cheerfully. "Yes, in spite of today."
And his complete assurance of voice and manner had its effect on Alwynne, though she did not realize it.
"You're better already. You say yourself you're a different girl since you got away since you came here. And when you're quite well, it'll be your own work, not mine. I'm just tugging you up the bank, so to speak. But you've done the real fighting with the elements. I think you can be jolly proud of yourself."
Alwynne looked at him, half smiling, half bewildered. "What do you mean? You talk as if it were all over. Shall I never be frightened again? Think of today."
"Of course it's all over," he assured her truculently. Today was the last revolt of your imagination. You've let it run riot too long. Of course it hasn't been easy to call it to heel."
"You think it's all silly imaginings, then?"
"Alwynne," he said, "you've got to listen to this. Just this. You say I'm not to talk about your friend, that I don't know her, that I'm unjust. But listen, at least, to this. I won't be unfair. I'll grant you that she was fond of the little girl, and meant no harm, no more than you did. But you say yourself that she was miserable till you relieved her mind by taking all the blame on yourself. Can't you conceive that in so doing, you did assume a burden, a very real one? Don't you think that her fears, her terrors, may have haunted you as well as your own? I believe in the powers of thought. I believe that fear, remorse, regret, may materialize into a very ghost at your elbow. Do you remember Macbeth and Banquo? Do you believe that a something really physical sat that night in the king's seat? Do you think it was the man from his grave? I think it was Macbeth's thoughts incarnate. He thought too much, that man. But let's leave all that. Let's argue it out from a common sense point of view. You said you believe in God?"
"Yes," she said.
"And the devil?"
"I suppose so."
"Well, I'm not so sure that I do," he remarked meditatively. "But if I do, I must say I cannot see the point of a God who wouldn't be more than a match for him, and a God who'd leave a baby in his clutches to expiate in fire and brimstone and all the rest of the beastliness. Well, is it common sense?" He appealed to her.
"If you put it like that," she admitted.
"My dear, would you let Louise frizzle if it were in your hands? Why, you've driven yourself half crazy with fear for her as it is. Can't you give God credit for a little common humanity? I'm not much of a Bible reader, but I seem to remember something about a sparrow falling to the ground. Now follow it up," he went on urgently. "If Louise's life was so little worth living that she threw it away, doesn't it prove she had her hell down here? If you insist on a hell. And when she was dead, poor baby, can't you trust God to have taken charge of her? And if he has, as he must have, do you think that child, that happy child, Alwynne, for if God exists at all, he must exist as the very source and essence of peace and love, that child would, or could, wrench itself apart from God, from its happiness, in order to return to torment you? Is it possible? Is it probable? In any way feasible?"
Alwynne caught her breath. "How you believe in God! I wish I could."
Roger flushed suddenly like an embarrassed boy. "You know, it's queer," he confided, subsiding naively. "Till I began to talk to you, I didn't know I did. I never bother about church and things. You know." But Alwynne was not attending.
"Of course, I see what you mean.
she murmured. "It applies to Louise, too. Why, Roger, she was really fond of me. Not as she was of Clare, of course, but quite fond of me. She never would have hurt me." "Hurt? Poor mite! She never hurt anyone in all her life."
"I wonder you didn't think of that before," remarked Roger severely. "I hope you see what an idiot you've been."
"Yes,"
said Alwynne meekly. She did not flash out at him as he had hoped she would, but her manner had grown calm, and her eyes were peaceful.
"Poor little Louise,"
said Alwynne slowly.
"So we needn't think about her any more? She's to be dead and buried and forgotten? It sounds harsh, doesn't it? But she is dead, and I've only been keeping her alive in my mind all this year. Is that what you mean?"
"Yes," he said. "And if it were not, as I think it is, sheer imagination, if your grieving and fear really kept a fraction of her personality with you, to torment you both, let her go now, Alwynne. Say good-bye to her kindly, and let her go home."
She looked at him gravely for a moment. Then she turned from him to the empty house of flowers.
"Goodbye, Louise,"
said Alwynne, simply as a child. About them was the evening silence. The sun, sinking over the edge of the world, was a blinding glory. Out of the flowers rose the butterfly, found an open pane, and fluttered out on the evening air, straight into the heart of the sunlight. They watched it with dazzled eyes. End of chapter 35.
Chapter 36 of Regiment of Women. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynette Caulkins, Monument, Colorado. Regiment of Women by Clemence DANE. Chapter 36. Alwynne had gone to bed early. She confessed to being tired as she bade her cousins good night, and indeed she had dark rings about her eyes, but her color was brilliant as she waited at the foot of the stairs for her candle. Roger had followed her into the hall and was lighting it. The thin flame flickered between them, kindling odd lights in their eyes. "Good night," said Alwynne, and went up a shallow step or two. "Good night," said Roger without moving. She turned suddenly and bent down to him over the poppy head of the balustrade. "Good night," said Alwynne once more, and put out her hand. "You are to sleep well, you know," he said authoritatively. She nodded, then with a rush, "Roger, I do thank you very much." "That's all right," said Roger awkwardly. Alwynne went upstairs. He watched her disappear in the shadows of the landing and took a meditative turn up and down the long hall before he returned to the drawing-room. He felt oddly responsible for the girl, wished that he had someone to consult about her. His aunts? Dears, of course, but Alicia? Possibly. Certainly not Jean. Nothing against them. Dearest women alive, but hardly capable of understanding Alwynne, were they? Without at all realizing it, he had already arrived at the conviction that no one understood Alwynne but himself. He caught her name as he re-entered the room. "Ever so much better. A different creature. Don't you think so, Roger?" "Think what?" "That Alwynne's a new girl. It's the air. Nothing like Dean air. But, of course, you didn't see her when she first came. A poor white thing. She had worked herself to a shadow. How Elsbeth allowed it, Jean caught her up. Overwork? Fiddlesticks, it wasn't that. I'm convinced in my own mind that there's something behind it. A girl doesn't go to pieces like that from a little extra work. Look at your Compton women at the end of a term. Busting with energy still, I will say that for them. No, I'm inclined to agree with Parker. I told you what she said to me. She must have been crossed in love, poor young lady, the way she fiddle-faddles with her food." Alicia laughed. "When you and Parker get together, there's not a reputation safe in the 3 Deans. If there had been any of the kind, Elsbeth would have given me a hint." "I should have thought that Elsbeth would be the last person." Jean broke off significantly. Roger glanced at her, eyebrows lifted. "What's she driving at, Aunt Alice?" "Lord knows," said Alicia shortly. Jean grew huffed. "It's all very well, Alicia, to take that tone. You know what I mean perfectly well. Considering how reticent Elsbeth was over her own affairs to us, she wouldn't be likely to confide anything about Alwynne, but Elsbeth always imagined no one had any eyes." Alicia moved uneasily in her chair. "Jean, will you never let that foolish gossip be? It wasn't your business 30 years ago. At least let it alone now." Jean flushed. "It's all very well to be superior, Alicia, but you know you agreed with me at the time." Roger chuckled. "What are you two driving at? Let's have it." Alicia answered him. "My dear boy, you know what Jean is. Elsbeth stayed with us a good deal when we were all girls together, and because she and your dear father were very good friends—" "Inseparable!" snapped Jean. She was annoyed that the telling of the story was taken from her. "Oh, they had tastes in common, but we all liked him. I'm quite certain Elsbeth was perfectly heart-whole. Only Jean has the servant girl habit of pairing off all her friends and acquaintances. I don't say, of course, that if John had never met your dear mother, but she came home from her French school. She'd been away 2 years, you know, and turned everybody's head. Ravishing she was. I remember her coming out dance. She wore the first short dress we'd seen. Everyone wore trains in those days. White gauze and forget-me-nots. She looked like a fairy. All the gentlemen wanted to dance with her, she was so light-footed. Your father fell head over ears. They were engaged in a fortnight, and nobody, in her quiet way, was more pleased than Elsbeth, I'm sure. Why, she was one of the bridesmaids." "She never came to stay with them afterwards," said Jean obstinately. "Always had an excuse." "Considering she had to nurse her father, with her mother an invalid already." Alicia was indignant. 10 years of sick nursing that poor girl had. "Anyhow, she never came to Dean again till after John died. Then she came, once, when she heard we were all going out to Italy. Stayed a week." "I remember," said Roger unexpectedly. You were only 5, cried Jean. The clock struck as she spoke. She jumped up. "Alicia, it's 10 o'clock. Where's Parker? Why hasn't Parker brought the biscuits? You really might speak to her. She's always late." She flurried out of the room. Roger drew in his chair. "Aunt Alice, I say, how much of that is just Aunt Jean?" Alicia sighed. "My dear boy, how should I know? It's all such a long while ago. Jean's no respecter of privacy. I never noticed anything. Hate prying. Always did." "She never married?" "She was over 30 before her mother died. She aged quickly, faded somehow. At that visit Jean spoke of, I shall never forget the change in her. She was only 26, 2 years older than your mother, but Rosemary was a girl beside her, in spite of you and her widow's weeds. And then Alwynne was left on her hands, and she absorbed herself in her. She's one of those self-effacing women. But there, she's quite contented, I think. She adores Alwynne. Her letters are cheerful enough. I always kept up with her. I'd like to see her again." "Why didn't you ask her with Alwynne?" "I did. She wouldn't come. Spring cleaning and one of her whimsies. Wanted the child to have a change from her. That's Elsbeth all over. She was always painfully humble. I imagine she'd sell her immortal soul for Alwynne." "Well, and so would you for me," said Roger with a twinkle. "Don't you flatter yourself," retorted Alicia with spirit. Then she laughed and kissed him, and lumbered off to scold Jean up to bed. Roger sat late, staring into the fire and reviewing the day's happenings. There was Alwynne to be considered. Alwynne in the wood, Alwynne in the daffodil house, Alwynne hanging over the banisters, a candle in her hand. And Elsbeth. Elsbeth had become something more than a name. Elsbeth had known his mother, had been pals with his father. He chuckled at the recollection of Jean's speculations. Poor old Jean. She hadn't altered much. He remembered her first horror at Compton and its boys and girls. But Elsbeth was evidently a good sort, appreciated Alwynne. He would like to have a talk with Elsbeth. He would like to have her version of that disastrous summer, have her views on Alwynne and this school of hers, and that woman. What was her name? Hartill. Clare Hartill. Yes, he must certainly get to know Alwynne's Elsbeth. In the meantime, he hesitated, fidgeting at his desk, spoiled a sheet or two, shrugged his shoulders, began again, and finally, with a laugh at his own uncertainty, settled down to the writing of a long letter to his second cousin Elsbeth. Elsbeth, opening a boot-box full of daffodils on the following evening, had no leisure for any other letter till Alwynne's was read. "I hope they'll arrive fresh. Roger packed them for me himself. He's frightfully clever with flowers, you know. You should just see his greenhouses. But he goes in chiefly for roses. He's going to teach me pruning and all that, he says, later on. The dears were out all day, but he looked after me. He's really awfully nice when you get to know him. One of those sensible people. I'm sure you would like him," etc., etc., etc. Elsbeth smiled over her daffodils. She had to put them in water, and arrange them, and rearrange them, and admire them for a full half-hour before she had time for the rest of her post, for her 2 circulars, and the letter in the unfamiliar handwriting. But when at last it was opened, she had no more eyes for daffodils, and though she spent her evening letter-writing, Alwynne got no thanks for them next day. "Not even a note!" declaimed Alwynne indignantly. "She might at least have sent me a note. It isn't as if she had anyone else to write to." Roger was most sympathetic. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of Regiment of Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynette Caulkins, Monument, Colorado. Regiment of Women by Clemence DANE. Chapter 37. Alwynne's visit had been prolonged in turn by Alicia, Jean, and Roger, and Elsbeth had acquiesced, her sedate letters never betrayed how eagerly, in each delay. Alicia was flatteringly in need of her help for the Easter church decorations, and how could Alwynne refuse? Jean was in the thick of preparations for the bazaar. Alwynne's quick wits and clever fingers were not to be dispensed with. Alwynne wondered what Clare would say to her interest in a bazaar and a mothers' meeting, and was a little nervous that it would be considered anything but a reasonable excuse for yet another delay. Clare's letters were getting impatient. Clare was wanting her back. Clare was finding her holidays dull. Yet Alwynne, longing to return to her, was persuaded to linger. For a bazaar, a village bazaar. That a bazaar of all things should tempt Alwynne from Clare. She felt the absurdity of it as fully as ever Clare could do. Yet she stayed. After all, the dears had been very good to her. She should be glad to make some small return by being useful when she could. And Alwynne was pleasantly conscious that she was uncommonly useful. A fair is a many-sided gaiety. There are tableaux. Alwynne's suggestions were invaluable. Sideshows. Alwynne, in a witch's hat, told the entire village its fortunes with precision and point. Alwynne's well-drilled school babies were pretty enough in their country dances and nursery rhymes, and the stall draperies were a credit to Alwynne's taste. Alwynne's posters lined the walls, and her lightning portraits, 4d. apiece, married couples 6d., were the success of the evening. The village notabilities were congratulatory. The dears beamed. It was all very pleasant. Her pleasure in her own popularity was innocent enough. Nevertheless, she glanced uneasily in the direction of Roger Lumsden more than once during the evening. He was very big and busy in his corner helping his aunts, but she felt herself under observation. She had an odd idea that he was amused at her. She thought he might have inquired if she needed help during the long evening when the little parish hall was grown crowded. Once, indeed, she signed to him across the room to come and talk to her, but he laughed and shook his head and turned again to an old mother, absorbed in a pile of flannel petticoats. Alwynne was not pleased. But when the sale had come to its triumphant end, and the stallholders stood about in little groups, counting coppers and comparing gains, it was Roger who discovered Alwynne, laughing a trifle mechanically at the jokes of the ancient rector, and came to her rescue. She found herself in the cool outer air, hat and scarf miraculously in place. "Jean and Alicia are driving. They won't be long after us. I thought you'd rather walk. That room was a furnace," said Roger with solicitude. She drew a deep breath. "It was worth it to get this. Isn't it cool and quiet? I like this black and white road. Doesn't the night smell delicious?" "It's the cottage gardens," he said. "Wallflowers and briar and old man. Better than all your acres of glass after all," she insinuated mischievously. Then, with a change of tone, "Oh dear, I am tired." "You'd better hang on to my arm," said Roger promptly. "That's better. Of course you're tired, if you insist on running the entire show." "Then did you think that?" Alwynne gave instant battle. "I knew you did. I saw you laugh. I can walk by myself, thank you." But her dignity edged her into a cart rut, for Roger did not deviate from the middle of the lane. He laughed. "You're a consistent young woman. I'm as sure of a rise. You'd better take my arm, Alwynne. You're not to say damn." A puddle shone blackly, and Alwynne, nose in air, had stepped squarely into it. She ignored his comments. "I wasn't interfering. I had to help where I could. They asked me to. Besides, I liked it." "Of course you did." She looked up quickly. "Did I do anything wrong? Did I push myself forward?" "You made the whole thing go," he said seriously. "A triumph, Alwynne. The rector's your friend for life." "Then why do you grudge it?" She was hurt. "Do I?" "You laugh at me." "Because I was pleased." "With me?" "With my thoughts. You've enjoyed yourself, haven't you?" She nodded. "I never dreamed it would be such fun." She laughed shyly. "I like people to like me." "Now come," he said. "Wasn't it quite as amusing as a prize-giving?" She looked up at him, puzzled. He was switching with his stick at the parsley blooms, white against the shadows of the hedge. "I suppose your goal is a headmistress-ship?" he suggested offhandedly. "Why?" began Alwynne, wondering. Then, taking the bait, "Not for myself. I couldn't. I haven't been to college, you know. But if Clare got one, I could be her secretary and run things for her, like Miss Vigors did for Miss Marsham. We've often planned it." "Ah, that's a prospect indeed," he remarked. "I suppose it would be more attractive, for instance, than to be Lady Bountiful to a village?" "Oh, yes," said Alwynne with conviction. "More scope, you know. And besides, Clare hates the country." "Ah," said Roger. They walked a while in silence. But before they reached home, Roger had grown talkative again. He had heard from his aunts that she was planning to go back to Utterbridge on the following Saturday, a bare 3 days ahead. Roger thought that a pity. The bazaar was barely over. Had Alwynne any idea of the clearing up there would be to do? Accounts, calls, congratulations. Surely Alwynne would not desert his aunts till peace reigned once more, and the first of his roses would be out in another week. Alwynne ought to see them. They were a sight. Surely Alwynne could spare another week. Alwynne had a lot to say about Elsbeth, and Clare, especially Clare. Alwynne did not think it would be kind to either of them to stay away any longer. It would look at last as if she didn't want to go home. Elsbeth would be hurt, and Clare, especially Clare. but the lane had been dark and the hedges had been high enough to shut out all the world save Roger and his plausibilities. By the time they reached the garden gate, Alwyn's hand was on Roger's arm. Alwyn was tired, and Alwyn had promised to stay yet another week at Deane. On the following day, laboring over her letters of explanation, she wondered what had possessed her, wondered, between a chuckle of mischief and a genuine shiver, what on earth Clare would say. But if Roger had gained his point, he gained little beside it. The week passed pleasantly, but some obscure instinct tied Alwyn to his aunt's apron strings. He saw less of her in those last days than in all the weeks of her visit. He had assured her that the dears would need help, and she took him at his word. She absorbed herself in their concerns, and in 7 long days found time but twice to visit Roger's roses. Yet, who was so pleasant as Alwyn when she was with him? Roger should have appreciated her whim of civility. It is on record that she agreed with him one dinner-time, on 5 consecutive subjects. On record, too, that in the last week there arose between them no quarrel worthy of the name. Yet Roger was not in the easiest of moods, as his gardeners knew, and his coachman, and his aunts. The gardeners grumbled. The coachman went so far as to think of talking of giving notice. Alicia said it was the spring. Jean thought he needed a tonic or a change. Roger, cautiously consulted, surprised her by agreeing. He said it was a good idea. He might very well take a few days off, say in a fortnight or 3 weeks. Only Alwyn, very busy over the finishing touches of Clare's birthday present, paid no attention to the state of Roger's temper. She was entirely content. The anticipation of her reunion with Clare accentuated the delights of her protracted absence. Indeed, it was not until the last morning of her visit that she noticed any change in him. That last morning, she thought resentfully, as later she considered matters in the train, he had certainly managed to spoil. Roger, her even-minded, tranquil Roger. Roger, prime sympathizer and confederate. Roger, the entirely dependable, had failed her. She did not know what had come over him. For Roger had been in a bad temper, a rotten bad temper, and heaven knew why. Alwyn didn't. She had been in such a jolly frame of mind herself. She had got her packing done early, and had dashed down to breakfast, beautifully punctual. And then it all began. She relived it indignantly as the telegraph poles shot by. The bacon had sizzled pleasantly in the chafing dish. She was standing at the window, crumbling bread to the birds. "Hello, you're early," remarked Roger, entering. "Done all my packing already. Isn't that virtue?" Alwyn was intent on her pensioners. "Oh, Roger, look, there's a cuckoo. I'm sure it's a cuckoo. Jean says they come right on to the lawn sometimes. I've always wanted to see one. Look, the big dark blue one." "Starling," said Roger shortly, and sat himself down. "First day I've known you punctual," he continued sourly. "I'm going home," cried Alwyn. "I'm going home. Do you know I've been away 7 weeks? It's queer that I haven't been homesick, isn't it?" "Is it?" said Roger blankly. "So, of course, I'm awfully excited," she continued, coming to the table. "Oh, Roger, in 6 hours I shall see Clare." "Congratulations." He gulped down some coffee. Alwyn looked at him, mildly surprised at his taciturnity. "I've had a lovely time," she remarked wistfully. "You've all been so good to me." Roger brightened. "The dears are such dears," continued Alwyn with enthusiasm. "I've never had such a glorious time. It only wanted Clare to make it quite perfect. And Elsbeth, of course." "Of course," said Roger. "So often I've thought," she went on, "now if only Clare and Elsbeth could be coming down the road to meet us." She paused effectively. "I do so like my friends to know each other. Don't you?" Roger was cutting bread, stale bread to judge by his efforts. His face was growing red. "Because then I can talk about them to them," concluded Alwynne lucidly. "Jolly for them," he commented indistinctly. Alwynne looked up. "What, Roger?" "I said, jolly for them." "Oh." Alwynne glanced at him in some uncertainty. Then, with a frown, "Have you finished already?" "Yes, thank you." "I haven't," remarked Alwynne with sufficient point. Roger rose. "You'll excuse me, won't you? I've a busy morning ahead of me." He got up, but in spite of his protestations of haste, he still stood at the table, fidgeting over his pile of circulars and seed catalogues, while he coughed the preliminary cough of a man who has something to say and no idea of how to say it. Alwynne, meanwhile, had discovered the 2 letters that her napkin had hidden, and had neither ears nor eyes for him and his hesitations. Roger watched her gloomily as she opened the envelopes. The first enclosure was read and tossed aside quickly enough, but the other was evidently absorbing. He shrugged his shoulders at last, and crossing the room, took his warmed boots from the hearth. The supporting tongs fell with a crash. Alwynne jumped. "Oh, Roger, you are noisy." "Sorry," said Roger, but without conviction. She looked across at him with a hint of perturbation in her manner. She distrusted laconics. "I say, is anything the matter?" "Nothing whatever," he assured her. "Why?" He bent over his boots. "I don't know. You're rather glum today, aren't you?" "Not at all," said Roger, with a dignity that was marred by the sudden bursting of his overtugged bootlace. His ensuing exclamation was vigorous and not inaudible. Alwynne giggled. It is not easy to tie a knot in 4-sided leather laces. She watched his struggles without excessive sympathy. Presently, a neat twist of twine flicked through space and fell beside him. "Just a little bit of string," murmured Alwynne flippantly. But getting no thanks, she returned to her letter. Roger fumbled in silence. "The dears are late," remarked Alwynne at last as she folded her sheets. "No, it's we who are early. I got down early on purpose. I thought you might be too. I wanted—" He broke off abruptly. "Yes, I always wake up at daybreak when I'm excited," she said joyously. "Oh, Roger, how I'm looking forward to getting home. Clare says she may meet me, if she feels like it." She beamed. "Oh," said Roger. Alwynne tapped her foot angrily. "What's the matter with you?" she demanded. "Why on earth do you sit there and grunt at me like that? Why won't you talk? You're an absolute wet blanket. On my last morning. I wish the dears would come down." "I think I hear them moving," he said, and stared at the ceiling. "I hope you do." Alwynne flounced from the table and picked up a paper. He stood looking at her, between vexation and amusement, and another sensation less easily defined. "Well, I must be off," he said at last. He got no answer. "Goodbye, Alwynne. Pleasant journey." Alwynne turned in a flash. "Goodbye? Aren't you coming to see me off?" she demanded blankly. He hesitated, looking back at her from the open window, one foot already on the terrace. "I'm awfully busy. It's market day, you know, and the new stuff's coming in. The dears will see you off." "Oh, all right." Alwynne was suddenly subdued. She held out a limp hand. He disregarded it. "Do you want me to come?" He spoke more cheerfully. "One always likes one's friends to see one off," she remarked sedately. "And meet one?" He glanced at the letter in her hand. "And meet one, certainly." Her chin went up. "I hadn't to ask Clare, but you needn't come. Goodbye." "Oh, I'm coming now," he assured her, smiling. Alwynne's eyebrows went up. "But it's market day, you know." "Yes." "You're awfully busy." "Yes." "The new stuff's coming in." "Yes." "Are you coming, Roger?" "Yes, Alwyn." "Then, Roger dear, if you are coming, and it's no bother, and you can spare them, would you bring me a tiny bunch of your roses? Not for me, for Clare. She does love them so. Do, Roger." "I'm hanged if I do," cried Roger, and went his wrathful way. But he did. A big bunch. More than enough for Clare. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of Regiment of Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynette Caulkins, Monument, Colorado. Regiment of Women by Clemence DANE. Chapter 38. Alwynne was out of the train a dangerous quarter-minute before it came to a standstill, and making for the bunch of violets that bloomed perennially in Elsbeth's bonnet. There followed a sufficiency of kissing. It was like a holiday homecoming, thought Alwynne, of not so very long ago. But not so long ago she would have been exclusively occupied with Elsbeth and her luggage and her forgotten compartment, would not have turned impatiently from her aunt to scan the length of the platform. Not a sign of Clare? And Clare had promised to meet her. She prolonged as long as she might her business with porters and ticket collectors and outside men, but Clare did not appear, and she left the station at last at her aunt's side sedately enough, with the edge off the pleasure of her homecoming. A telegram on the hall stand, however, contented her. Clare was sorry. Clare was delayed, would be away another 4 days, was writing. Alwynne shook off her black dog, and the meeting with Clare still delightfully ahead of her was able to devote herself altogether to Elsbeth. Elsbeth spent a gay 4 days with an Alwynne grown rosy and cheerful, affectionate and satisfyingly garrulous again. Found it very pleasant to have Alwynne to herself, her own property even for 4 days. Elsbeth might know that she was second fiddle still, but though it cost her something to realize that she could never be first fiddle again, she could be content to give place to Roger Lumsden. She shook her head over her inconsistency. She could school herself, rather than lose the girl's confidence, to accept Clare Hartill as the main theme of Alwynne's conversation till she was weary of the name, but she could not hear enough of Roger. All that Alwynne let fall of incident, description, or approval, Roger, Elsbeth discovered, had, in common with Clare, no faults whatever. She stored up to compare, when Alwynne had gone to bed, with letters, 6 by this time, that she kept locked up with certain other, older letters, in the absurd little secret drawer of her desk. And she would patter across into Alwynne's room at last, to tuck in a sheet or twitch back a coverlet, or merely to pretend to herself that Alwynne was a baby still, and so, with a smile and a sigh, to her own room, to make her plain toilet and to say her selfless prayers to God and her counterpane. Happy days and nights, 4 happy days and nights for Elsbeth. Then Clare came back. It was natural that Alwynne should meet her and go home with her, portmanteau in hand, to spend a night or 2. Elsbeth agreed that it was natural, 3 nights or even 4. But when a week passed with no sign from Alwynne but a meagre apologetic postcard, Elsbeth thought that she had good cause for anger. Not, of course, with Alwynne, never, be it understood, with Alwynne, but most certainly with Clare Hartill. Alwynne was so fatally good-natured. Clare, she supposed, had kept the child by a great show of needing her help. Of course school was beginning, had begun already. Clare would find Alwynne useful enough. No doubt it was pleasant to have someone at her beck and call again in these busy first days of term. Possibly, probably, oh, she conceded the probably, Clare had missed Alwynne badly. Had not Elsbeth, too, missed Alwynne? but she answered Alwyn's postcard affectionately, as usual. If Alwyn were happier with Clare, Elsbeth would have given no hint of loneliness. A hint, she knew, would suffice. Alwyn had a sense of duty, but she wanted free will offering from Alwyn, not tribute. In spite of herself, however, something of bitterness crept into her next note to Roger Lumsden, who had inveigled her, she hardly knew how, into regular correspondence. Her remark that Alwyn has been away 10 days now was set down baldly, with no veiling subsentences of explanation or excuse. Had she but known it, however, she was not altogether just to Alwyn. The first hours of reunion did certainly drive her aunt out of Alwyn's mind, but after a couple of days she was ready to remind herself and Clare that Elsbeth too had some claim on her time. It is possible, however, that had she been happier, she would have been less readily scrupulous. Clare had certainly been glad to see her, had, for an hour or two, been entirely delightful. But with the resumption of their mutual life, Clare was not long in falling back into her old bad ways, and in revenge for her 2 months' boredom, in sheer teasing high spirits at Alwyn's return, as well as in unreasoning, petulant jealousy, led Alwyn a pretty enough dance. For Clare was jealous of these 8 weeks of Alwyn's youth that did not belong to her, and between her jealousy and her own contempt for her jealousy was in one of the moods that she and Alwyn alike dreaded. The mornings at the school came as a relief to them both, but no sooner were they together again than Clare's pricking devil must out. Scenes were incessant, wanton, childish scenes. Yet Alwyn, sore and bewildered as she was by Clare's waxing unreasonableness, was yet no proof against the sudden surrenders that always contrived to put her in the wrong. She would repeat to herself that it must be she who was unreasonable, that she should be flattered rather than distressed, for instance, that Clare would not let her go home. She would rather be with Clare than Elsbeth, wouldn't she? Of course. Well then. Nevertheless, she could not help wondering if any letters had come for her, if Elsbeth, expecting her daily, would bother to send them on. Roger had promised to write. She thought that really she ought to go home. But Clare would not hear of her leaving. Elsbeth wanted Alwyn. So did she. Didn't Elsbeth always have Alwyn? Surely Alwyn was old enough to be away from Elsbeth for a fortnight, without leave granted. Really, with all due respect to her, Alwyn's aunt was a regular old man of the sea. Clare! Alwyn's tone had a hint of remonstrance. Oh, I said with all respect, but if she were not your aunt, I would really be tempted to get rid of her, have you here altogether. You would like that, Alwyn, eh? Alwyn refused to nod, but she laughed. Get rid? Clare, don't be absurd. Clare looked at her, smiling, eyes narrowed in the old way. Do you think I couldn't get rid of her if I wanted to? I always do what I set out to do. Look at Henrietta Vigors. Alwyn sat bolt upright. Miss Vigors? But she resigned. She had been meaning to leave. She told us so. Do you mean that she didn't want to leave? Do you mean that she had to? Have you ever seen a liner launched? You press an electric button, you know. Just a touch. It's awfully simple. She paused, eyes dancing. But Alwyn had no answering twinkle. I wouldn't have believed it, she said slowly. Then, distractedly, But why, Clare? Why? What possessed you? She got in my way, said Clare indolently. Alwyn turned on her, eyes blazing. You mean to say you deliberately did that poor old thing out of her job? If you did, but I don't believe it. If you did, Clare, excuse me, but I think it was beastly. Demon, with the highest respect to you, quoted Clare, tongue in cheek. But Alwyn was not to be pacified. Clare, you didn't, did you? My dear, she was in the way. She worried you, and you worried me. I don't like being worried. Alwyn shivered. Don't, Clare. I hate you to talk like that, even in fun. It's so cold-blooded." "In fun?" Clare laughed lightly. Alwyn's youthful severity amused her, but she had gone, she perceived, a trifle too far. "Well then, in earnest, joking apart?" Alwyn's face relaxed. Of course, she had known all along that Clare was in fun. Joking apart, it was time for Miss Vigors to go. I admit saying what I thought to Miss Marsham. I am quite ready to take responsibility. She was too old, too fussy, too intolerant. I can't stand intolerance. She had to go. Alwyn looked wicked. "Clare, you remind me of a man I met down at Compton. You ought to get on together. He's great on tolerance, too. So tolerant that 500 years ago he'd have burned every one who wasn't as tolerant as he. As it is, he shrugs them out of existence a la Podsnap, just as you did Miss Vigors just now." "Who was he?" "Don't know. Only met him once, but he tickled me awfully. He hadn't the faintest idea how funny he was." "Did he shrug you out of existence?" "My dear Clare, could anyone snub me? You might as well snub a rubber ball." "Yes, you're pretty thick-skinned." Clare paid her back reflectively. Alwyn winced. "Am I? I'm sorry. I don't mean to be. How, just now?" Clare yawned. "Well, for one thing, you needn't flavor your conversation exclusively with deans. They bore me worse than if they had an A in them." "I'm sorry." Alwyn paused. Then she plucked up courage. "Clare, I stayed there 2 months. The Dean people are my friends, my great friends. I don't think you need sneer at them." Clare yawned again. "Oh, I wonder you ever came back if they're so absorbing. What is the particular attraction there, by the way? The old women or the young men?" Alwyn's lips quivered. "Clare, what has happened? What is the matter with you nowadays? Why are you grown so different? Why are you always saying unkind things?" Clare shrugged her shoulders. "Really, Alwyn, I'm not accustomed to be cross-examined. Such a bore giving reasons. Besides, I haven't got any. Oh, don't look such a martyr." "I think I'll go home," said Alwyn in a low voice. "I don't think you want me." "But Elsbeth does, doesn't she?" Clare settled herself more comfortably in the comfortable Chesterfield as she watched Alwyn out of the room. She lay like a sleepy cat, listening to the muffled sounds of Alwyn's packing, let her get ready to her hat and her gloves and the lacing of her boots before she called her back, and played with her, and forgave her at the last. Yet she found Alwyn less pliable than usual. Convicted of sin, she was yet resolved on departure, if not today. No, of course she would not go today, after behaving so ill to her Clare. Then the day following. That would be Friday, a completed fortnight, and Saturday was Clare's birthday. Had Clare forgotten? Alwyn hadn't, anyhow. Oh, she must come for Saturday, and what would Elsbeth say to that? There must be one evening at least given to Elsbeth in between. After all, it was jolly dull for Elsbeth all by herself. Clare, good-tempered for the first time that afternoon, supposed it was, rather. But on that particular day, Alwyn's qualms of conscience were unnecessary. Elsbeth was not at all dull. Elsbeth, on the contrary, was tremendously excited. And Elsbeth had forgotten all about Alwyn, was not missing her in the least. Elsbeth had received a letter from Dean that morning, and was expecting Roger Lumsden to supper. End of chapter 38.
Chapter 39 of Regiment of Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Regiment of Women by Clemence DANE. Chapter 39. Elsbeth spent her day in that meticulous and unnecessary arrangement and rearrangement of her house and person with which women, since time was, has delighted to honor man, and which he, the unaccountable, has as inevitably failed to notice. The clean cretons had arrived in time and were tied and smoothed into place, the vases new filled, and the fire, though spring cleaning had been, sprawled opulently in a brickless grate. The matches, with the 50 cigarettes Elsbeth had bought that forenoon, hesitating and all too reliant upon the bored tobacconist, lay, aliens unmistakable, near Roger's probable seat, and the knowledge of the supper laid out in the next room fortified Elsbeth as, years ago, a new frock might have done. Alwynne, in every age and stage, dotted the piano and occasional tables, and a photograph that even Alwynne had never seen was placed on the mantel-shelf, that Roger, greeting Elsbeth, might see it and forget to be shy. But it was Elsbeth that was shy when Roger, very punctual, arrived amid the chimes of the evening service. Yet Elsbeth had been ready since 5. They greeted each other in dumb show and sat a moment, smiling and taking stock, while the clamor swelled, insisted, ebbed, and died away. Roger, still silent, began to fumble at a case he carried, while Elsbeth found herself apologetically, and for the 1000th time, wondering to her guest why she had taken root so near a church, while within herself a hard voice cried exultantly, "He's his father over again! Nothing of Rosemary there!" And she tasted a little strange flash of triumph over the dead woman she had been too gentle to hate. But suddenly her lap was filled with roses, bunch upon tight masculine bunch, and the formal sentences broke up into incoherence as Roger stooped and kissed his second cousin Elsbeth. They soon made friends. Roger, who had never quite forgotten her, found the pleasant-faced spinster as attractive as the pretty lady of his childhood. He examined her as he ate his supper. A spare figure, soft gray hair, and square, capable hands, a kind mouth, not a strong one, set in lines firmer than were natural to it, gentle eyes, no longer beautiful, and a cheerful, tired smile. A sweet face, thought Roger, not a happy one. Yet she had Alwynne. She fluttered a little over the meal and was anxious about his coffee, and full of little inquiries and attentions that were never irritating. There was a faint scent of verbena as she moved about him, and her silk gown did not crackle like younger women's dresses. She listened well, but he guessed her no talker, and later in the evening gauged her affection for Alwynne by her breathless fluency. He thought her charming and a little pathetic, and wondered why nobody had ever insisted on marrying her. Elsbeth's shyness soon dwindled. She slipped quickly into the informal aunt and nephew attitude that he evidently expected, and found his friendliness and obvious pleasure in her as delightful as it was astonishing. She supposed, with a wistful little shrug, that she was near the rose. Nevertheless, she enjoyed herself. They talked in narrowing circles, of his father a little, more of his mother, of Dean and Elsbeth's former visits. He described Compton and the deers, and his gardens and his roses. Then, with a chuckle, an unauthorized attempt of Alwynne at pruning that had ended in disaster, and so plunged into confidences. "I expect you've guessed that I intend, that I want to marry Alwynne, with her permission," he added hastily, smiling down at her. Elsbeth envied him his inches. For Alwynne's sake she did not intend to be dominated, but she found his mere masculinity a little overpowering, and did not guess that her frail dignity had made its own impression. She smiled back at him. "I'm glad you put that in. You should respect gray hairs." "But I do." "No, you implied that I'm a very blind and foolish guardian. My dear boy," her pretty voice shook a little, "I've hoped and prayed for this. You, John's boy, and dear Rosemary's, of course, and Alwynne, who's dearer to me than a daughter. Why, that's why I sent her down to Dean." She blushed the rare blush of later middle age. "Oh, my dear, it was shameless. I was matchmaking." "I was, and I've always considered it so indelicate. But I wish so strongly that you two might come together. When Alwynne wrote of you so often, I hoped, and then your letters made me sure. You had got on so well without me these 25 years, and then to feel the ties of kinship so very strongly all of a sudden. It was transparent, Roger." He laughed. "I hadn't forgotten, really, though it's the vaguest memory. You gave me a rabbit in a green cabbage that opened, and one Sunday we shared prayer books. You had a blue dress, a pale blue that one never sees nowadays, and very pink cheeks." "Ah, the crêpe de Chine," said Elsbeth absently. "I always remembered, though I'd forgotten I did. Alwynne brought it back. She's like you in some ways, you know. She made me awfully curious to see you again. From the way she talked, I knew you'd be decent to me." He smiled. "Elsbeth, I'm tremendously in love." "Have you told her so?" "Alwynne's rather difficult to get hold of. She doesn't understand anything but black and white." "Clare Hartill. I suppose you've heard of Clare Hartill?" "Have I not?" "Clare Hartill says she has an uncanny ear for nuances. Also that she's thick-skinned. The woman's a fool." "Oh, she's quite right, Roger, though I expect she was in a temper when she said it. But it only means that Alwynne has been trained to listen to women. She can't follow men yet. She has been advised that they are grown-up children and that her role is to be superior but tactful." He chuckled. "Yes, when Alwynne's tactful, she's tactful. You can't mistake it, can you? Have you ever seen her sidling out of a room when she thought she wasn't wanted? Still, she can hold her own on occasion. She simply walked through my hands. But how does she talk of me, Elsbeth, if she does at all, that is?" "She likes you in the good old Roger fashion." "But you do think I have a chance?" "That's why I wanted to see you. Frankly, at present, I don't think you have." He looked at her coolly, not at all depressed. "Why not?" "Clare Hartill." "Ah!" He sat down at the table again, his chin in his fist. "You think her the obstacle?" "I taught her once. Alwynne has been absorbed in her for 2 years. Alwynne talks." They both smiled. "I could compare. I ought to know her pretty well." "Yes, but how can she affect Alwynne and me? Of course, I know what a lot Alwynne thinks of her. She's rather delightful on the subject. Thinks her perfection, and so on. Alwynne is naive, conveys more than she knows or intends sometimes. And she never looks at her God's feet, does she? Clare, and Clare, and Clare. Personally, I imagine her a bit of a brute. I try to be fair. She is fond of Alwynne." "Why not? But what's that got to do with Alwynne's caring for me, if I am lucky enough to make her? And I'm conceitedly sure that it's only a question of waking Alwynne up. You don't know Clare. If once she knows, she'll never let the child go. But if Alwynne were engaged to me? She'll never allow it. She'll play on Alwynne's affection for her." "But why? I shouldn't interfere with their friendship." "My dear Roger, marriage ends friendship automatically. Clare would be shrewd enough to see that, and even, otherwise, she would never share. You don't guess how jealous women are." Roger leaned back in his chair with a gesture of bewilderment. "My dearest cousin, the age of sorcery is over. You talk as if Alwynne were under a spell." "Practically she is. Of course Clare would put it on the highest grounds. Unsuitability, a waste of talents. She pretends to despise domesticity. Alwynne would be hypnotized into repeating her arguments as her own opinion." "Hypnotism?" "Oh, not literally. But she really does influence some women, and young girls especially, in the most uncanny way. I've watched it so often." "She's not married?" "She hardly ever speaks to a man. I've seen her at gaieties when she was younger. She was always rather stranded. Men left her alone. Something in her seems to repel them. I think she fully realized it. And she's a proud woman. There's tragedy in it." "Does she repel you?" "Not in that way. I dislike her. I think her dangerous. I'm intensely sorry for her, and I do understand something of the attraction she exercises, better than you can, though it has never affected me. You see, eccentricity, abnormality, does not affect women as it does men, and she's brilliantly clever. So is Alwynne. You wouldn't call her abnormal. Alwynne? Never. She's as sound and sweet as an apple. But, and it means a good deal at her age, she's in abnormal hands. Clare Hartill is abnormal, spiritually perverse, and she's fastened on the child. They adore each other. It's terribly bad for Alwynne. As it is, it will take her months to shake off Clare's influence, even with you to help her. That is, if you succeed in detaching her. I'm useless, of course. Loving, just loving, is no good. You can only influence if you are strong enough to wound. I merely irritate. I'm weak. But you could do as you like, I believe. Take her away from that selfish woman, Roger. It's blighting her. You think, he said, that she would be content with me, with marriage as a career? Of course Miss Hartill's right about her talents. Alwynne, I don't think... I know. All her gifts are so much surface show. She's a very simple child underneath. Content? Can't you see her, Roger, with children? Her own babies? Roger beamed. It's rather a jolly prospect. Well, I must take my chance. Of course, you must wait. It's too soon yet. Even later, if Clare really wants her enough to suppress her own perverse impulses, I'm afraid you've little chance. But it's possible that she will not want her as much as that. I don't follow. I mean that Clare, with that impish nature of hers, may hurt Alwynne. I should think she has already, often enough. Yes, but Alwynne has never realized it, never realized that it was deliberate. She is always so sure that it was her fault somehow. If once she found out that Clare was hurting her for the fun of it, you know, for the pleasure of watching her suffer, as I'm sure she does, it might end everything. Alwynne hates cruelty. That poor child's death shook her. A little more and she will be disillusioned. But loyal still? Probably, but the glamour would be gone. She would be extremely unhappy. There your chance would come, though I don't think Clare will give it you. For I believe Alwynne does mean more to her than most things. But she's an unaccountable person. There is the chance. I see. Roger rose and straightened himself. Practically I'm not to depend on my own attractions at all. He laughed a little. I am to watch the whims of this unpleasant schoolmarm, and be grateful to her for forcing Alwynne to prefer my deep sea to her devil. The situation is hardly dignified. Elsbeth laughed too. Love is always undignified, Roger. What does it matter if you want her? But she watched him anxiously as he walked to the window and stood staring out. There was a silence. At last he turned. Elsbeth, dear, it's a beautiful scheme, and a woman could carry it through, I dare say, but it's no good to me. It's too torturous, too feminine. I don't mean anything rude. It's merely that I'm not subtle enough or patient. At least, I haven't got that cat and mouse kind of patience. I can wait, you know. That's different. I can wait all right. But I can't intrigue. Elsbeth flushed. There is no intrigue. It's a question of understanding Alwynne and of using the opportunity when it comes. To trick and surprise and over-persuade her into caring for me? It's no good, Elsbeth. It isn't possession I want. It's Alwynne. Can't you see? We should neither of us be happy. She would always distrust me and remember that I'd taken an advantage. I should end by hating her, I believe. Can't you see? Elsbeth was shaken by her own thoughts. I see, she said finally, and I see that you don't love her, or you'd take her on any terms. Would you? Yes. Well, I wouldn't, and I do love her, but I want Alwynne on my terms. Do I sound an awful prig? Cousin Elsbeth, hear my way. I'm going to have it out with Alwynne. At once? At once, as soon as I see her. No beating about the bush. Roger, she may be utterly out of the mood. Hang moods! I beg your pardon, Elsbeth, but I'm going to tell her certain things. If she doesn't like it, I'm going back to Dean. She'll know where to find me when she changes her mind. Elsbeth, don't look so hopeless. You don't understand, Alwynne. I don't want to understand her. I want to marry her. I must stick to my own way. Can't you conceive that all this consideration, all this deference to moods and dissection of motives, this horribly feminine atmosphere that she seems to have lived in, of subtleties and reservations and simulations, may be bad for her? It seems to me that she's always being thought about. You, with your anxious affection, that unholy woman with her lancet and probe, you neither of you leave her alone for a second. She's always being touched. Well, I'm going to leave her alone. It gives her a chance. I've never spoiled her. Elsbeth was off at a tangent. I'm sure of it. I can remember Father holding you up to Mother once. He said you were the most judicious woman with children that he knew. Did he? Said Elsbeth. Mother was awfully annoyed. Roger chuckled. I'd been bawling for my 4th doughnut, and got it. I've never spoiled Alwynne, repeated Elsbeth tonelessly. No one could, remarked Roger with conviction. Elsbeth looked up and laughed at him. So you are human, she said. I was beginning to doubt it. When I get on the subject of Alwynne's adorableness, he laughed back at her. We're obviously cousins, aren't we? But, really, I've been trying to be detached, and critical, and analytical, and all the things you feel are important. I wanted to see what you meant, Cousin Elsbeth, and I do see that we both want the same thing. But as to the means, I believe I must go my own way. She eyed him doubtfully, but he looked very big and solid in the little room, comfortingly sure of himself. You think me a frantic old clucking hen, don't you, and are just a little sorry for the duckling? I think you're a perfect dear, said Roger. You'll come tomorrow? Alwynne will be back, I hope. What time is she likely to turn up? About 4 if she comes. She would lunch with Clare, I expect. He nodded whimsically. Very well. Tomorrow, at 4 precisely, there will be a row royal. Tomorrow I am calling on Miss Hartill to fetch Alwynne home. Goodbye, Cousin Elsbeth. He turned again in the doorway. Elsbeth, there's a house at Dean I've got my eye on. There's a turret room. My best roses will clamber right into it. That's to be yours. And Elsbeth, nobody but you shall run the nursery. He had shut the door before she could answer, and she heard him laugh as he ran, 2 at a time, down the shallow steps. She went to the window and watched till his strong figure had disappeared in the dusk. He is very like his father, said Elsbeth wistfully, glancing across at the faded likeness. The dusk deepened, and the stars began to twinkle. He will never be the man his father was, cried Elsbeth, suddenly and defiantly. Her hands shook as she cleared away the remnants of the meal. She swept up the hearth, picked the coals carefully apart, and tidied the tidy room. Roger's roses still lay in a heap in the basket chair. She gathered them up and carried them into the tiny bathroom, that they might drink their fill all night. Their scent was strong and sweet. Then she lit her candle and prepared for bed. The sheets were very cold. She tried not to think of Roger's father lying in the grave she had never seen. The old, cruel longing was upon her for the sound of his voice and the sight of his face and the sweetness of his smile. She broke into painful weeping. The hours wore past. Of course he would marry Alwynne. Alwynne would be happy. There was comfort in that. Roger would be kind to her. A good boy, a dear boy. And he might have been my son, cried out Elsbeth to the uncaring night. End of chapter 39, recorded by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 40 of Regiment of Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Regiment of Women by Clemence DANE, Chapter 40. Roger never fought his battle royal with Clare, for at the turn of Friar's Lane he met Alwynne herself, dragging wearily along the cobblestones, weighed down by paper parcels and the heavy folds of the waterproof hanging on her arm. Her hair was roughened by the wind that tugged and strained at her loosened hat. Her face was drawn and shadowy. She had an air of exhaustion, of indefinable demoralization that Roger recognized angrily. He had seen it in the first weeks of her visit to Dean. Her thoughts were evidently far away, and she would have passed him without a look if he had not stopped her. She started violently as he spoke. It was like rousing a nightmare-ridden sleeper. Then her face grew radiant. "Roger!" she cried, and beamed at him like a delighted child. He possessed himself of her parcels, and they walked on, Alwynne's questions and exclamations tumbling over each other. Roger at Utterbridge? Why had he come? How long was he staying? How were the dears, and how did Dean spare him? When had he arrived? Roger dropped his bomb. "Yesterday. I went to supper with Elsbeth. We had a long talk." His tone conveyed much. The brightness died out of Alwynne's face. She looked surprised and excessively annoyed. "She knew you were coming?" "She did." "Why on earth didn't she let me know? Why, she doesn't know you. She hasn't seen you since you were a kid. It's extraordinary of Elsbeth." "I wouldn't let her." "Wouldn't let her?" Alwynne looked at him blankly. "Roger, I think you're cracked." "Terse and to the point. Don't you worry. Elsbeth and I understand each other. Besides, we've been corresponding." "You and Elsbeth?" "Yes, that's partly why I came. I wanted to get to know her. You see, your description and her letters didn't tally. So I came. We got on jolly well. I burst in on her again at breakfast this morning. She didn't fuss, took it like a lamb. I fancy you underrate our cousin, in more ways than one. She knows it, too. She's no fool. I found that out when we talked about you." "Elsbeth discussed me? With you?" Alwynne's tone foreboded a bad half-hour to Elsbeth. "Why not? You're not sacred, are you?" Roger chuckled. Alwynne felt inclined to box his ears. Here was a new Roger. Roger, her own property, to take such an attitude, to ally himself with Elsbeth, to leave her in the dark? Roger! It was unthinkable, and she had been so awfully glad to see him. Absurdly glad to see him. He had made her forget even Clare. Clare! She began to occupy her mind once more with the scene of the previous day, recalling what she had said, contrasting it with what she had intended to say, stabbed afresh by Clare's manner, writhing in her own helplessness, when Roger's slow voice brought her thoughts back to the present. "You've been away from Elsbeth a fortnight," he said accusingly, as they entered the town gardens. She flared anew at his tone. "Certainly. I've been staying with friends. Have you any objection?" "A friend," he corrected. She flushed. "Clare Hartill is my best friend." "Your worst, you mean." She turned on him. "How dare you say that? How dare you speak of my friends like that? How dare you speak to me at all?" He continued, quite unmoved. "Don't be silly, Alwynne. Your best friend is your Aunt Elsbeth. You ought to know that. You don't treat her well, I think. You've been away a fortnight with that friend of yours. You stayed on without consulting her." "I telephoned," cried Alwynne, in spite of herself. "Since then you've sent her one postcard. She isn't even sure that you're coming back today. She's just had to sit tight and wait till it's your... No, I'll give you your due, until it's your friend's pleasure to send you back to her, fagged out, miserable, just like my dog after a thrashing. And Elsbeth's to comfort you and cosset you and put you to rights, and then you'll go back to that woman again, to have the strength and the spirit drained out of you afresh. And you walk along talking of your best friend. I call it hard luck on Elsbeth." Alwynne's careful dignity was forgotten in her anger. She turned on him like a furious schoolgirl. "Will you stop, please? How dare you speak of Clare? If Elsbeth chooses to complain, what affair is it of yours anyhow? I'll never speak to you again. Never. Or Elsbeth either." Her voice broke. She was on the verge of tears. Roger took her by the arm and drew her to a seat. "You'd better sit down," he said. "We've heaps to talk over yet, more than you've a notion of. And if we're to have a row, let's get it over in the open, far less dangerous. Never get to cover in a thunderstorm. I know what you want." He had watched her fumbling unavailingly in the bag and pocket and had chuckled. He knew his Alwynne. He produced a clean silk handkerchief and dangled it before her. She clutched at it with undignified haste. "Thank you, first," he said, holding it firmly. A moment victory hung in the balance. Then, Oh, thank you," said Alwynne with fine unconcern, and secured it. Their eyes met. It was impossible not to smile. "At the same time," remarked Alwynne, a little later, "you've no right to talk to me like that, Roger. Whatever you choose to think, you're not my cousin." "I'm Elsbeth. It strikes me she needs defending." Alwynne laughed. "You know I'm awfully fond of Elsbeth. You know I am. I am a beast sometimes to her, you're quite right, but she doesn't really need defending. Honestly. Not from you, I know. But frankly, without wanting to be rude to your friend, I think she makes you careless of Elsbeth's feelings. Elsbeth was awfully hurt this week, and she's the sort of dear one hates to see hurt." Alwynne looked at him wistfully. "Roger," she said hesitatingly, "suppose someone were unkind to me, hurt me badly, very often, almost on purpose. Would you defend me? Would you care at all?" "I shouldn't let them," he grunted. "If you couldn't help it?" "I shouldn't let them," he repeated doggedly. "But should you care?" "Of course I should. What rot you talk. Of course I should. But I shouldn't let them." "Oh, Roger," she cried suddenly and pitifully, "they do hurt me sometimes. They do, they do." Roger looked around him with unusual caution. The gardens were empty. There was not even a loafer in sight. He put his arm round her and drew her clumsily to him. She yielded like a tired child, and lay quietly staring with brimming eyes at the gaudy tulip bed on the further side of the walk. "I believe you're about fed up with that school of yours," he said, after a time, as if he had not followed the allusion to Clare. She nodded. "I'm not lazy, Roger. You know it's not that. It's just the atmosphere and the awful crowding. Such a lot of women at close quarters, all enthusiasm and fussing and importance. They're all hard-working, and all unselfish and keen, more than a crowd of men would be, I believe. But that's just it. They're dears when you get them alone, but somehow, all together, they stifle you. And they all have high voices that squeak when they're keenest. Do you know, that was what first made me like you, Roger. Your voice? It's slow and deep and restful. Such a reasonable voice. You mustn't think me disloyal to the school. The girls are all frightfully interesting, and the women are dears, and there's always Clare. Only we do get on each other's nerves. A boys' school is just the same." "Is it? I've only seen Compton. I don't know how coeducation affects the boys, but I'm sure it's good for the girls, and the mistresses too. Of course, they're not really different to my lot, but they seem so. They had room to move. They weren't always rubbing up against each other like apples in a basket. It all seems so natural and jolly. Fresh air everywhere, and since I've been back, I felt I couldn't breathe. I believe it's altered me, just seeing it all, and I can't make Clare understand. She thinks I like Dean because I wanted to flirt." "That type would." Yes, I know you think that, she answered uneasily. But she isn't that horrid type. That's why it hurts so much that she can't understand. As if I ever thought of such a thing until she talked of it. Only I like talking to men, you know, Roger, because they've often got quite interesting minds, and it's easier to find out what they really think than with women. But they bore Clare. Do they? Roger had his own opinion on the question, but he found that it was difficult to refrain from kissing Alwynne when she looked at him with innocent eyes and made preposterous statements. So he stared at the tulips. You see, she thinks, we both think, that if you've got a really real woman friend, it's just as good as falling in love and getting married and all that, and far less commonplace. Besides the trouble, smoking, you know, and children. Clare hates children. Do you? Roger looked at her gravely. Me? I love them. That's the worst of it. When I grew old, I'd meant to adopt some, only Clare wouldn't let me, I'm sure. Of course, as long as Clare wanted me, I shouldn't mind. To live with Clare all my life? Oh, you know how I'd love it. I love her dearly, Roger, you know I do, in spite of things I've told you. Only, oh, Roger, suppose she got tired of me. And, since I've been back, sometimes I believe she is. Poor old girl. It's a shame to grizzle to you. It can't be interesting. And, of course, I don't mean for one moment to attack Clare. Only everything I do seems wrong. When she sneers, I get nervous. And the more nervous I get, the more I do things wrong. You know, silly things, like spilling tea and knocking into furniture. And she gets furious, and then we have a scene. It's simply miserable. We had one yesterday, and again this morning. It's my fault, of course. I get on her nerves. You never get on my nerves, said Roger suggestively. Not when I chop up your best pink roses? She looked at him sideways, dimpling a little. As long as you don't chop up your own pink fingers. You've got pretty fingers, Alwynne. Roger, you're a comforting person. I wish Clare would treat me as you do sometimes. You pull me up, too, but you never make me nervous. I'm sure I shouldn't disappoint her so often, if she did. Alwynne, he returned with a twinkle, stop talking. I've made a discovery. Well? You're 10 times fonder of me than you are of that good lady. Now, own up. Roger! Alwynne was outraged. She made efforts to sit upright, but Roger's arm did not move. It was a strong arm, and it held her, if anything, a trifle more firmly. You're talking rot. Please, let me sit up. You're all right. It's quite true, my child, and you know it. Ah, yes. They're a lovely color, aren't they? For Alwynne was gazing at the tulips with elaborate indifference. Secretly, she was a little excited. Here was a new Roger. He was quite mad, of course, but rather a dear. She wondered what he would say next. To examine our evidence. You were very glad to see me. Now, weren't you? I'm always pleased, remarked Alwynne sedately to the tulips, to see old friends. Yes, but we're not all friends exactly, if you refer to length of acquaintanceship. If to age, I was 30 last March. I'm not doddering yet. I wasn't speaking of ages. 30 is perfectly young. Clare's 35. You do fish, Roger. Yes, I'm going to have a haul some day soon, I hope. But to resume. Firstly, you were jolly glad to see me. Secondly, you took your lecture very fairly meekly, for you. And you've already had one talking to today during which, I gather, you were anything but meek. I never told you. But there was a glint in your eye. You've no idea how invariably your face gives you away, Alwynne. Thirdly, you've hinted quite half a dozen times that Miss Hartill would be all the better for a few of my virtues. 10th, and finally, you've made my coat collar thoroughly damp. You needn't try to move. And I don't exactly see you spoiling your Clare Sunday blouse that way. Often. Eh? Alwynne was obliged to agree with the tulips. I thought so. Therefore, I say, after considering all the evidence, in your heart of hearts you are 10 times fonder of me than of Miss Clare Hartill. The trap was attractively baited. Impossible for an Alwynne to resist analysis of her own emotions. She walked into it. I don't know. I wonder if you're right? Perhaps I am fonder of you. I love Clare. That's quite a different thing. One couldn't be fond of Clare. That would be commonplace. She's the sort of wonderful person you just worship. She's like a cathedral, a sort of mystery. Now you're like a country cottage, Roger. Of course, one couldn't be fond of a cathedral. A cottage, remarked Roger to the tulips in his turn, can be made a very comfortable place, especially if it's a good-sized one. Holt Meadows, for instance. My tenants leave in June, did you know? There's a south wall and a croquet ground. Tennis? Roger was afraid the tulips would find it too small for tennis. But a court could be made in Nicholas Nye's paddock, Alwynne reminded them. Roger thought it would be rather fun to live there, tennis or no tennis. Didn't the tulips think so? The tulips did, rather. One could buy witch wood for a song, I believe. You know it runs along the paddock. Think of it, all witch wood for a wild garden. And no trespassers. No trampled hyacinths any more. Or ginger beer bottles. Oh, Roger! A delightful Alwynne was forgetting all about the tulips, but they nodded very pleasantly for all that. A footpath through to the deer's garden, and my glass houses, and chickens in a corner of the paddock. You'd have to undertake those. All white ones. Better have buff Orpingtons. Lay better. Remember Jean's trouble. Really, the amount of eggs. Dear Jean. And besides, I shall want some for clutches. I adore them when they're all fluff and squeak. And ducklings too, Roger. We won't have incubators, will we? Rather not. Lord, it will be sport. You're to wear print dresses at breakfast, Alwynne. Lilac, with spots. You're very particular. Like that one you wore at the fair. You know. Oh, that one! Do you mean to say... All right, but I shall wear tea gowns every afternoon, with lace and frillies. Elsbeth says they're theatrical. All right, we'll eat muffins. And read acres of books. May I smoke? It'll get into the curtains. I'll get you a new lot once a week. And we won't ever be at home to callers. Just us two. Alwynne sighed contentedly. Oh, Roger, it would be rather nice. You can invent beautifully. He laughed. Then we'll consider that settled. He bent his head and kissed her. A very light kiss. A very airy and fugitive attempt at a kiss that suited the moment better than his mood, but Roger could be Fabian in his methods. Alwynne rather thought that it was a curl brushing her forehead. The tulips rather thought it wasn't. Roger could have settled the matter, but they did not like to appeal to him. They were all a little disturbed, more than a little uncertain how to act. The tulip's attitude was frankly alarming to Alwynne, who, if the kiss had really happened, was prepared to be dignified and indignant. The tulips, however, appeared to think a kiss a pleasant enough indiscretion. To someone, at any rate, we are worth the kissing, quoth the tulips defiantly, with irreverent eyes on a vision of Clare's horrified face. Then, veering smartly, they reminded Alwynne that from a patient, protective Roger, it was the most brotherly and natural of sequels to their make-believe. Alwynne was not so sure. Roger was developing characteristics of which the kiss, had it taken place, was not the least exciting and alarming symptom. He was no longer the Roger of Dean days, not a month dead, or rather, the Dean Roger was proving himself but a facet of a many-sided personality, big, too, that was more than a match for a many-sided Alwynne, with moods that met and enveloped hers, as a woman's hands will catch and cover a baby's aimless fist. More than his strength, his gentleness disturbed her. So long a prisoner to Clare, ever bruising herself against the narrow walls of that labyrinthine mind, she would have been indifferent to any harshness from him. But his kindliness, his simplicity, unnerved her. He had been right. She had her pride. Clare did not often guess when her self-control was undermined. But with Roger, what was the use of pretending to Roger? It had been comforting to have a good cry. His kiss had been comforting too. She remembered the first of Clare's rare kisses, the thin fingers that gripped her shoulders, the long, fierce pressure, mouth to mouth, the rough gesture that released her, flung her aside. But Roger, if, indeed, she had not dreamed, had been comforting. Here the tulips broke in whimsically with the brazen suggestion that it would be delightful to put one's arm round Roger's neck and return that supposititious kiss, a remark, of course, of which no flower but a flaunting scarlet tulip could be capable. Alwynne was horrified at the tulips. Horrified by the tulips, worried by her own uncertainties, puzzled by the imperturbable face smiling down at her. Certainly not a conscience-stricken face. Probably the entire incident was a wild imagining of the tulips. She had watched those nodding spring devils long enough. Time to go home. At any rate, it was time to go home. It puzzled her anew that Roger's arm was no longer about her, that he should make no effort to detain her, or to reopen the conversation, that he should walk at her side in his usual fashion, originating nothing. Once or twice, glancing up at him, she surprised a smile of inscrutable satisfaction, but he did not speak. He merely met her eyes steadily, still smiling, till she dropped her own once more. A month ago she would have challenged that smile, cavilled and cross-examined. Today she was quaintly intimidated by it. Indeed, a new Roger. She never dreamed of a new Alwynne. Yet for all her perplexity and very real physical fatigue, Alwynne walked with a light step and a light heart. As usually, she was absurdly touched by his unconscious protective movements, the touch on her arm at crossings, the juggle of places on the fresh pathway, the little courtesies which the woman-bred girl had practiced without receiving, appealed to her enormously. She felt like a tall school child, gentleman perforce at all her dancing lessons, who, at her first ball, comes delightedly into her own. She gave Roger little friendly glances as they walked home, but no words, though she could have talked had he invited. But Roger was resolutely silent, and for some obscure reason this embarrassed her more than his previous loquacity. Gradually she grew conscious of her crumpled dress and loosened hair, that a button was missing on her glove, trifles not often wont to trouble her. She wondered if Roger had noticed the button's absence. She hoped fervently that he had not. She glanced obscurely at shop windows, whose blurred reflections could not help her to the conviction that her hat was straight. Also it dawned upon her that Roger was weighed down by preposterous parcels, that the parcels were her own. She was sure the string was cutting his fingers. She was penitent, knowing that she would not be allowed to relieve him, and hugely annoyed with herself. She had been scolded often enough for her parcel habit, and had laughed at Elsbeth. And here was Elsbeth proved entirely right. Weighing down Roger like this? What would he think of her? He had not spoken for 10 minutes. Of course, he was annoyed. They had better get home as quickly as might be. End of chapter 40. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona.
Chapter 41 of Regiment of Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Hope for Swan. Regiment of Women by Clemence DANE. Chapter 41. Elsbeth, sitting at the window, had seen them come down the street, and was at the door to welcome them. Alwyn was kissed, rather gravely, but Elsbeth and Roger greeted each other like the oldest of trusted friends. Alwyn's eyebrows lifted, but Elsbeth ignored her. She scolded Roger for being late, showed him his roses, revived and fragrant in their blue bowls, and when Alwyn turned to go and dress, declared that he looked starved, that supper was long overdue, and must be eaten at once. Roger seconded her, and to supper they went. Alwyn raged silently. What was the matter with Elsbeth? She had barely greeted her, and now to be so inconsiderate, to insist on sitting down to supper then and there, without giving her time to make herself decent. Couldn't she see how tired Alwyn was, how badly in need of soap and water and a brush and comb, let alone a prettier frock? It wasn't fair. Elsbeth might know she would want to look nice, with Roger there. She did not choose to look a frump, however Elsbeth dressed herself. It dawned on her, however, as Elsbeth, resigning the joint to Roger, began to mix a salad under his eye, after some particular recipe of his imparting, that Elsbeth, on this occasion, was looking anything but a frump. She wore her best dress of soft, dark purple stuff, and a scarf of fine old lace, that, as Alwyn very well knew, saw the light on high and holy days only, and a bunch of Roger's roses were tucked in her belt. Her hair was piled high in a fashion new to Alwyn. A tiny black velvet bow set off its silvery grey. It was waved, too, and clustered becomingly at the temples. Alwyn, gasping, realized that Elsbeth must have paid a visit to the local coiffeur. She realized also, for the first time, how pretty, in delicate, pink May fashion her aunt must once have been. At any other time, Alwyn would have been delighted at the improvement, for she was proud of Elsbeth, in daughterly fashion, and had wrestled untiringly with her indifference to dress. She knew she would have hailed the change, but, to her own annoyance, she found it irritating. It displeased her that she herself should be dishevelled and day-worn, while Elsbeth faced her, cool and dainty and dignified. Roger was obviously impressed. Roger, to whom Elsbeth had been so carefully, deprecatingly explained. It made Alwyn look such a fool. How was she to know that Elsbeth would have this whim? She had never guessed that Elsbeth could make herself look so charming, and she to be in her street clothes, with her hair like a mouse's nest. It was too bad. However, it didn't seem to matter. Roger, it was clear enough, had no eyes for her. Her resentment grew. She attempted to join in the conversation, but though Roger listened gravely and answered politely, she never caught a twinkle in his eye. He invariably flung back the ball to Elsbeth as quickly as might be. She mentioned Dean, made intimate allusions to their walks and adventures, and he turned to explain them, to include Elsbeth, with a pointedness that made Alwyn pink with vexation. She began to long to get him to herself, to quarrel or make peace as he pleased, but anyhow to get him to herself. Couldn't one have a moment's conversation without dragging Elsbeth into it? So absurd of Roger. Slowly she realized that neither Roger nor Elsbeth were finding her indispensable, and her surprise was only rivalled by her indignation. Elsbeth particularly, it was simply beastly of Elsbeth, was being, in her impalpable way, unapproachable. She was angry about something. Alwyn knew the signs. She, Alwyn, supposed that she ought to have written, but she did write a postcard. One couldn't be everlastingly writing letters. Anyone but Elsbeth would have waived the matter, with a visitor present, but Elsbeth was so vindictive. Here Alwyn's rebellious conscience allied itself with her sense of humour to protest against the picture of a vindictive Elsbeth. They bubbled with tender laughter at the idea. Alwyn must needs laugh with them, a trifle remorsefully, and admit that the idea was fantastic, that Elsbeth, in all the years she had known her, had been the most meek and forgiving of guardians, and that she, Alwyn, had been undeniably negligent. Nevertheless, why must Elsbeth show Roger the kitchen? What was he saying to her out there? And why were they both laughing like that? Cackle, 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 muttered Alwyn viciously. Awfully funny, isn't it? She continued her reflections. Fussing over clearing the supper still. One of Elsbeth's absurd ideas, just because it was the maid's evening out. Let her do it when she came back. Such a fuss and excitement always. What would Roger think of them? What a long time they were! She might take the opportunity of going to change her frock. She hesitated. What was that? What was Roger saying? She caught the murmur of his deep voice, and her aunt's staccato in answer, but the words were blurred. After all, why should she bother to change? Elsbeth would be sure to make unnecessary remarks, and Roger wouldn't care. He was too occupied with Elsbeth. Nobody cared. Nobody wanted her. She would go back to Clare tomorrow, but if Clare were in today's humour still. What a wretched week it had been. Even if Clare had not been so moody, Alwyn would have felt ill at ease. She had known perfectly well that she owed the first weeks of her return to her aunt, but at a hint from Clare she had stifled her conscience and stayed. And now Elsbeth, she could tell, was deeply hurt. Once away from Clare, Alwyn could reflect and be sorry. She wouldn't have believed that she could be so careless of Elsbeth's feelings. She was suddenly and generously furious with herself. How selfish, how abominably selfish she had been. No wonder Roger had been shocked. Of course neither he nor Elsbeth could ever understand how difficult it was to withstand Clare. It had been possible once. Her thoughts strayed to that early Christmas when she had resisted all Clare's arguments. But now she had no choice. However determined one might be beforehand, and she had intended to return that first day. One's will was beaten aside, blown about like a straw in a strong wind. If only Roger would understand that. She hated him to think her so selfish. Elsbeth needn't have told him, she thought resentfully. It was not like Elsbeth to give her away. She supposed she had hurt Elsbeth's feelings pretty badly. Why, oh why, hadn't she been firmer with Clare? She had only to say, quite quietly, that she must do what she felt to be right. Clare couldn't have eaten her. She began to rehearse the conversation. It suited her to compose the telling phrases she might have uttered. They sounded all right, but of course, face to face with Clare, she could never have said them. Clare, in indifference, displeasure, or appeal, would have conquered without battle given. In her heart she knew that. She moved uneasily about the room, deep in thought. For the first time her attitude to Clare struck her as contemptible. What had Roger said? Like a dog after a thrashing. Intolerable. She flung up her head, her pride writhing under the phrase. So that was how it struck outsiders. Outsiders? She didn't care a dead leaf for outsiders. Let them think what they chose. But Roger? And Elsbeth? Did they really think her weak and enslaved? It stung her that Roger should think so meanly of her. She told herself that the loss of his opinion in no way affected her, and instantly began to revolve within herself phrases, explanations, actions, wherewith to regain it. And there was Elsbeth. He had thought her unkind to Elsbeth. He was right there. She saw remorsefully, with her usual thoroughness, that she had been, for many a long year, as the plagues of Egypt to her Elsbeth. She flung herself on the prim little sofa, and stared at the closed door uncertainly. She was too proud to do what she wanted to do, invade the kitchen, and regardless of Roger's eyes and presence, confess to Elsbeth and receive absolution. A word, she knew, would be enough. If Elsbeth felt as miserable as she did, a word would be more than enough. Elsbeth and Roger, returning to the sitting room, ended her indecision. Their manner had changed. Roger was quieter, less talkative, but Elsbeth was so radiant that Alwyn decided that contrition could wait. More than ever she realized that two were company. Her anger grew again as she watched and listened. Elsbeth had produced cards and suggested three-handed bridge. Alwyn excused herself, and Roger, who had been her partner on occasion at Dean, was obviously relieved. His Alwyn was the one woman, but she could not play bridge. He settled down to double dummy with Elsbeth. The conversation became a rapt and technical duet, punctuated with interminable pauses. Alwyn fumed. So this was Elsbeth's idea of a really pleasant evening. Cards. Beastly, idiotic cards. Roger, her Roger, had come up all the way from Dean to play cards with Elsbeth. Had he just? All right then. He should have all the cards he wanted, and more. As for Elsbeth, catch Alwyn telling her she was sorry now. The striking of the clock gave her her opportunity. She rose, yawning elaborately. "I'm going to bed," she remarked to the card table. "Are you, dear?" said Elsbeth. Oh, good night," said Roger, casually rising and sitting down again. "Your shout, Elsbeth." Elsbeth went, no trumps. Alwyn lingered. "Of course, the kitchen fire's out," she said with sour suggestiveness. "Do you want a bath? Yes, of course. Do you know, my dear, you're looking rather grubby." Elsbeth paid her sweetly. "I expect the water will still be hot if you're quick. Don't forget to turn the light off, will you, when you've finished?" Alwyn made no answer, but she still lingered. Elsbeth, finishing her hand, spoke over her shoulder. "Alwyn, dear, either go out or come in and sit down. There's such a draught." There was a swish of skirts, and all the innumerable ornaments rattled on their shelves. Alwyn had permitted herself the luxury of banging the door. Roger laughed like a schoolboy. "All is not well," he quoted. Elsbeth laughed too, yet half against her will. "My poor Alwyn. She hates me to be annoyed with her. It infuriates her. She'll be awfully penitent tomorrow. It's really rather comical, you know. She'll take criticism from anyone else, but I must approve implicitly. And you being here didn't improve matters. She was longing to be nice, and I didn't help her. She was quite aware that she was showing you her worst side, and quite unable to get out of the mood. I knew, bless her heart." She looked at him with a quick little gesture of appeal. "Roger, you do understand that tantrum meant nothing. She's such an impulsive child." He smiled. "I know. Don't you worry. Besides, it was my fault. I was teasing her all the evening. It was not what she expected. Oh, I'm growing subtle enough to please even you, Elsbeth. You know, she's had rather a full day. Evidently a scorching afternoon with that delightful friend of hers to start with." "Ah?" said Elsbeth, her eyes brightening. "Oh yes, she was distinctly chastened. I improved the occasion, and you've about finished her off, the poor old girl. I was expecting that little exhibition." I believe you enjoy upsetting her," began Elspeth, rather indignantly. "Of course I do. It's as good as a play." Elspeth sighed. "Well, I suppose it's all right. You'll have to manage her for the future, not I." "Oh, she'll do all the managing," said Roger ruefully. "I foresee that this is my last stand. She's just a trifle in awe of me, at present, you know, though she doesn't know it, but it won't last. And then, heaven help me. But you know, Cousin Elsbeth, to be henpecked by Alwyn, don't you think it will be quite pleasant? It is. She's bullied me since she was 3. Oh, Roger, I shall miss her. She blinked rapidly. Roger stared away from her in awkward sympathy. You shan't, not very much, he said. We'll fix things. You'll have to come and settle with us. Elspeth fidgeted. You know, you took my breath away in the kitchen just now, she said. Are you quite sure it's all right? Does Alwyn know she's engaged to you? He purponed. Well, frankly, I don't think she did quite take it in. Roger? But I'm buying the engagement ring tomorrow, he added hastily. That'll clear things up. Elspeth looked at him helplessly. Roger, either you're a genius or a lunatic. I'm not sure which, but I think a lunatic. Oh well, we shall know tomorrow, he observed consolingly. I shall turn up about 11. Keep Alwyn for me, won't you? Elspeth struck her hands together. It's Clare Hartill's birthday. I'd almost forgotten her. Alwyn will be engrossed. Oh, Roger, you've been telling me fairy tales. We've forgotten Clare Hartill. Roger picked up the scattered cards. With immense caution, he poised a couple tent fashion and builded about them till the house was complete. He added story after story, frowning and absorbed. At the 6th, the structure collapsed. He looked up and met Elspeth's eyes. People in card houses shouldn't raise Cain. It's an expensive habit, he remarked sententiously. Elspeth, don't worry, but keep Alwyn till I come tomorrow, won't you? I'll try. Of course, if you're still in a temper. Hurrah! The door had been softly opened. Alwyn, in her gay dressing gown, stood on the threshold. Her hair was knotted on the top of her head, and small damp curls strayed about her forehead. The folds of her wrapper, humped across her arm with elaborate care, hinted at the towels and sponges concealed beneath. She looked, in spite of her bigness, like an extremely small child masquerading as a grown-up person. Her eyes sought her aunt's appealingly. Roger she ignored. Elsbeth, she said meekly, please won't you come and tuck me up? She disappeared again. Elsbeth laughed as she rose. I knew she wouldn't be content. Isn't she a dear, Roger, for all her little ways? She's all right, said Roger with immense conviction. End of chapter 41.
Chapter 42 of Regiment of Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Regiment of Women by Clemence DANE, Chapter 42. Alwynne was spending a contented morning. She had made her peace with Elsbeth overnight, and at the ensuing breakfast had been something of a feasted prodigal. Elsbeth had made no objection to her plans for the afternoon, but had suggested that, as Roger was coming to lunch, Alwynne might take him for a walk in the morning. He was sure to arrive by 12. Alwynne, her head full of Clare's birthday, and Clare's birthday present, acquiesced graciously. Indeed, she was herself anxious to talk to him again, to show him how completely she and Elsbeth were in accord, to prove to him, once and for all, though with kindly firmness, how uncalled for his comments had been. She believed that they had not parted the best of friends last night. A pity. Roger could be such a dear when he chose. Yesterday afternoon, for instance. She found herself blushing hotly as she recalled the details of yesterday afternoon. Her thoughts were divided evenly between Roger and Clare as she sat at her work table, running the last ribbon through the foamy laces and embroideries. She was proud of her work, and thrilled with pleasurable anticipations of Clare's comments. Clare would be pleased, wouldn't she? Elsbeth, helping her to fold the dainty garment, and wondering wistfully if Alwynne would ever be found spending 1/10 of the time and trouble on her own trousseau. that she lavished on presents for people who did not appreciate them, was quite sure that Clare would be more than pleased. She could not cloud Alwynne's happy face, but she hoped to goodness that Roger would come soon. She was sick of the word of Clare. Alwynne dispatched her parcel by messenger boy. She would not trust it to the post, yet it must arrive before she did. Clare hated to be confronted with you and your gift together. She hoped that Clare would not be in a mood when gifts were anathema. You never knew with Clare. She paid the boy with a bright shilling and a slice of inviolate company cake, and was guiltily endeavoring so to squeeze and compress its girth that Elsbeth would not notice the enlarged gap at tea-time when Roger arrived. She slid the tin hastily back into the cupboard. "I won't shake hands," she said, "but it's stickiness, not ill-feeling." Roger frowned aside the remark. He was looking excited, extremely pleased with himself, yet a trifle worried. He had the air of a man who had been priding himself on doing the right thing, and is suddenly stricken with doubt as to whether, after all, he had not made a mess of the business. He confronted her. "I expect I've got it wrong," he remarked, with gloomy triumph. "I hate colored stones, myself." "What are you talking about?" demanded Alwynne. "Which is it, anyhow?" "Which is what?" "Which is your favorite stone?" Alwynne gazed at him blankly. "What on earth?" she began. Roger frowned anew. "Don't argue with me. Which is your favorite stone?" "I don't know. Emeralds, I think." He gave a sigh of relief, not entirely make-believe. "Of course! I knew I was right. Elsbeth swore to pearls." "Oh, I've always coveted her string. She's going to give it to me when I'm 40. I'd like to know what you're talking about, Roger, if you don't mind?" "Why 40?" "Years of discretion. You are tidy and never lose anything once you're 40. But why? Were you having a bet?" "Not exactly." Roger searched his pocket. "Here, catch hold." He had produced a small package, gay with sealing wax and colored string. He handed it to her awkwardly, with immense detachment. She opened it curiously. In a little white kid case lay an emerald, round and shining like a safety signal. It was set in silver, quaintly carven. Alwynne exclaimed, "Oh, Roger! How gorgeous! How perfectly ripping! Where did you pick it up? Was it awfully expensive?" Roger had been beaming in a gratified fashion, but at her question his jaw dropped. "Well," he began. "Well, His expression struck her. "Do you mind my asking? It's only because it is so exactly what I've always longed to give Clare. I'm saving. I'm going to, some day. Clare loves emeralds." "Perhaps," said Roger, with elaborate irony, "you'd like to give her this? Don't mind me." She glanced up at him, startled, puzzled. "This?" "It happens to be your engagement ring," he remarked offendedly. Alwynne began to laugh, but a trifle uncertainly. To laugh without accompaniment or encouragement is uneasy work, and Roger's face was entirely expressionless. She felt that her laughter was sounding affected, and ceased abruptly, her foot tapping the floor, a glint of annoyance in her eye. "What are you talking about?" she attacked him. "Your engagement ring, wasn't it?" he said. "Are you by any chance serious?" "Perfectly." Roger's schoolboy awkwardness, due to his encounter with an unexpectedly facetious jeweler, was wearing off. "My engagement ring?" "We'll change it, of course," he said, with maddening politeness, "if you really prefer pearls." "Presupposing an engagement?" Alwynne was on her high horse. "To me. That was the idea, I think. Elsbeth is delighted." Alwynne dismounted hastily again, though she kept a hand on the bridle. "Roger, this is beyond a joke. What have you been saying to Elsbeth?" "Why, my dear," he said gently, "very much what I told you yesterday afternoon." Alwynne grew scarlet. "Roger, we were in fun yesterday. We were joking. I forget what it was all about. There was nothing to tell Elsbeth." "Yes, you do forget," he said. "Yes, I have. I want to," she answered unsteadily. You know you weren't serious. Why, you were laughing at me. You know you were. Do you never laugh when you're serious? Never, said Alwynne earnestly. Well, then, we're like the Cheshire cat and dog. But I laugh when I'm most amazingly serious sometimes, Alwynne. I was yesterday, and I think you knew it. I didn't, said Alwynne stubbornly. We only just talked nonsense, all about Holt Meadows. You know it was nonsense. I didn't, said Roger, with equal stubbornness. You did, said Alwynne. I didn't, said Roger. Oh, of course, if you're going to lose your temper, cried Alwynne. Roger shrugged his shoulders. It was deadlock. Alwynne looked at him. He was grave enough now. I didn't mean to be rude, she said unhappily. Didn't you? He was all polite surprise. I expect I was, she ventured. It all depends on what one's used to, he returned philosophically. Yes, I know I was, but you are so horrid today. Sorry, said Roger stiffly. She turned to him impulsively. Roger, I've missed you awfully since I came back. It was quite absurd when I'd got Clare all to myself, but I did. It was so nice seeing you. I was simply miserable yesterday, and then you turned up and were perfectly sweet. It cheered me up, and then you turned horrid. All the evening you were horrid, and now you're horrid, quarreling and arguing. Why can't you be nice to me always? She was very close to him. Her hand was on the arm of his chair. Her skirts swished against his knee. Alwynne, you're too illogical for a schoolmarm. Haven't you been bullying me since I came on account of yesterday? Roger, she said unsteadily, don't tease me. I do so want to be friends with you. He put his arms about her as she stood beside him and looked up at her with laughing, tender eyes. And I do so want to marry you. Why not, Miss LaCreevy? Let's be a comfortable couple. She struggled away from him. No, Roger. No, no. I don't want to get married. Why aren't you content to be friends as we were at Dean? Friendship's a lot. If I can see you very often and write to you twice a week and tell you everything, I should be awfully content. Wouldn't you? He looked at her with amusement. Your idea of friendship is pretty comprehensive. What's wrong with getting married, Alwynne? Oh, I don't know. What's wrong with getting married, Alwynne? How can I get married, cried Alwynne in sudden exasperation, when I'm not in love with you? You're silly sometimes, Roger. I suppose you're quite sure about it, he ventured cautiously. Oh, yes. He looked utterly unconvinced. Why, I've hardly ever even dreamed about you, she remonstrated, and I know all your faults. Oh, you do you? Out with the list. It would take too long, Alwynne dimpled. Love must be blind. Is that the idea? Couldn't that be got over? One uses blinkers, you know, in double harness. I never dream, Alwynne, normally. Must I eat lobster salad every night? There, you see? Alwynne waved her hand complacently. You're just as bad. You couldn't talk like that if... If what? Nothing. If what? Alwynne looked at him. If what, Alwynne? Roger's tone was a little stern. She had taken a rose from the bowl at her elbow and was slowly pulling off the petals. Her eyes were on her work. He waited. Her hands cupped the little pile of rose leaves. She buried her face in them, watching him an instant, through her fingers. They are very sweet, Roger. Are they from home? From Dean, I mean? Smell. She held out her hands to him. He caught them in his own. The red petals fluttered noiselessly to the ground. If what, Alwynne? He insisted. Oh, Roger, do you really care? So much? Yes, dear, he said soberly. So much. Alwynne looked up at him anxiously. She was very conscious of the big warm hands that held her so firmly. She wished that he would not look so intent and grave. He made her feel frightened and unhappy. No, not frightened exactly. There was something strong and serene about him that upheld her, even when she opposed him, but certainly unhappy. She realized suddenly how immensely she liked him, how entirely his nature satisfied hers. "Oh, Roger," she said wistfully, "I do like you. It isn't that I wouldn't like to marry you." His face lit up. "Would liking awfully do, Roger? Would it be fair? Must one be in love like a book?" His face relaxed. "I shall be content," he said. Then impetuously, "Alwynne, I'll make you so happy. You shall do nearly everything you want to. Alwynne, if you only knew." She stopped him hurriedly, pulling away her hands. "Don't, Roger, don't. I didn't mean that. I only meant I'd like to. But I can't, of course. Of course I can't. There's Clare." "Clare!" His tone abolished Clare. Alwynne flushed. "Why do you sneer at Clare? You always sneer. I won't have it." Her tone, in spite of her sudden anger, was unconsciously and comically proprietary. He repressed a smile as he answered her. "All right, dear. But I wasn't sneering, not at Clare." "At me, then?" "Not sneering, chuckling. My dear, what has Clare oh, yes, she's your dearest friend. But what has any friend, any woman, got to say to us two? We're going to get married." "We're not. It's no good, Roger." Alwynne spoke slowly and emphatically, as one explaining things to a foreigner. "Why won't you understand? Clare wants me. We've been friends for years." 2 years," he interjected contemptuously. "Well, you needn't talk. I've known you 2 months," she flashed out. "Do you think I'm going to desert Clare for you, even if She stopped suddenly. He beamed. "You do, don't you, darling?" he said. I don't want to. I mustn't. I don't know why I'm even talking to you like this. It's ridiculous. Of course there can never be anyone but Clare." "Yes, it is ridiculous," he said impatiently. She faced him angrily. "Yes, very ridiculous, isn't it? Not to leave a person in the lurch, a person whom you love dearly and who loves you. You can laugh. It's easy to laugh at women being friends. Men always do. They think it funny to pretend women are always catty and spiteful and disloyal to each other." "I've never said so or thought so," said Roger. "You have. You do. Look at the way you've talked about Clare. That looks as if you thought me loyal and a good friend, doesn't it? What will Clare think of me, when I've let her be sure she can have me always, when I've promised her? At 19! Miss Hartill's generous to allow you to sacrifice yourself." "It's no sacrifice. Can't you understand that I care for her, awfully? Why, I owe her everything. I was a silly, ignorant schoolgirl, and she took me and taught me. Pictures, books, everything. She made me understand. Of course I love my dear old Elsbeth, but Clare woke me up, Roger. You don't know how good she's been to me. I owe her all my mind." "And your peace?" he asked significantly. She softened. "You know I'm grateful. I don't forget. But she's such a dreadfully lonely person. You've got the dears, at least. She's queer. She can't help it. She doesn't make friends, though everyone adores her. She's only got me. She wants me. How could I go when she wants me, when she's so good to me?" "Is she?" he said. "Yesterday?" "I was a fool yesterday," said Alwynne quickly. "Of course I get on her nerves sometimes, but it's always my fault, honestly. You don't know what she's like, Roger, or you wouldn't say such things. I hate you to misunderstand her. How could I care for her so, if she were what you and Elsbeth think?" He looked at her innocent, anxious face and sighed. "All right, my dear. Stick to your Clare. As long as you're happy, I suppose it's all right. Well, I'd better be off. Where's Elsbeth?" "Be off? Where?" Alwynne looked startled. "To pack my traps. I'm going home." "Oh, Roger, you're not angry with me?" "I am, rather," he said. But you needn't mind me. You don't, do you?" She looked at him piteously. "Goodbye," he said. He shook hands perfunctorily and turned away. "You're angry." "Oh, you are!" cried Alwynne, following him. He laughed. "You can't pay Clare without robbing Roger. Don't worry, Alwynne." "Are you really going?" she said wistfully. "Yes. Any message?" "You'll write to me, won't you?" "Good Lord, no," said Roger with immense decision. Alwynne jumped. It was not the answer she had expected. But you must write to me," she stammered. "How shall I know about you if you don't write to me?" He was silent. A new idea struck Alwynne. "Do you mean you don't want to hear from me either?" she asked incredulously. "I think it would be better," he said. "Oh, Roger, why? Aren't you going to be friends?" Alwynne was looking alarmed. "I wonder," he began, with elaborate patience, "if you could contrive, without straining yourself, to look at things from my point of view, for a moment, only a moment?" "That's mean. You make me feel a beast." "That won't hurt you." "Roger!" "Alwynne, you're being very rude." "You kick at the privileges of friendship already? I knew you would. Let's drop it, Alwynne. You've got your good lady. You're quite satisfied. I've not got you. I'm not. So the best thing I can do is to go back to Dean and forget about you." "If you can," said Alwynne's widening, indignant eyes. "After all," he said meditatively, "you're a dear, but you aren't the only woman in the world, are you?" "Oh, no," said Alwynne. "I might go back to America," he said, "for a time. I've heaps of friends out there." "Oh?" said Alwynne. "Yes, I shall get over it," he concluded comfortably. "You mustn't worry, my child." "Well, good-bye again. Wish me good luck, Alwynne." "Good luck," said Alwynne. He took up his hat, looked at her, smiled a little, and walked to the door. But before he could open it, he felt a touch on his arm. "Roger," said a soft and wheedling voice, "wouldn't you like to write to me? Now and then, Roger?" He dissented with admirable gravity. "All right. Don't then!" cried Alwynne wrathfully. She turned her back on him and sat down. The luncheon bell tinkled across the ensuing pause, like a peal of puckish laughter. End of chapter 42. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 43 of Regiment of Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Regiment of Women by Clemence DANE. Chapter 43. Elsbeth's voice, raised tactfully at the further end of the passage, warned them of her approach. Said Alwynne over her shoulder, "Anyhow, you must stay to lunch now. Elsbeth would be furious if you went. She'll say I've driven you away or something. Unless you want to get me into another row?" She spoke ungraciously enough, for she disliked having to ask a favor of him at such a juncture. But she disliked even more the notion of a tête-à-tête lunch with Elsbeth. Elsbeth, by right of aunthood, would ask questions, demand confession. Elsbeth, she knew instinctively, would be on Roger's side. She told herself that she did not mind being bullied by Roger because, after all, it was Roger's affair, but she would not be otherwise interfered with. Elsbeth had a way of putting you in the wrong. She would rather not talk with Elsbeth until she had seen Clare. Clare would fortify her. If only Roger would keep Elsbeth occupied till she got away to Clare. "You must stay, you know," she repeated uneasily. "You made me forget about lunch," he said cheerfully. "Of course I must. You know, you're a terror, Alwynne. I never know which makes me hungrier, a football match or an argument with you. I'm ravenous." Alwynne was speechless. "Is no one coming in to lunch?" asked Elsbeth, entering. She looked quickly from one to the other. Alwynne was at the glass, tidying her hair, and Roger seemed cheerful. Elsbeth smiled a significant smile. Her eyebrows were question marks. Roger shook his head, but not before Elsbeth had caught sight of the scattered rows and disarranged vases. She was instantly engaged in restoring order and missed the movement. Suddenly she exclaimed, and pounced on a small object lying on the floor, half hidden in petals. "Oh! Oh, how lovely! What an exquisite ring! Why, Roger! Why, Alwynne! Look! I might have trodden on it. How careless of you both!" But she beamed on them with immense satisfaction as she held out the emerald ring. "It's not mine," said Alwynne icily. "Nothing to do with me," Roger assured her. Elsbeth looked bewildered. "One of you must have dropped it," she began. "No," said Alwynne. "Oh, no," said Roger. But there was a glimmer of fun in his eye that enlightened Elsbeth, or she thought, at least, that it did. "In my young days," she remarked severely, "young people didn't leave a valuable engagement ring lying about on the floor." "A disengaged engagement ring," he corrected her sadly. "At least, it's disengaged at present." "I think, Elsbeth," said Alwynne firmly, "that the lunch must be getting cold," and preceded them in all dignity to the dining room. Alwynne found the meal a trying one. Roger was talkative, and Elsbeth, though obviously puzzled, was too much occupied with him to be critical of her niece. Alwynne was divided between gratitude to Roger for relieving the situation and pique that he could be equal to so doing. A man in his position should be far too crushed by disappointment for social amenities. She would have been genuinely distressed, yet undeniably gratified, if his appetite had failed him. But she noticed that he was able to eat a hearty meal. He could laugh, too, with Elsbeth, and make ridiculous jokes, and draw Alwynne, silent and unwilling, into the conversation. He seemed to have no objection to catching her eye, though she found it difficult to meet his. He was a queer man. She supposed he wasn't very much in love with her, really. That was the truth of it. She found the idea depressing. She wondered if he were really going back to Dean at once, and was relieved to hear her aunt challenging his decision. Elsbeth was expostulating. She had plans for the next day. There was a concert that evening. Roger appeared to waver. Alwynne, contemptuous that he could be so easily turned, annoyed that Elsbeth should sway him where she herself had failed, was yet conscious of a feeling of relief. At least she should see him again, if only to quarrel with him. She was due to supper with Clare as well as tea, though she had not told Elsbeth so. It would be quite simple. She would run round to Clare at once, and spend a long afternoon, and get back for another peep at Roger in the evening. Clare wouldn't mind. She hesitated. Clare would be rather surprised if she didn't stay. She had never been known to curtail a visit to Clare before, but she would explain things to her. Clare would be as sorry for Roger as she herself, for, of course, she must tell Clare all about it. She hoped Clare would not say she had been flirting, but she must make her at least understand what a dear Roger was. She should like Clare to appreciate Roger. She was afraid she would never be able to make Roger appreciate Clare. It was a great pity. If it had not been for Roger's unlucky prejudice, she might have introduced them to each other, and it would have all been so jolly. She would have loved to show Clare to Roger, if Clare had been in a good mood, and had worn her new peacock-colored frock, and had looked and been as adorable as she sometimes could be. They might have gone today, and now Roger had spoiled everything, but at least he was not going till tomorrow. She would slip away at once while he and Elsbeth were talking. She would be back all the sooner. She left the pair at their coffee, and hurried to her room to put on her new coat and skirt and her prettiest hat. It was Clare's birthday, and Clare liked her to be fine. She wondered, with a little skip of excitement, if Clare had got her parcel yet. She was no sooner gone than Roger turned to Elsbeth. His laughing manner dropped from him like a mask. "It's all off, Elsbeth," he said. "You were right. It's that woman. She's infatuated." The pleasure died out of Elsbeth's face. I was afraid so, she said. I saw something had happened, but you were so comical I couldn't be sure. I didn't want an explanation just then. Of course not, she interpolated hastily. But I think I'll go back straight to Dean. Have you a timetable? Have you quarreled badly? Not exactly. Alwynne's rather annoyed with me, though. Annoyed? With you? Well, you see, he explained with a touch of amusement, I think she rather wants to retain me as a tame cat. Oh, but Alwynne's not like that, Elsbeth protested. Don't you think every woman is, if she gets the chance? She has to kowtow to the Hartill woman, and it would be a relief to have someone to do the same to her, as well as an amusement. But she's had to understand that I won't be her friend's whipping boy. I decline the post. Oh, well, if you put it that way, but it's hardly fair to Alwynne. Of course, you're angry and disappointed. I'm not, he protested heatedly. Oh, but you are. Don't pretend you're not human. I don't blame you. I'm angry too. But you must be fair. Alwynne's motives are obvious enough. There's no cat and mouse business about it. She simply can't bear the idea of losing you. Yet she won't marry me. She would if it weren't for Clare. Didn't you get that impression? Roger, if you really care, wait here a little longer. Stay with us. Let her have a chance of contrasting you with Clare Hartill. No, I won't, he said obstinately. You care more for your own dignity than for Alwynne, I think, said Elsbeth in her lowest voice. Cousin Elsbeth, I care more for Alwynne than for anything else in the world. You know that. Also, though you'll call me a conceited ass, I believe I know your ewe lamb 10,000 times better than you do, and I've simply got to sit tight for a bit. The less she sees of me at present, the more she'll think of me, in two senses. If I can make her miss me, it'll be a profitable exile. Oh, you dear worried woman, he cried, laughing at her intent face. Do you think I want to go away from Alwynne? Nevertheless, where's the timetable? She rose and fetched it and gave it him without a word. He ran his finger down the page. There's a 4 o'clock, he announced. If only I could do something, mused Elsbeth. He smiled at her gratefully. You're a pretty staunch friend, he said. What more can one ask? Oh, but I ought to think of something, she said impatiently. I sit here and let you go. I see 2 people's lives being spoiled for the want of a... What? That's it. What? What can I do? Nothing, nothing, nothing. Oh, Roger, it's hard. It's very hard to see people you love unhappy, and not to be able to help them. It's the hardest thing I know. It would be such a happiness to be allowed to bear things for them. But to watch, it's harder for us than for men, you know. We're such born meddlers. We think it's our mission to put things to rights. When we've made a mess of 'em, I'm not sure that it isn't. I've got to do something, she went on without heeding him. There you'll be at Dean, miserable. You will be miserable, Roger, she interrupted herself with a faint twinkle. Don't you worry, he reassured her. It was bad enough when she left. She's managed to make every nook and corner of the place remind one of her. I don't know how she does it. Oh, it will be rotten, all right. Then there will be Alwynne here, she continued, pretending she doesn't care, working herself into a fever each time Clare is unkind to her, and pretending she doesn't care, watching the post for a letter from you. I know her, and pretending she doesn't care, thoroughly miserable and quite satisfied that I see nothing as long as she laughs and jokes at meals. Oh, life's a comedy, cried Elsbeth. You young folk have your troubles, and think we are too old and blind to see them, and we old folk have our troubles, and know you are too young and blind to see them. Yes, Roger, I'm having a grumble, and it's doing me good. One suffers vicariously as one gets older, but one suffers just the same. You children forget that. Do we? He said gently. I won't again. We won't. Later on. Elsbeth. Alwynne and I. I want you two to be happy, she cried piteously. I want it so. Oh, Roger, what can I do? Nothing, he said. She was silenced. but he was touched and a little amused to see how entirely she was unconvinced. He admired her persistence, and wondered if she had fought as vehemently for her own happiness as she now fought for Alwyn's. Failure was instinct in her faded coloring and eager, unassured manner. He thought it probable that the memory of failure was spurring her now. He roused her gently. "Elsbeth, it's past 3:00. Will you come and see me off? I must go back to the White Horse for my bag first. Shall I call for you? I shan't be more than 20 minutes." She nodded assent and promised to be ready. Left to herself, she went to her room and dressed with mechanical care. Her mind tossed a while like an oarless boat in the sea of her restless thoughts. What could she do? Wait and hope, and watch things go wrong. Roger was in love now, and prepared to be patient, but Roger was only a man. He would get over it in time. And Alwynne, finally released from Clare's influence, that, too, surely, was only a question of time, would find out what she had lost. She understood Alwynne well enough to know that if she cared, however unconsciously, for Roger, she would never be content to attach herself to any later comer. Alwynne was terribly tenacious, so she, too, would waste and spoil her life, and for the sake of an infatuation, a piece of girlish quixotry. It was criminal of Clare Hartill to allow it. She supposed that the situation amused Clare, at least if Alwynne's version had allowed her to guess it. She wondered exactly how much Alwynne would tell Clare. Suddenly and wonderfully she was illumined by an idea. Roger, returning punctually with his bag, found Elsbeth awaiting him on the step, in calling costume, pulling and patting at a new pair of gloves with extraordinary energy. Her cheeks were bright. She had the air of frightened bravery of a cornered sheep. "Come away quickly, Roger," she whispered, with a glance at the windows. "I don't want Alwynne to catch me. I can't come with you to the station, Roger. I'm going to see Clare Hartill." End of chapter 43. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 44 of Regiment of Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Regiment of Women by Clemence DANE, Chapter 44. Alwynne, for all her eagerness, took more than her usual breathless 10 minutes in reaching Clare Hartill's flat. Underneath her pleasure at seeing Clare again ran a little current of uneasiness. There was so much to be told, not only in deference to the intimacy of their relationship, but in order to procure the proof that had never before seemed necessary, that Roger's, and incidentally Elsbeth's, view of that relationship was wrong. Clare, of course, was reserved, undemonstrative, not, Alwynne was prepared to admit, so kindly or considerate a companion as Roger, but why it should therefore follow that Roger loved her better, and was more worthy, preposterous word, of her own love, Alwynne could not see. Clare Hartill cared for her, had told her so, had not as yet proved it, because there had been no need of proof. Alwynne could love her too, but today she felt only an aching desire that Clare should realize the importance of what she had just done, should reward her sacrifice with little softenings and intimacies, some such signs as she had shown her in the earlier days of their friendship, of affection and sympathy. She did not ask much, she told herself. If Clare were only a little kind, she should not miss Roger. Even as she so decided, her cheek flushing at the idea of Clare's kindness, at the possibility of a return to their early relationship, she saw suddenly, with flashlight distinctness, how much, even then, she should miss Roger, how great her sacrifice would still be. She saw, as in a vision, the man and woman drowning in waste seas, and she herself at rescue work with room for one, and one only, in the boat beside her. She felt herself torn by the agony of choice, knowing the while that a year ago it had not been so, that a year ago she would have outstretched arms for Clare alone, that even now, Elsbeth, the dears, all alike might drown in that dream sea, so long as Clare were saved. She acknowledged, she exulted in the narrowness of her affection. Clare before the world! But Clare before Roger? Clare safe and Roger drowning? She chuckled as it occurred to her that Roger would certainly be able to swim. Yes, he would swim comfortably alongside and spare her the fantastic trouble of a choice. Blessed old Roger! As she passed the little kiosk at the corner of Friars Lane, where a red-haired girl sat behind branches of white and mauve lilac and high-piled mounds of violets, she hesitated and turned back. It was a breaking of unwritten rules, and Clare would give her no thanks. But today, at least, she would not scold. She would say nothing, but how big her dear eyes would grow at sight of that armful of scented color! She bought lavishly and forgot to stay for change, for she was picturing her own arrival as she hurried on. The open door, the pell-mell of flowers and sunlight, Clare's smile, Clare's kiss. In spite of moods, Clare could not do without her. She tore up the stairs and pealed the bell, with never another thought of Roger. Clare was at her writing table, and had but a bare nod for Alwynne as she stood in the doorway, flushed, smiling, expectant. The girl was accustomed to finding her preoccupied. There was a time, indeed, when there had been subtle flattery in the cavalier welcome, when the lack of ceremony had seemed but a proof of intimacy, and she would bide her time happily enough, exploring bookshelves, darning stockings, tiptoeing from parlor to pantry to refill vases and valet neglected plants, or curled in the big armchair, would sketch upon imaginary canvases Clare's profile, dark against the sun-filled window, or stare, half hypnotized, at the twinkling diamond on her finger. But today, for the first time, Clare's reception of her jarred. She sat down quietly, the flowers in a heap at her feet, her excitement subsiding and leaving her jaded and sore-hearted. She felt herself disregarded, reduced to the level of an importunate schoolgirl. She wondered how much longer Clare intended to write, and told herself, with a little petulant shrug, that for 2 pins she would surprise Clare, wrench away her pen, take her by the shoulders, and anchor her into attention. Roger was right. One could be too meek. She rose with a little quiver of excitement, her irrepressible fantasy limbing with lightning speed an imaginary Clare. A Clare beleaguered, with barriers down, a Clare with wide maternal arms, enclosing, comforting, sufficing. The real Clare shifted in her seat, and Alwynne sank back again. No, that was not the way to take Clare. One must be patient, only patient, like Roger. Clare would give all one needed, that was sure, but in her own time, her own way. One must be patient. She loosed her coat. How close the room was! She would have liked to fling open the window, but Clare always protested. She heard Elsbeth's voice. Fresh air? Her idea of fresh air is an electric fan. Queer how those two jarred. But Elsbeth was not just. Her head throbbed. Listlessly she picked up a spray of lilac and crushed it against her face. It was deliciously cool. She supposed that the lilacs were out by now at Dean. Tick-tack, tick-tack. The tick of the clock would not keep time with the scratch of Clare's pen. How stupid! Stupid! Stu-pid! Stu-pid! Stu... Clare! She cried desperately. Won't you even talk to me? Clare read on for a moment as if she had not heard her, finished her letter, blotted it, stamped and addressed the cover, and wiped her pen deliberately. Then she rose, smiling a little. She had been perfectly conscious of Alwynne's unrest. What is it? She said. Alwynne flushed and gathered up her flowers. It's your birthday, she apologized. Look, Clare, aren't they darlings? I know you hate the school fusses, but your own birthday is important. Must you go on writing? It ought to be a holiday. May I get vases? Clare, I've such heaps to tell you, heaps and heaps, only I can't if you stand and look at me from such a long way off. Won't you sit down and smell your lilacs and let me talk to you comfortably?" With enormous daring, she put her arm round Clare and drew her onto the sofa. Clare made no resistance, but she sat stiffly, unsupported, still smiling, her eyes glittering oddly. But the acquiescence was enough for Alwynne, and she slid to the ground and sat there sorting her flowers, her face level with Clare's knee, radiant and fearless again. "I wonder what you will say. It's about Roger." Clare raised her eyebrows. "Oh, Clare, don't you know? I wrote such a lot about him from Dean." "I am to remember every detail of your epistles?" Alwynne looked up quaintly. "I suppose there is a good deal to wade through. There always seems so much to say to you. Do you really mind?" "You remind me that I've letters to finish." Alwynne looked at the clock in sudden alarm. "Am I awfully early? You did expect me to tea? And you're never on the late side, are you?" Clare was still smiling, but her tone stung. Alwynne got up quickly. "I'm very sorry. Don't bother about me. I'll arrange these things while you finish. I didn't know you were really busy." Clare put out her hand to the table behind her. "I'm not busy. It seems one mayn't tease you since you've stayed at Dean." Alwynne's eyes flashed. "That's not fair. It's only that sometimes now you tease with needles. You used to tease with straws." "So I had better not tease at all?" "You know I don't mean that." Clare lifted an open parcel from the table. Alwynne recognized it and beamed. So Clare was pleased. "If I tease with needles," she smoothed the paper and began to straighten the little heap of knotted string, "it's because you annoy me so often. Why did you send me this, Alwynne?" She shrugged her shoulders. "It was your birthday." "I hate birthdays." "I know." She spoke flatly, a lump in her throat. She might have known and saved herself her trouble and her pleasure. She thought of the weeks of careful work and her delight in it, of the little sacrifices, the early rising, the walks with Roger curtailed and foregone. Everybody had admired it. Even Elsbeth had been sure that Clare would be charmed. But Clare was angry. Perhaps it was only that Clare did not understand. She roused herself. "Clare, it's different. Don't you remember?" Clare gave no sign. She had disentangled the string and was retying it with elaborate care. Alwynne spoke with eyes fixed upon the dexterous fingers. "You challenged me. Don't you remember, Clare? When Marian showed us the things she was making for a sister's trousseau? And you said, would I ever have the patience, let alone my clumsy fingers? And I said I could, and you said you would wear all I made. And you did laugh at me so. So I thought I'd surprise you, and Elsbeth taught me the pillow lace, and I was frightfully careful. It's taken months and months, and you love lace, and oh, Clare, I thought you would be a little bit pleased." Her lip quivered. She was very childlike in her eagerness and disappointment. "Do you think I should wear it?" Alwynne dimpled. "It's your size, Clare. Wouldn't you just try it?" Clare looked at her inscrutably. "You've taken great pains," she said. "I've been pleased to see it. But you've shown it to me, and I've told you that you've learned to work well. So it has fulfilled its purpose, hasn't it? And now you'd better take it back with you. I'm sure you will be able to use it." She held out the neatly fastened package. Alwynne's face hardened. She put her hands behind her back. "I shall do nothing of the kind," she said. Clare did not seem ruffled. "Of course you will, and you'll look very pretty in it." She smiled amiably. But Alwynne's face did not relax. "I won't take it back. I gave it to you. I made it to give you pleasure. If you don't want it, burn it. Give it to your maid. Throw it away. Do you think I care what becomes of it? But I won't take it back. That is an insult. You say that to hurt me." "You'll take it back because I wish you to." "I won't. You shouldn't wish me to." "You know I dislike presents." "I never labeled it a present in my mind. You talk as if we were strangers." Perhaps, then, murmured Clare, still smiling, I dislike the hint that you consider my wardrobe inadequate. Alwynne caught her breath. For the last 10 minutes she had been growing angry, not in her usual summer tempest fashion, but with a slow, cold anger that was pain. She felt Clare's attitude an indelicacy, the discussion a degradation. She sickened at its pettiness. She seemed to be defending, not herself, but some shrinking, weaponless creature from attack and outrage. The fight had been sudden, desperate, but at Clare's last sentence she knew herself vanquished, knew that the first love of her life had been most mortally wounded. She turned blindly. She had no tears, no regret. Her sensations were purely physical. She was numbed, breathless, choking, conscious only of an overpowering desire for fresh air, for escape into the open. But first she must say goodbye, head erect, betraying nothing. Say goodbye to the dark figure that was no longer Clare. A sentence from a child's book danced through her mind in endless repetition. They rubbed her eyes with the ointment, and she saw it was only a stock. Of course, and now she must go away quickly. She should choke if she could not get into the air. She heard her own voice, flat and tiny. Have you finished with me? May I go now? Clare's laugh was quite unforced. You're not to go yet. Yes, I think so. May I go now, please? She had retreated to the door and clung to the handle, looking back with blank eyes. But, you foolish child, you've had no tea. Why are you running away? Are you going to spoil my afternoon? She lied blunderingly, mad to escape. But I told you I couldn't stay long. Because of Elsbeth. She's to meet me. I only ran up for a minute. Really, I have to go. She made a tremendous effort. I can come back later. Clare shrugged her shoulders. Oh, very well. Will you come to supper? Alwynne forced a smile. Yes. She crossed the threshold, Clare watching from the doorway. I shall wait for you. We'll have a lazy evening. Supper at 8. There was no answer. Alwynne was stumbling down into the darkness of the stairs and did not seem to hear. Clare turned back into her flat, hesitated uneasily, and came out again. She leaned far over the balustrade, peering down. Alwynne, she cried. Alwynne! Wait a moment, Alwynne! But Alwynne was gone beyond recall. End of chapter 44. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona.
Chapter number 45 of Regiment of Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lola, Janie of Virginia. Regiment of Women by Clemence DANE. Chapter 45. Alwynne fled down Friars Lane in amazement, conscious only of the need of escape. She had heard the outer door of the flat close behind her, yet she felt herself pursued. Clare's voice rang in her ears. Momently, she awaited the touch of Clare's hand upon her shoulder. She felt herself exhausted, knew that once overtaken, she would be powerless to resist, that she would be led back, would submit to reconciliation and caresses. And yet she was sure that she would never willingly see Clare again. She was free, and her terror of recapture taught her what liberty meant to her. There was the whole world before her, and Elizabeth, and Roger. She must find Roger. She was capable of no clear thought, but very sure that with him was safety. She hurried along in the shadow of the overhanging lilac hedge, ears aprick, eyes glancing to right and left. Oblivious of probabilities, she saw Clare in every passer-by. At the turn of the blind lane, she ran into a woman walking towards her. She bit back a cry. But it was only Elizabeth. Elizabeth in her Sunday gown, very determined, gripping her card case as if it were a dagger. She spoke between relief and distress. "Alwynne, why did you disappear? Where have you been?" "With Clare." "It was more than rude. You could surely have forgone one afternoon. No one to see Roger off? After all his kindness to you at Dene." "See Roger off?" Elizabeth was pleased to see her concern. "I should have gone myself, of course, but he would not allow it. The heat, as I have to pay a call. So he saw me on my way and then went off by himself. Poor Roger." "Where is he going? Why is he going?" "Back to Dene, the 4-5. I'm afraid, Alwynne, he has been hurt and upset." "Alwynne!" But Alwynne, tugging at her watch chain, was already running down the road with undignified speed. The 4-5, another 10 minutes, no, 9.5. Cutting through the gardens, she might do it yet. She prayed for her watch to be fast, the train late. She ran steadily, doggedly, oblivious of the passers-by, oblivious of the heat and dust and choking breathlessness, of everything but the idea that Roger was deserting her. As she bent round the sweep of the station yard, past the shelter with its nodding cabmen, and ran down the little wallflower-bordered asphalt path, she heard the engine's valedictory puff. The platform was noisy and crowded, alive with shouting porters, crates of poultry and burdened women, but at the upper end was Roger, his foot on the step of the carriage, obviously bribing a guard. She pushed past the outraged ticket collector and darted up the platform. Roger had disappeared when she reached the door of his compartment, and the whistle had sounded, but the door was still a swing. The train began to move as she scrambled in. The door banged upon their privacy. "Roger!" cried Alwynne. "Roger!" She was shaking with breathlessness and relief. "You were right. I was wrong. It's you I want. I'll do everything you want, always. I've been simply miserable. Oh, Roger, be good to me." And for the rest of his life, Roger was good to her. End of chapter 45. Chapter number 46 of Regiment of Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lola, Janie of Virginia. Regiment of Women by Clemence DANE. Chapter 46. Clare had paused a moment, half expecting Alwynne to return, but it was draughty on the landing and she did not wait long. Silly of Alwynne to dash off like that. She had wanted to discuss Miss Marsham's letter with her before writing her answer. Not that she was really undecided, of course. The offer was an excellent one, no doubt, and it was fitting that it should have been made. But to accept the head mistressship was another matter. Life was pleasant enough as it was. She had plenty of money, and Alwynne was hobby enough. She wondered what Alwynne would say to it. Urge her to accept, probably? Alwynne was so terribly energetic. Well, she would let Alwynne talk. She picked up her pen, and when she had expended herself, Clare would produce her already written refusal. Alwynne would pout and be annoyed. Alwynne hated being made to look a fool. Clare laughed as she bent over her letter. She had achieved preliminary compliments and was hesitating as to how she should continue, when a violent rat-tat, hushing immediately to a tremulous tat-a-tat-tat, as if the success of the attack upon Clare's door had proved a little startling to the knocker, announced a visitor, and to their mutual astonishment, Elsbeth Loveday fluttered into the room. Though Elizabeth's naive amazement at herself and her own courage was more apparent, it was scarcely greater than Clare's politely veiled surprise at the invasion, for since Alwynne's attempts to reconcile the oil and water of their reluctant personalities had ceased with her absence, there had been practically no intercourse between them. With a crooked smile for her first fleeting conviction of the imminence of a church bazaar or Sunday school treat, on gargantuan lines, Clare applied herself to the preparation of Elizabeth's tea, in no great hurry for the disclosure of the visit's object, but already slightly amused at her visitor's unease, and foreseeing a whimsical half-hour in watching her pant and stumble, unassisted, to her point. Elizabeth was dimly aware of her hostess's attitude and not a little nettled by it. She waved away cake and toast with a vague idea of breaking no bread in the enemy's house, but she was not the woman to resist tea, though he Kate's self-brewed it. Fortified, she returned the empty cup, readjusted her veil, and opened fire. "My dear Miss Hartill," she began, a shade too cordially, "I've come round. I do hope you're not too busy. I know how occupied you always are." Clare was not at all busy, entirely at Miss Loveday's service. "Ah, well, I confess I came round in the hope of finding you alone, in the hope of a quiet chat." Clare was expecting no visitors, but would not Miss Loveday take another cup of tea? "Oh, no, thank you, though I enjoyed my cup immensely. Delicious flavor. China, isn't it? Alwynne always quotes your tea. Poor Alwynne. She can't convert me. I've always drunk the other, you know. Not but that China tea is to be preferred for those who like it, of course. An acquired taste, perhaps. At least," she finished with an indistinct murmur, uncomfortably aware that she had not been particularly lucid in her compliments to Clare's tea. Might Clare order a cup of Indian tea to be made for Miss Loveday? It would be no trouble. Her maid drank it, she believed. "Oh, please don't. I shouldn't dream. You know, I didn't originally intend to come to tea. But you're so very kind. I'm sure you're wondering what brings me." Clare disclaimed civilly. "Well, to tell you the truth, I'm afraid you will think me extremely roundabout, Miss Hartill." Clare's mouth twitched. "But it's not an easy subject to begin. I'm somewhat worried about Alwynne." Again? Clare had stiffened, but Elizabeth was too nervous to be observant. "Oh, not her health. She is splendidly well again. Danae did wonders." Clare found Elizabeth's quick little unexplained smile irritating. "No, this is, well, it certainly has something to do with Danae, too." "Indeed," said Clare. Elizabeth continued, delicately tactless. She was always at her worst with her former pupil. "I dare say you are surprised that I consult you, for we need not pretend, need we, that we have ever quite agreed over Alwynne. You, I know, consider me old-fashioned." She paused a moment for a disclaimer, but Clare was merely attentive. With a little less suavity, she resumed, "And of course, I've always thought that you, but that, after all, has nothing to do with the matter." "Nothing whatever," said Clare. "Exactly. But knowing that you're fond of Alwynne and realizing your very great influence with her, I felt, indeed we both felt, that if you once realized, Roger, Mr. Lumsden." "Oh, the gardener at Danae. My cousin, Miss Hartill." Oh, really? But what has he to do with Alwynne?" "My dear, he wants to marry her. Didn't she tell you?" Elizabeth had the satisfaction of seeing Clare look startled. "Now, I was sure Alwynne had confided the matter to you. Hasn't she just been here? That is really why I came. I was so afraid that you, with the best of motives, of course, might incline her to refuse him. And you know, Miss Hartill, she mustn't. The very man for Alwynne? He suits her in every way, devoted to her, of course, but not in the least weak with her. And you know I always say that Alwynne needs a firm hand. And between ourselves, though I am the last person to consider such a thing, he is an extremely good match. I can't tell you, Miss Hartill, the joy it was to me, the engagement. I had been anxious. I quite foresaw that Alwynne would be difficult, though I am convinced she is attached to him, underneath, you know." So I made up in my mind to come to you. I said to myself, I am quite sure Miss Hartill would not misunderstand the situation. I'm quite sure Miss Hartill would not intend to stand in the child's light. She is far too fond of Alwyn to allow her personal feelings. After all, feminine friendship is all very well, very delightful, of course, and I'm only too sensible of your goodness to Alwyn, and taking her to Italy too. But when it was a question of marriage, oh, Miss Hartill, surely you see what I mean. Clare frowned. I think so. The guard, this Mr. Lumsden? Of course, I was confusing him. Mr. Lumsden has proposed to Alwyn. She has refused him, and now you wish for my help in coercing her into an apparently distasteful engagement? Oh, no, Miss Hartill, no question of coercion. I think there's no possible doubt that she is fond of him, and if it were not for you, but Alwyn is so quixotic. Clare lifted her eyebrows, politely blank. Oh, Miss Hartill, why beat about the bush? You know your influence with Alwyn. It is very difficult for me to talk to you. Please believe that I intend nothing personal, but Alwyn is so swayed by you, so entirely under your thumb. You know what a loyal, affectionate child she is, and as far as I can gather from what Roger let fall, for she is in one of her moods and will not confide in me, she considers herself bound to you by the terms of your friendship. All she would say to Roger was, Clare comes first. Clare must come first, which, of course, is perfectly ridiculous. Clare reddened. You mean that I, or you, for that matter, who have known Alwyn for years, must step aside, must dutifully foster this liking for a comparative stranger? Elizabeth smiled. Well, naturally, he's a man. I am so sorry I can't agree. Alwyn is a free agent. If she prefers my friendship to Mr. Lumsden's adorations, but I've told you already it's a question of marriage, Miss Hartill. Surely you see the difference. How can you weigh the most intimate, the most ideal friendship against the chance of getting married? Elizabeth was wholly in earnest. Clare mounted her high horse. I do. There are better things in life than marriage. For the average woman, do you sincerely say so? The brilliant woman, the rich woman, I don't count them, and there are other exceptions, of course. But when her youth is over, what is the average single woman? A derelict drifting aimlessly on the high seas of life. Oh, I'm not very clear. It's easy to make fun of me, but I know what I mean, and so do you. We're not children. We both know that an unmated woman, she's a failure. She's unfulfilled. Clare was elaborately bored. Really, Miss Loveday, the subject does not interest me. It must, for Alwyn's sake. Don't you realize your enormous responsibility? Don't you realize that when you keep Alwyn entangled in your apron strings, bind to other interests, when you cram her with poetry and emotional literature, when you allow her to attach herself passionately to you, you are feeding and at the same time deflecting from its natural channel the strongest impulse of her life, of any girl's life. Alwyn needs a good, concrete husband to love, not a fantastic ideal that she calls friendship and clothes in your face and figure. You are doing her a deep injury, Miss Hartill. Unconsciously, I know, or I should not be here, but doing it nonetheless. If you would consider her happiness, Clare broke in angrily. I do consider her happiness. Alwyn tells you that I am essential to her happiness. She may believe so, but she's not happy. She has not been happy for a long time, but she believes herself to be so, I grant you that. But consider the future. Shall she never break away? Shall she oscillate indefinitely between you and me, spend her whole youth in sustaining two old maids? Oh, Miss Hartill, she must have her chance. We must give her what we've missed ourselves. Clare appeared to be occupied in stifling a yawn. Her eyes were danger signals, but Elizabeth was not Alwyn to remark them. In one thing, at least, I do thoroughly agree with you. I don't think there's the faintest likelihood of Alwyn's wishing to marry at all at present, but I do feel with you that it is unfair to expect her to oscillate, as you rhetorically put it, between two old maids. I agree, too, that I have responsibilities in connection with her. In fact, I think she would be happier if she were with me altogether, and I intend to ask her to come live here. I shall ask her tonight. Don't you think she will be pleased? Clara's aim was good. Elizabeth clutched at the arms of her chair. You wouldn't do such a thing. Clare laughed shrilly. I shall do exactly what your Mr. Lumsden wants to do. I'm not poor. I can give her a home as well as he. If you're so anxious to get her off your hands, she seems to be going begging. Elizabeth rose. I'm wasting time. I'll say goodbye, Miss Hartill. I shouldn't have come, but it was for Alwyn's sake. I hoped to touch you, to persuade you to forego, for her future sake, for the sake of her ultimate happiness, the hold you have on her. I sympathize with you. I knew it would be a sacrifice. I knew because I made the same sacrifice 2 years ago when you first began to attract her. I thought you would develop her. I'm not a clever woman, Miss Hartill, and you are, so I made no stand against you, but it was hard for me. Alwyn did not make it easier. She was not always kind, but hearing you today, I understand. You made Alwyn suffer more than I guessed. I don't blame her if sometimes she recoiled on me. You were always cruel. I remember you. The others were always snails for you to throw salt upon. I might have known you'd never change. Do you think I don't know your effect on the children at the school? Oh, you're a good teacher. You force them successfully, but all the while you eat up their souls. Sneer if you like. Have you forgotten Louise? I tell you, it's vampirism. And now you are to take Alwyn? And when she is squeezed dry and flung aside, who will the next victim be? And the next, and the next? You grow greedier as you grow older, I suppose. One day you'll be old. What will you do when your glamour's gone? I tell you, Clare Hartill, you'll die of hunger in the end. The small, relentless voice ceased. There was a silence. Clare, who had remained quiescent for sheer amaze at the attack from so negligible a quarter, pulled herself together. Rather white, she began to clap her hands gently as the critics surprised into applause. My dear woman, you're magnificent. Really, you are. I never thought you had it in you. The law and the prophets incarnate. How Alwyn will laugh when I tell her. I wish she'd been here. You ought to be on stage, you know, or in the pulpit. Have you quite finished? Quite? Do unburden yourself completely. You won't be given another opportunity. You understand that, of course. If Alwyn wishes to see you, she must make arrangements to do so elsewhere. This is the one condition I shall make. This is the way out. Elizabeth rose. She was furious with herself that her lips must tremble and her hands shake as she gathered up scarf and reticule, but she followed her hostess with sufficient dignity. Clare flung open the door with a gesture a shade too ample. Elizabeth laughed tremendously as she passed her and crossed the hall. Oh, you're not altered, she said, and bent to fumble at the latch. But it doesn't impress me. You've not won yet. You count too much on Alwyn, and you have still to reckon with Mr. Lumsden. And his 3 acres and a cow? Clare watched her contemptuously. It did not seem worthwhile to keep her dignity with Elizabeth. She felt that it would be a relief to lose her temper completely, to override this opponent by sheer, crude invective. She let herself go. What a fool you are! Do you flatter yourself that you understand Alwyn? Go back to your Cullibs and tell him from Alwyn. I tell you to speak for Alwyn that he's wasting his time. Let him take his goods to another market. Alwyn won't buy. I've other plans for her. She has other plans for yourself. She doesn't want a husband. She doesn't want a home. She doesn't want children. She wants me and all I stand for. She wants to use her talents, and she shall, through me. She wants success. She shall have it, through me. She wants friendship. Can't I give it? Affection? Haven't I given it? What more can she want? A home? I'm well off. A brat to play with? Let her adopt one, and I'll house it. I'll give her anything she wants. What more can your man offer? But I won't let her go. I tell you, we suffice each other. Thank God there are some women who can do without marriage. Elizabeth, as if she heard nothing, tugged at the catch. The door swung open and she stepped quietly into the sunny passage. Then she turned to Clare, a gray, angry shadow in the dusk of the hall. "Poor Clare," she said. "Are the grapes very sour?" She pulled to the door behind her. Later in the evening, as she sat, flushed, tremulous, utterly joyful over Roger's telegram, she considered the manner in her exit and was shocked at herself. "I don't know what possessed me," said Elizabeth apologetically. "And if I had only known, it was unladylike, it was unworthy, it was unchristian." She shook her head at her mild self in the glass. "But she made me so angry. If I'd only known that this was coming." She fingered the pink envelope. "She'll think I knew. She'll always think I knew. And then to say what I did, it was unpardonable." "But I was right all the time," cried Elizabeth incorrigibly. "And I don't care. I'm glad I said it. I'm glad. End of chapter 46.
Chapter 47 of Regiment of Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Regiment of Women by Clemence DANE, Chapter 47. The sun slid over the edge of the sweating earth. Its red-hot plunge into the sea behind the hills was almost audible. The black cloud, fuming up from its setting place, was as the steam of the collision. In great clots and coils it rolled upwards, spreading as it thinned, till it was a pall of vapor that sheeted all the lemon-colored sky. Suddenly a cold wind sprang up, raced down the silent heavens, and, by way of eastern Europe and the North Sea and the straight Roman road that drives down England, tore along the Utterbridge byways and into the open window of Clare Hartill's parlor. A touch of its cold lips on her hair and brow and breast, and it was out again, driving the dust before it. Clare shivered. She was very tired of waiting. It was inexplicable that Alwynne should be late, but Clare, with a half-laugh, promised Alwynne to forgo her scolding if she would but come. The dusk and the wind and the silence were getting on her nerves. The tick of the hall clock, for instance, was aggressive, insistent, maddening in its precise monotony. Oh, unbearable! With a gesture that was hysterical in its abandonment, Clare rose suddenly and flung into the hall, plucked open the clock door, and removed the pendulum. The released wire waggled foolishly into silence, like an idiot, tongue a-loll. As the quiet hunted Clare into her sitting room again, a little silver wire flickered down the sky like a scared snake, and for an instant she saw herself reflected in a convex mirror, a Clare, bleached and shining and askew, like a St. Michael in a stained-glass window. Dusk and the thunder followed. The storm was beginning. Clare moved about restlessly. She disliked storms. Her eyes ached, and she was cramped with waiting, and Alwynne had not come. She would, of course. That woman had detained her, purposely, no doubt, and now there was the storm to delay her. But Alwynne would come. Clare smiled securely. Again the lightning whipped across the heavens, and thunder roared in its wake. Clare went to the window and watched the sky. The pane of glass was grateful to her hot forehead. She was too tired, too bruised, and shaken by her own recent anger to arrange her thoughts, to pose for the moment, even to herself. Of all audiences, the most critical. The interview with Elsbeth Loveday rehearsed itself incessantly, pricking, probing, bludgeoning, in crescendo of intonation, innuendo, open attack, to the final triumphant insult. Triumphant because true. The insult could cut through her defenses and strike at her very self, because it was true. Her pride agonized. She had thought herself shrouded, invulnerable, and yet Elsbeth, whom of all women she had reckoned negligible, had guessed, had pitied. Yet even her enemy was forgotten, as she sat and shuddered at the wound dealt, plucked and shrank, and plucked again at the arrow tip rankling in it still. The hours had passed in an evil amazement, but Alwynne was to come. She thought of Alwynne with shifting passions of relief and longing, and sheer crude lust for revenge. Alwynne would come. Alwynne would soothe and comfort, intuitive, never waiting for the cry for help. And Alwynne should pay. Oh ho! Alwynne should pay Elsbeth's debts, should wince and shrink and whiten. Scientific vivisection of one nerve. Wait a little, Alwynne! Ah, Alwynne, the dearest, the beloved, the light and laughter of one's life. What fool is whispering that Clare can hurt her? Alwynne shall see when she comes who loves her. There shall be a welcome, the royalest welcome she has ever had. For what in all the world has Clare but Alwynne? And having Alwynne, has not Clare the world? Ah, well, perhaps she had not been always good to Alwynne. Today, for instance, she might have been kinder. But Alwynne always understood. That was the comfort of Alwynne, that she always understood. Why didn't she come? Wasn't there an echo of a step far down the street? When Alwynne came, they would make plans. It would not be easy to wean the girl from her aunt, at least while they lived in the same town, the same country. But one could travel, could take Alwynne quite away. Italy, Greece, Egypt. They would go round the world together, shake off the school and all it stood for. In a new world, begin a new life. Why not? She had money enough to burn. It would not be hard to persuade Alwynne. Adventurous, infatuate. Once gone, Elsbeth might whistle for her niece. They would talk it over tomorrow. Tonight, as soon as Alwynne came. Was that thunder or a knocking? Rat-tat, rat-tat. She had not been mistaken after all. Alwynne! Alwynne! And Clare, with an appearance on her that even Alwynne had never seen, ran like a child to open the door. On the threshold stood a messenger boy, proffering a telegram. She took it. Any answer, miss? For she had offered to close the door. Oh, of course. She frowned and pulled open the flimsy sheet. The boy waited. He peered past her, interested in the odd pictures on the walls, and the glimpse of a table luxuriously set. The minutes sped. He had soon seen all he could, and began to fidget. Any answer, miss? He hinted. Oh, said Clare vaguely. Answer? No, no answer. No answer at all. The boy knuckled his forehead and clattered away down the staircase. Mechanically, Clare shut the door, locked and bolted it, and secured it with a chain. Then she returned to the sitting room and crossed to her former station by the open window. The storm was ending in a downpour of furious tropical rain. It beat in unheeded upon her thin dress and bare neck and the open telegram in her hands, as, with lips parted and a faint, puzzled pucker between her brows, she conned over the message. I cannot come tonight. I have gone to Dean. I am going to marry Roger. She read it and reread it, twisting it this way and that, for it was barely visible in the wet dusk. It seemed an eternity before its full meaning dawned upon her. And yet she had known all there was to know when she confronted the messenger boy. Oh, destiny is up to date. And took her sentence from his grimy hand. I am going to marry Roger. Very well, Alwynne. Clare flung up her head, up and back. Her face was drowned in the shadows of the crimson curtain, but her neck caught the last of the light, shone like old marble. The whole soul of her showed for an instant in its defiant outline, in the involuntary pulsation that quivered across its rigidity, in the uncontrollable flutter beneath the chin. The thin, capable fingers twisted and clenched over the sodden paper. She moved at last, spoke into space, passion, anger, and the cool contempt of the school mistress for a mutinous class mingled grotesquely in her voice. "Very well, Alwynne. Just as you please, of course. There is no more to be said." She tossed away the little ball of paper as she spoke. She wandered aimlessly about the room, turned to her bookshelves after a while, and stood a long time, pulling out volume after volume, opening each at random, reading a page, closing the book again, letting it slide from her hand, never troubling to replace it. She was tired at last, and turned to her writing table. It was piled high with exercise books, and she corrected a couple before she swept them also aside. The rain had not faltered in its swishing downfall. It beat against the panes, and onto the sill, and dripped down into a pool beneath the open window. "She will have to come back on Monday," said Clare suddenly. "She can't go off like that. There's the school." She broke off abruptly as a gust of wind soughed by. "I cannot come. I have gone to Dean. I am going to marry Roger." She could hear Alwynne's voice in it, answering. "But why?" cried Clare piteously. "Why? What is it? What have I done?" "Shush!" sighed the rain. "Shush!" "I loved her!" cried Clare. "I loved her! What have I done?" "Shush!" sobbed the rain. "Shush! Shush!" She turned to the darkening windows and started, and shuddered away again, stricken dumb and shaking. A pool of something red and wet was spreading over the polished boards, and a thin trickle was stealing forward to her feet. Blood? Fool! The red of the curtains reflected, tinging a pool of rainwater. Blood, nevertheless. She had forgotten Louise. What had Alwynne heard? A garbled version of that last interview? Fool again, unless the dead can speak. But Alwynne knew. Something had been revealed to her, suddenly, during their idle talk. But when? But how? She had come as a lover. She had left as a stranger. What in any God's name had she guessed? Clare's subconscious memory reproduced for her instantly, with photographic accuracy, details of the scene that she had not even known she had observed. Alwynne had changed, in an instant, between a word and a reply. What was it that Clare had said? What trifling, teasing nothing, flung out in pure wantonness? But Alwynne's face, her dear face, had become, for an instant, Clare strained to the memory, as the face of Louise. Louise had looked at her like that other day. What had they seen then, both of them? Was she Gorgon to bring that look into their faces? Louise. Yes, she could understand Louise. She did not care to think about Louise. But Alwynne, what had she ever done to Alwynne? At least Alwynne might tell her what she had done. She would not submit to it. She would not be put aside. She would, at least, have justice. "I am going to marry Roger." Useless. All useless. The struggle was over before she had known she was fighting. She knew that in Alwynne's life there was no longer any part for her. And Clare had traveled far that evening, to phrase it thus. Sharing was a strange word for her to use. But she recognized dully that even sharing was out of her power. What had she to do with a husband, and housewifery, and the bearing of children? Alwynne married, was Alwynne dead? Alwynne in love, Alwynne married, Alwynne putting any living thing before Clare. She broke into bitter laughter at the idea. What had happened? What had Clare done or left undone? She realized grimly that of this, at least, she might be sure. It had been her own doing. No influence could have wrought against her own. Alwynne, at least, was where she was because Clare had sent her, not because another had beckoned. And that was a comfort she had stored up for herself, to last her in the lean years to come. What was the use of regretting? Alwynne was gone. Then forget her. There were other fish in the sea. There was a promising class this term. That child in the fourth. She wondered if Alwynne had noticed her. She must ask Alwynne. Alwynne had gone away, had gone to Dean, was going to marry Roger. Well, there was always work. Where was that letter to Miss Marsham? She moved stiffly in her seat, lit a candle, and drew towards her the half-written sheet that lay open on the blotter. She reread it. You will, I am sure, understand how much I appreciate your offer of the partnership, but after much consideration I have decided. She hesitated, crossed out the but, and wrote an and above it, and continued. To accept it. I will come to tea tomorrow, as you kindly suggest. She finished the letter, signed it, stamped and addressed, and sat idle at last, staring down at it. The neat handwriting danced and flickered and grew dim. With an awkward gesture she put her hands to her eyes and brought them away again, wet. She smiled at that, a twisted, mocking smile. She supposed she was crying. She did not remember ever having done such a thing. So her future was decided. It was to be work and loneliness. Loneliness and work. Because, it seemed, she had no friends left. Yet Alwynne had promised many things. What had she done to Alwynne? What had she done? She turned within herself and reviewed her life as she remembered it, thought by thought, word by word, action by action. Faces rose about her, whispering reminders, forgotten faces of the many who had loved her, from her old nurse, dead long ago, to Louise and Alwynne and foolish Olivia Pring. The candle at her elbow flared and dribbled and died at last with a sputter and a gasp. She paid no heed. When the dawn came, she was still sitting there, thinking. March 1914, September 1915. End of chapter 47. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. End of Regiment of Women by Clemence DANE.